All right. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is a glorious Tuesday in our beautiful county, and today is Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, and it's my privilege to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Thank you all for being with us today, whether you're in person or online. At this point, it's my pleasure to invite up Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church. Thank you for being with us this morning, Pastor, to open our meeting today.
Thank you. It continues to be kind of a humbling privilege when you think about everything going on in our world and the decisions that have to be made and responsibilities that are tied with it all. I was looking at the newspaper and this picture of our bridging process down here across Mosquito, and I'm slightly overwhelmed by the magnitude of what that represents, and thought maybe in addition to our invocation, I would just include in a prayer of continued guidance for a project as monumental as this is.
Love that.
So let's bow our heads. Gratefully, Lord, we have embraced this new day with gladness. The beauty of life in the foothills here exceeds our ability to describe it often, but we're blessed and privileged to be a part of it. And I thank you for this body that continues to be partnering with you in the leadership and guidance of the direction of things that take place. We pray for your special touch in the meeting that takes place today. We always so much appreciate our access to your greater wisdom than our own. Along with that, Lord, we think of the project that is taking place that's supposed to move forward this weekend. That's just monumental to imagine, moving 120 truckloads of cement just for one side alone of this project on a place that has a name that's tied to a very small insect like mosquito. We chuckle when we think about the contrast between all that concrete and those little insects. But it's a project that needs to move forward with perfect coordination, and we're grateful that good planning and all that will help to make that a success. Thank you for your continued love for us and providence that reveals itself in every aspect of life. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor, and thank you for bringing your bridge into your blessing this morning. And what Pastor is talking about is that starting this Friday evening, we will be having concrete trucks driving out to the Mosquito Bridge in order to pour the footings. And this is a monumental task. And so there's a timeline where the cement has to get from the plant in Folsom poured to the footings in the Mosquito Bridge. And there's a time factor there. They have about an hour and a half until they have to pour it. And so to that end, we've been working with the city of Placerville and coordinating with Caltrans, and we're operationalizing Trip to Green. So the lights on Highway 50 will be green constantly from 9 a.m. Friday through Saturday morning. And so the concrete trucks can get through, and there will also be, directional signs around in order to help people understand where to go, as well as facilitating the trucks turning off of Highway 50 onto Broadway, Main Street, and then out to Mosquito. So you probably won't see it. You'll be home and in bed, and that's exactly why the contractor is working through the night to do that. But it's going to be kind of an exciting process, and I'm planning on going down there, at least watching a little bit of it, because it's going to be pretty exciting as we pour those massive footings for this monumental epic bridge that is the largest project that El Dorado County has ever and probably will ever undertake.
No, it's amazing to get our head around, really.
Yeah. It is.
And there's so many things that can follow things up, So anyway.
Well, thank you for your blessing.
About it, so.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right. And with that, Supervisor Parlin, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, yeah. Everybody, please stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Thank you. We now move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And you will notice that our colleague Supervisor Lane is not with us today. She had a family conflict, and so we wish her well in that. Supervisor Parlin, any changes or comments on the agenda?
Yeah, my understanding is the clerk is going to be pulling item 1, our March 19th meeting minutes, and I'll have some comments on that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Turnboot.
No changes.
Supervisor Huddle.
No changes.
All right, I don't have any changes either. All right, so at this time, we will take public comment on the consent calendar.
Just piggybacking on what Supervisor Parlin said, I'm going to request that we pull item 1 for discussion.
All right, thank you. We will definitely pull item 1. And before we open up public comment, you will notice that our trusty clerk, we have a new timer. And so where is the new timer, Kim?
It's there somewhere. Yeah. We have
Oh,
yet
there we
another
go.
new time.
So yeah, it is now affixed to our messaging, which is wonderful. So those online as well in the boardroom can see it more readily. So you will hear a ding at 30 seconds, which is also helpful just to help you know to wrap up your comments. So I think this is our 8th timer, and I just want to thank our clerk Kim for all of her efforts to find just the right tool for all of us so we can have an effective meeting. So thank you so much, Kim. I think this looks great. So
Yeah, and that IT was a big factor with this as well.
that's right. IT was very instrumental in finding this. So
Awesome.
you wouldn't think it'd be so hard, but it has been. So thank you, IT.
Yeah.
So with that, Kim, go ahead and open up public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association, but also representing Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council. Today you have 3 items relating to wildfire safety, 3, 4, and 5. 3 has to do with personnel in the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. That's necessary. The only comment I had at taxpayers was administration versus the inspectors. We feel like maybe there should be more inspection rather than administrators, but that was just a comment, nothing to change the outcome. The other one is the contract for the Western El Dorado County Wildfire Protection Plan. Comment on that was federal lands, Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service. They're now going to be included in the CWPP, which is better than it was before when it was more just the areas and neighborhoods. Now we're going to have the whole county. So that's a positive. Also on 4. And then on 5, this is the way money comes in, it pushes through money, and you need to have ability to be able to use some of the money in disbursement. So you have this agreement with the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council to that end. So I still have 137 left. Emphasis areas. In the county has now picked up through that OWAPR office, emphasis areas. There are areas where there's a focus where we may not be able to get money through other means. The county takes care of those. I want you to consider, because of the new, the draft hazardous vegetation and defensible space ordinance, when you have a property line, you have 100 feet. If you have 100 feet on one side, the person that you're looking at, that's great. But when you start to split 100 feet for the house between 2 properties, you may have a situation where it's an absentee person on the other side. The work still needs to be done. Consider an emphasis area that has various places that you will have that situation. Meaning if you put an ADU or something close to the property line, maybe 30 feet away, that means 70 feet is on the other side. And if you really want to protect it, take an emphasis area and make it various locations within the emphasis area, meaning the whole county. That's what the emphasis area would be. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Paul Gilchrist, Greater Cameron Park Area Fire Safe Council. I would ask that you would include some aspect. The Fire Safe Council has gone through a training exercise to train people per 4291, the fire code, to be not inspectors, but assessors. They can assess the fire risks. I would ask you to look at perhaps adding that they could become part of the workforce of the inspectors, because they're all trained in how to do the 4291. And then somehow, I think that would be a savings for the county financially, but then also be able to push money back to the Fire Safe Council in terms of a grant, because of the labor savings that it might generate, because you don't have to hire full-time people. You have volunteers that are trained to do it. And that's what the Fire Safe Council is doing. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments and all of your work on fire safe councils, all the good people that are in that arena. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Housing El Dorado.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Frank Porter. I represent Housing El Dorado. Good to see you all. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this morning. Housing El Dorado, as you know, is a nonprofit housing services and affordable advocacy organization. And HED, as you know, has been working with other nonprofits, local medical providers, public agencies, faith organizations, and private donors to provide emergency rental assistance, navigation services, a shower medical assistance meal program, a safe parking program, the Jumpstart ADU project, along with seeking other solutions to address our county's urgent need for more workforce and family housing and to prevent homelessness. I'm here today to applaud and commend members of the Board of Supervisors, the El Dorado County Planning and Building Department, and the Chief CAO Officer for bringing forward agenda items 15, 16, 17, and 18 on today's consent agenda. These consent items represent solid work at meeting our county's urgent need for 2,100 homes for low-income El Dorado County working families, seniors, and residents. Consent item 15 moves forward with establishing and staffing an affordable housing task force to develop a much-needed affordable housing ordinance. Consent item 16 approves the submittal of an application for $12 million plus in additional funding for the El Dorado Haven Apartments. This is Mercy Housing's project on Federated Church property. Consent item 17 approves the application to provide $1.5 million in funding for first-time homebuyer program and owner-occupied rehabilitation program. And consent item 18 makes a finding that the Country Club Apartments project provides significant community benefit by providing housing that is affordable to very low and moderate income households and provides a TIF offset to support the project. So on behalf of Housing El Dorado, I want to state our appreciation to the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Department, and the CAO for moving forward on these investments in additional workforce and affordable housing. HED looks forward to continuing our collaborative work with the Board of Supervisors, county agencies, affordable housing industry leaders, medical industry leaders, local churches, and nonprofits to seek to completion the many other workforce and housing construction projects that will need to be completed in the near future to meet the urgent need for the 2,100 affordable housing units. It's clearly times for all hands on deck, and it's clear that today's agenda items are a great step forward in that work. So thank you, and our compliments and thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Melissa Soderston.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Melissa Soderston, Tahoe Forest Matter. I'm here to talk about the 3 items we have from the Office of Wildfire Preparedness. I just want to make sure that you understand that we need to be focusing on home out. We don't need to be including BLM land and Forest Service lands in our priorities. We need to make sure that we're working from the home out and hardening our infrastructure. Bob Horton, Policy and Research Director for the Western Fire Chiefs Association, recently said that the best thing that agencies can do is to focus on home out defensible space. Our insurance companies are not going to insure us if we keep focusing on clearing the forest rather than working on our defensible space. It's great to see defensible space inspectors on this agenda. I definitely want to see those funds provided. But we need to make sure that they're focusing on the home out, working from the buildings out. Like he said, the 100 feet of defensible space is very important, but we're not being provided that. We're just clearing the forest. Biomass is not a part of our wildfire preparedness plans. It will not make our forests safer. It will make our communities safer. We need to focus from the home out. And I hope that's where these funds go today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. So a couple of questions before we take action on the consent calendar. Does item 5 preclude us from utilizing trained volunteers from our fire safe councils and, creative ways to help get the work done? So it's probably a question for you, Sue. Good morning.
Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office and the OWAPR. No, it doesn't. Actually, what we're doing is we do want to kind of have a difference between the investigative official under the ordinance who, does those official inspections, and then the assessors. That was another way of getting folks to be active in their communities and to provide people with voluntary assessments when they didn't fall in a county emphasis area, or they maybe wouldn't have been amenable to having an inspector come out and look at their house. So we are right now thinking of various ways to utilize that workforce, and there are more training scheduled. So we're working very, very closely with the fire safe on that whole assessor training program. And it will continue to grow and strengthen, I think, the relationship between us and the Fire Safe Council.
It's really exciting to see all the progress that's been made in this arena. And we have so many good people that are active in helping us make sure that El Dorado County is resilient. So I appreciate that. And before I let you go, there was another question on the funds versus are we
focusing on the forest?
Focusing on the forest or our built environment. And can you just briefly address that?
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, that really is the big gap that the OWAPR fills, is working in the built environment as opposed to out in the forest. And so these inspectors, we may need to ask for more in the future, to be honest, but these are primarily being brought on for our Weber Creek grant. It's the $24 million grant, which is down here in City of Placerville and the county south of Highway 50. And that is totally working on the built environment and doing the work on the assessments on those homes for the home hardening and the defensible space.
Wonderful. And that is such an exciting project. And we are very grateful to have received that grant funding from the state of California to absolutely, handle the home hardening, the vegetation management in a critical drainage. It's a strategic location.
Yeah. And as I think you got an email from Tom Meyer last week, we've been awarded another $10 million from BLM. And much of that funding will also go into defensible space inspections in the communities. And it's the home out and actually some funding to get some of that work done. So there's more to come.
Thank you. Yeah, and while that work is also critical, coordinating with the federal government as well on all of El Dorado County is also important. So the fact that we're coordinating with our federal partners does not take away from the work that's also being done.
Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. So with that, any bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move and approve.
Well, did you want Kim to read it? I mean, the exception is item.
Yes, sorry about that.
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 1 for discussion and continue it to the April 9th meeting for adopting those minutes.
Sounds good. All right. So with that change.
I'll move and approve with the
Second.
change.
All right, been moved and approved, moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So let's now take item 1, Kim.
Item number 1 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board approve the minutes from the regular meeting of March 19th, 2024. So after going back and reviewing the minutes, I believe in the minutes for item number 3, where it says rename CEDAC to the Strategic Economic Enhancement Development Committee, SEED, needs to be stricken from the record. And that should just read number 3 is direct staff on next steps regarding the structure of CEDAC/Strategic Economic Enhancement Development Committee. After discussing with county council, it really should, the name change should come back when the resolution comes back.
Perfect.
And I apologize for that error.
No problem, just administrative, change. Any further discussion from the board?
Yeah, also on this item, when I went back and looked at the meeting minutes, as we've learned, if something isn't documented in the meeting minutes, it often gets overlooked and we forget about it. So I went back and listened to our conversation and we gave very, very clear direction to our economic and business relations manager that day. And I really would like that captured in the minutes. So I drafted something, sent it to Kim, so she has it. But to add a number 5 on there and say the board provided direction to the economic and business relations manager to use this opportunity to bring back something that he fully supports, even if it is different than what the board has previously directed or what has been done in the past. And the reason I'd like that in the minutes is because there were 3 of us that said that we wanted this from Kyle Zimmelman. And I went back and listened, and even Chair Thomas, you even said, this is official direction to you. So I feel that, I get it when you're a department head and you're working in this space where you have board direction, and sometimes we're asking you to get out of that comfort zone and maybe do something contrary, which is exactly what we said. I really want to empower Kyle to do what he feels is best for that division and supporting our economic growth. So if you are okay with that language, since we really did say that during the meeting, I'd like to add that to it. I feel it got missed. And if you want to see it, I did send it to you, Kim, but I think it was pretty.
I think you were clear with that. I'd like to just ask our county council,
Sure.
are there any challenges with adding that language that further confirms the board's discussion and captures it that day, even though it wasn't perhaps expressly stated in a motion?
Yeah, so, I'll give you the same guidance I give you every time these questions about the minutes come up. This isn't an opportunity to revisit or change, but rather to ensure that the minutes accurately reflect the action taken. The actual motion, I don't believe included that specific direction, but I don't doubt Supervisor Parlin's recollection that it was expressed as direction at other points during the course of the discussion. So I think it's up to your discretion as to whether or not you want that memorialized in that.
Okay, excellent. Just want to make sure we're on solid legal ground. Any other board discussion on this?
No,
I concur with the addition, because that was the emphasis of the discussion, and it's better if it gets captured in the minutes. It's a very short statement, so I concur. I think that's helpful.
Well, especially if something comes up in the future.
Okay, sounds good. Kim, let's take a public comment on this change to the minutes of March 19th.
Now taking public comment on item number 1, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome back.
Chris Payne, representing the Taxpayers Association. I was also here that day. I did hear a supervisor.
Oh, your mic's not on, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Was it on before, I wonder?
Yes, it was.
Okay. As I said, I'm Chris Payne from the Taxpayers Association. And I was here that day, and I did hear Supervisor Parlin speak to this question. I want to emphasize what the taxpayers want is transparency and making sure that we economically are using the money coming from the taxpayers effectively. So in that end, having also been on the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee for a number of years, I think what I would like to see by this action that you're going to take, adding 5, is the independence of the manager, economic development manager, with the independence of the commission, and then the independence of anything that's added, meaning the board taking decisions that are rightfully maybe not part of the recommendation, but a piece of the recommendation, or obviously you have the authority to change it all, but with emphasis on rational things that make sense, that gets us to that level of economic improvement. Could be recommendation of a company coming in with needing special incentives or whatever it is, it's important to recognize this independence so that you don't have everybody going, oh, we got to say this because this is appropriate or proper. No, you want to have that independence where a certain person says, no, this isn't going to work. Or they might be a minority in the discussion, meaning there's a minority that says this, but they're bringing it to you, the Board of Supervisors. I hope they would come if they're on the seeds and come up to the podium and say, hey, I'm a minority, I realize it, but what about this? I just think we need better and more independent thought and how we approach the economic development of our county. And in this way, adding 5, I believe it's necessary. And I believe it also is appropriate because of the discussion that you had that day.
Thank you.
That's my comments. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no additional public comment.
Thank you. All right, I will bring this back. So Supervisor Parlin, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, sure. So what are we doing though, Kim? We're actually going to make the changes to the minutes and then bring them back at our next meeting for approval.
Would it be
Okay.
helpful to maybe to read that? Well, we've
read it.
We've read it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we'll do. I'll move that we make the changes to the minutes and then bring them back for approval next meeting.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor Parlin. All right, with that, we will move into our department matters and let's hear item number 22, Kim.
Item number 22 comes from Environmental Management, recommending the board, 1, find that the agreement for services with Waste Connections of California is exempt from competitive bidding. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign the agreement with Waste Connections of California Incorporated for the procurement of posts that will satisfy SB 1383 procurement targets for El Dorado County. And 3, seek board direction for the funding source for fiscal year 2024-25 and fiscal year 25-26 for this agreement.
Good morning, Mr. Warren.
Good morning, board. Our journey continues with 1383.
Will it ever stop?
I cannot answer that. I want incriminating evidence on tape. Well, again, thank you very much. This has been a long road, long journey. Go back to November of last year. We had a little change and shift. Shifting towards compost, we finally have the contract before you today for approval. We have El Dorado Disposal here in the audience if there's any other questions regarding it. And again, this contract is to fulfill the target requirements for procurement of organic compost that we satisfy through El Dorado Disposal. The not to exceed amount of $470,096 is based on 100% target procurement for years 2024 and 2025. However, the feasibility of attaining this large amount of compost is going to be a monumental task, because you mentioned earlier, Supervisor Thomas, about bringing the concrete up. We'd have to have convoys of trucks coming up to satisfy this amount of load. So the feasibility of obtaining these targets will be limited to the logistics of moving the compost, finding our locations, and development of the program and site locations. Given these issues, the full amount of this contract most likely will not be reached. For fiscal year 23-24, for the remaining of this year, El Dorado Disposal estimates approximately 280 tons of compost could be delivered, which is about 1 truckload of 20 tons per week. They're going to be limited on how many vehicles they have. So we're going to be, again, paying as we go, but limiting of what our capabilities are going to be. Based on that $36 a ton, that approximate cost is going to be $10,080. For the first half of fiscal year 24-25, we're estimating they might be able to increase that. We're going to be going about doubling that. We're going to put that as our target. 2 truckloads a week. If we could do that, that would be 960 tons of compost through July through December. And based on that amount, $36 a ton, approximate cost is $34,560. As mentioned in the previous board item in November, Environmental Management was directed that we would be paying for the first year of that energy contract, which was about $58,000. So we were going to take that same stance, utilize CSA 10 money for this first year, finishing out fiscal year 23-24 and the first part of 24-25. And we're seeking direction on the future of the contract for fiscal year second half 24-25 and beyond. So seeing that our fiscal considerations of using like a general fund ask that is a pay as we go, that large amount of money coming from general fund over to our department to manage this program might be a large task. So we could ask your board to consider that, or we can continue using CSA 10 funds for the time being for the rest of this contract, pay as we go, and as future budget asks come up, we can realign our budget with replenishing the CSA 10 if needed.
Mhm.
So with that, I leave it to your decision for funding sources.
To our wisdom. All right. Well, thank you. All right. What is the will of the board on here? What is discussions?
We're gonna use the buttons, I guess.
Oh,
Yes.
button.
All right, Supervisor Heidel, it sure did.
Yeah, I have some concerns if there was just become a general fund cost. Because the way I look at it, it's an unfunded mandate. The resident voters need to understand that we're continually receiving direction from the state that we have to implement new programs which add cost, and yet there's no budget provided to do it. And to just put it within general fund just kind of hides the whole thing. So I think we need to have a serious discussion. Does this stay with the CSA funding source? Or do we need to consider some kind of a surcharge associated with these kinds of things that the state imposed? It makes it very clear where that surcharge was generated. It's SB 1383 and subsequent decisions by the state legislature and the governor approved that we're trying to comply with, because we live in an environment where there's a lot of new requirements imposed, but we're running out of discretionary resources in the general fund to pay for them. So that's my thoughts on it.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other thoughts?
I was actually wondering if the CAO had any thoughts for us on this, since it is truly a budget issue.
Yeah, and our, general funds are obviously constrained, so I would recommend that the board provide direction that there is an attempt to find another funding source and to examine the CSA 10 funds on as a primary source, recognizing that those funds are utilized for other operational needs. But we need to at least look at alternative funding sources first, and then look to the general fund to close the gap.
Okay. Thank you for that, because I was kind of at a loss too. Like, what's the best approach for this?
Yeah.
It's like the state's telling us we have to do it. They didn't give us any money to do it.
Yeah. And I don't know the viability of a surcharge or adding an additional fee to cover the cost. And that's always something we struggle with as well, because we're just passing that cost on to our residents, and it's
right. And
difficult.
Just to clarify too, Jeff, because we have been talking about this for so long. My recollection is we cannot charge for this compost even if we wanted to, like to recoup some costs, we can't. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's right.
That's the other.
You can't generate revenue from the sale, so to speak, of the compost. It has to be a free product.
That is correct. There is an allowance that will be most likely clarified with the Little Hoover bill that's being sponsored by Silliman Wood, that it's going to help define that it's not a gift of public funds for the transfer or the compost being coming in. However, from the point B to C, if someone was wanting to have the compost delivered to a farm, then there would be a charge for that, which then would be passed on to that customer.
Okay.
And I believe the only other issue that we might face is if we wanted to put a surcharge on a CSA 10, because it's a CSA, it might be subject to a Prop 218 for a vote.
Okay. Okay. All that could be explored as we direct staff to look at alternate funding sources.
Okay.
Right.
To look at all the options.
Right. So we do have some to cover the first year of the second year. And at the end of 2025 is when Cal Recycle is going to be looking at the programs and seeing the procurement target goals that have been set based on the population. So at the end of 2025, we may see a shift of what they might be happening. And plus, there's also been some shifting at Cal Recycle with their directions. So we're
right.
we're waiting to see how it all falls out. And I think, in our meetings with Cal Recycle, it's been very productive. We're on a path we're on a compliance path. We're not on a non-compliance path. So anything that we do is going towards that goal. So bringing in the compost that meets our needs, that can fit the sites, that can go to the farms to be utilized, it's not sitting unused. I view that as what's best for our county.
Excellent. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got a few questions and just some. I think the biggest thing is right now, being on the budget ad hoc committee, it's an eye opener. And especially when it comes to the future of this county, especially when it comes to our roads and stuff. And I don't think we should be pulling money out of our general fund money and put it into this thing to support this. I think we just need to follow the CA-10 money and see what goes on. And if we have to replenish it, then we can do it later at a later date. But anyway, right now, I would not recommend that. So
I am in alignment with my colleagues' perspectives. First of all, I want to appreciate and acknowledge the partnership of Waste Connections. As this was, passed down to our county and all jurisdictions in the state of California, we were really struggling with how we could do this. And so thank you for your help in this, in helping us meet this mandate in ways that can work for our county. So we truly appreciate that. I've been in a rock and hard spot without you, so thank you. I think the board recognizes there may be benefits to this program, especially with our agriculture. However, the amounts, as you mentioned, that are currently required are onerous. And all jurisdictions are struggling with this. I think I can't imagine how other counties that are more urban are going to deal with this. And like you said, this is likely to be a very fluid program. I'm grateful that we have a little time to try this, to pay for what we need, and recognizing that probably there will be adjustments within the state of California. So I concur with all of your thoughts that we stick with CA-10 now while we direct staff to look at other funding sources and just really monitor this program. So let's go ahead and take public comment on this. Thank you, Jeff. Actually, before we take public comment, Waste Connections, would you like to say anything before we open public comment?
We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you being here today. All right, Kim, with that, let's open public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. A couple points on this in context. This is part of SB 1383. This is a organic recycling, waste and surplus food recovery. So it's a broader program, which I think needs to be at least brought to the public's view. The funding identified in the item says Solid Waste County Service Area 10, future years to be determined, which is appropriate in the discussion. But what I wanted to say also is that this has got a bigger responsibility, and I think the supervisors have. Supervisor Heidel, you brought it up. It has to do with the state giving the county certain responsibility for mitigation and then not funding it. There's no mechanism in it. But we've taken care of, because it's a food recycling, we have now the containers that go at the street from our houses or taken out a mile and a half from my house to the place where I put my container. And that's a 65-gallon container. And those food waste and those yard waste, they go in there. And so every 2 weeks they get picked up. There's the cost is being recovered there through that mechanism. I pay for it as a taxpayer. This other one, the more forest waste, debris, what we called it here, I believe, what was the title of it? Compost. You talked about the last time this item was here, different ways that you could deal with that. And this was one of them, I think, that staff focused on and said, this is probably the best way to do it. There is no better way than this way. This is non-competitive because they're the only ones that we have available in El Dorado County to do this. So that's why you have this section in here about non-competitive and using our ordinances to do that. I would say in this case, you're stuck. I see this cost being forever. If this question of climate control and climate control crisis continues to be at the forefront, I don't see how the county can get out of the obligation and legislatively get legislative relief. And I hope through all the groups that you, on a more statewide basis, all the groups that you participate with can lobby in behalf of the county. Because now this is a cost you're going to have to incur. We're going to have to incur, taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
Oh, good. I wanted to hear the endinger. That was
That's nice.
It's subtle. I like it.
It is. Yeah. Welcome back.
It's a pleasant ding.
It is. It is.
Paul Gilchrist, speaking up for myself and also the Greater Cameron Park Fire Safe Council. I became aware up at Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal. I have some property up there. And as part of their program for recapturing the green waste, for those that have service, you can do 6. They've got 3 options, but the 2 pertinent ones is a drop off where residents are allowed to drop off to 6 yards of waste material at no cost, no additional costs. And so and bring that in. They also bring dumpsters out to the neighborhoods at a discount for those that request it. I would encourage some investigation as to what Tahoe Truckee Disposal Service is doing and how they're funding it, or how they're getting able to make that work for the communities up there. And that's just not for Tahoe or the Truckee area, but it's South Lake Tahoe as well, which is part of El Dorado County. And so there's some work being done there that's able to capture the waste and be able to bring it in. And it's it helps from the fire perspective, people doing cleanup days and so forth. So I think there's some value there in investigating that. And I'm not totally dialed into this. The investigation may have already occurred, but it seems from what I heard now that perhaps it has not. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning,
Jeff's
Jeff.
got a response,
Yeah.
right?
Thank you for being with us, Jeff.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. As always, I have Monica McKinney, our office manager, with me as well. And I wanted to share a lot of discussion this morning, obviously about defensible space. We do have a relationship and a program with fire safe councils that Monica is on point with. We provide a discount for 40-yard roll-off boxes for neighborhood and area projects. We've been doing that for several years. It ebbs and flows with the available funding and those sort of things, but we're happy to hear from any fire safe council or any organization that would like to look further into that program. We also offer, as you guys know, curbside programs and vouchers for the transfer station, and people are able to self-haul now because of 1383, any combination of green waste, food waste, and livestock manure that is all part of the organics program that would eventually become the compost material.
Great.
And happy to answer any questions.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
I've been, there's a particular consultant, or not consultant, but anyway, customer, that's been kind of beating me up a little bit. And the reason why, because we don't supply any of these green waste bins to a lot of the people like in Outingdale and stuff, and they requested it and they're not. Can you explain why or why not?
Well, yes, there's typically a couple of reasons. One is the county at various times over the years has run surveys in the outer areas of the county to identify whether there was the demand for it specific to a willingness to pay for us to go that far to be able to provide that service. We do have a program in Grizzly where we have a seasonal ability to go out and provide curbside service out there for, I'm not sure, they pay a monthly fee, $350 or for something like that. I forget, a month. So we're always open and willing to meet with neighborhood groups, or we've met with the Auburn Lake Trails before. We assess cost. We say this is what it would cost to do it. They declined. Granite Bay, accepted. We went up there and met with the different groups up there at the time, and we settled on a seasonal approach to providing that service up there. So we're happy to talk to folks about that. As you know, the folks that have our curbside service can get up to two, depending on if they've got a recycle cart, free green waste carts from us to enable their home defensible space programs, and keeping their pine needles and leaves and other stuff maintained, as well as being able to bring stuff to the transfer station.
Great,
Yeah.
wonderful.
I also have a
But
question for.
Supervisor Parlin has the
Okay,
first.
Go ahead, Supervisor Heidel, because my thought left my brain.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Give me one of those days, so go ahead.
So with the contract being administered, when would you see the earliest opportunity for those of us who have gardens and stuff to be able to come and get some compost? Are we talking sometime in May, and where would we look for it?
Right.
question.
Well, so that's a critical question.
Yes.
Right now, right now we do have a compost a bunker that is situated where our buyback center is located on Truck Street.
Okay.
The city of Placerville
Right.
is meeting their requirement presently, or I should say on the path. They'll fall short as well just because of the logistics. But folks are able to pick up compost for free there, and people are using it on a regular basis. The county needs to decide a location where we can make a drop that's efficient and safe. And that is accessible for people to get to, and in fact, multiple locations potentially. We're happy to teamwork that and work with. We're working on a couple of things to see if we can help enable that. And then the other opportunity are direct deliveries to the ag community. We've made one already as a test. The trailers they're walking floor trailers. They tend to be 48 or 53 feet. They're not easy to get in and out of orchards and ag farms and wineries. But where we can, we will. Ideal, what we'll need is an ability to use our roll-off boxes to take increments of compost out to farms, and that'll be a significant part of how the county works towards its goal.
A lot of complexities.
So it sounds like it's TBD right now where the county contract drop off would be. I mean, where you could come pick it up and when it would be available. The Truck
Yes.
Street and City of Placerville
We have
today.
an ability where we can logistically accomplish it safely to make direct deliveries to the ag community.
Right.
We do not have a location at present to be able to do a drop so the county residents can come and get their
Okay.
compost.
How big is your yard, John?
Not that big, not
Okay.
that big. So,
The truck can turn around and it will.
but I do know there's a lot of gardeners putting their gardens in right now.
Exactly.
including me.
Yeah,
I know,
the
right.
timing's right for sure.
Yeah.
And a lot of activity. And we are going to have an event soon at the site over at Truck
Right, so
Street.
you can get
Okay.
compost
Thank
right
you.
now at
Yeah.
Truck Street.
And
That's
then-
it.
That's
Before you
okay.
go, Supervisor.
Really
Parlin.
quick, Jeff. So I know that this is all kind of getting worked out right now. So when those sites are determined, I'm guessing you're working with Jeff and staff to figure these out.
Mhm.
You'll need a press release and flyers and send it to Carla, our PIO, the board. We'll pick it up. We'll all share it. But for the direct delivery, do you have a point person, or is it just contact? Somebody's interested in a direct delivery. Who should they be contacting?
So we have a sustainability team
Okay.
of 3 people right now that are focused on sustainability, and we have at least 2 of them who interact with county staff on a regular basis, from all things to reporting to working out this sort of activity. But at this point, I would suggest Monica McKinney, because one, she does the Fire Safe Council. She's on point for coordinating rollout activity, and she's the best one to take a request and get it to the right person at this point.
Yeah, thank you and Monica has always been really responsive whenever our office contacts her. So thank you, Monica. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
Perfect. Great
Yeah,
questions.
She's an ace. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Jeff.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you answering our
information.
questions. So let's continue with public comment. Good morning, Laurel. You're up. Come on down.
Good morning, Laurel Brimp. I'm El Dorado County Chamber, also speaking for the El Dorado Hills Chamber. Debbie was without transportation this morning. So I want to thank the staff for the hard work to bring this to this point, and I want to recognize the frustration that we all feel with unfunded mandates. But working around a way to make this happen and recognizing the absolute benefit to the agricultural community, as well as the residents for their personal gardens and their own properties. But it is really a big boost for ag, and you've heard me say ad nauseum that agriculture is the hill that we'll die on. So so thank you for all the hard work from staff and for your support for the program.
Great. Thank you, Laurel. Appreciate it. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board. What is the will of the board on this item?
Oh, so we want to, let's see, do the findings, yes.
Yeah, the first one is find the agreement for services is exempt from competitive bidding. Authorize the chair to sign an agreement with Waste Connections, and then seeking board directions for the funding source.
That's the part that we kind of want to include the language that the CAO suggested there in the direction, do you think? Do we need to formalize that? Do you want that formalized kind of?
Yes, yes.
So direction, funding source, so it would be the CSA 10 is what we said first, correct? And then seek alternate. CAOs, yeah.
I mean, I would just direct staff to seek funding sources, including CSA 10, with the general fund being kind of the funding source of last resort.
There it is. Okay. Thank you for that, because I want to make sure that we got that documented in the direction, because this is a big deal.
Yep.
Did you get that, Kim? Okay, perfect.
I'll move that.
I'll second.
Okay, excellent. Any further direction? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you all for a productive discussion. Appreciate it.
Thanks for all the hard work to make this happen.
Exactly.
This is tough.
They are. Our staff's amazing. Thank you. All right, with that, let's read item number 23, please.
Item number 23 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board discuss options to amend the agreement with Mickey's Kilted Kitchen for food truck services at Henningsen Lotus Park and Chili Bar put in and provide direction to staff.
All right. Would like to take this item.
The Chief Administrative Office brought this item in response to a request from the Board of Supervisors. So it's for reconsideration of the board's previous action. So it's really a discussion item for the board.
Thank you very much. And I think it was brought forward that despite our staff's attempts to contact Mickey's Kilted Kitchen, who had the food truck contract for Henningsen Lotus Park and Chili Bar, they did not get our staff's, it was a wrong phone number. And so were not able to connect. So they were not here for the public hearing. And so that made the board just have a one-sided view of this issue. And the board recognized that it's important for us to consider all the factors of this item to make sure that we made the best decision. So is there any further discussion on this item, recognizing the other side that we heard?
Well, I think the applicants are here if they want to speak.
At this point, let's, I just wanted to see if the board had any
I have nothing
first
right now until I'll hear from them
comments.
first.
All right, with that, we invite up Mickey's Kilted Kitchen. Good morning. Thank you for coming back.
Hi. Just a point of clarification. It's Mikey's.
That's what I
I'm so
thought.
sorry, Mikey's.
It happens all the
I
time.
should have put my glasses on. My apologies. Mikey's Kilted Kitchen. That's a great name.
I appreciate that. And thank you again for letting us speak about this, giving us some time. As I mentioned before, I'm a longtime resident, third generation of this county, and we're pretty recognized for the philanthropic activities that we do. And we're really enmeshed with the community. I understand that there was an issue within whose ever office that this bid went through when it wasn't supposed to or anything, but we'd worked a really long time on this. Better part of last year, and we negotiated the contract. We're really excited to do it. So we've been paying a lot of fees and had bought a lot of equipment, and to have it kind of pulled out from under us at the 11th hour was really, really hard for us. This is, we've lost a lot of business that we can't get back. We've had people asking us to do weddings and parties and festivals, and we're like, nope, we're booked. And then, no, we're not. So again, it's frustrating to me that just a handful of businesses in the Lotus area could just say, nope, we don't want them here. And the board followed suit and said, okay, that's fine. That's seems really wrong. We followed the letter correctly to do this bid correct. We got the bid, we got the contract, and we should be able to go through with it. I spoke with Kelly Lowry on the phone after an email to her on the 21st of September, 23rd. And I had told her about the viability of Chili Bar. And Chili Bar, as anybody who lives in this county knows, you have to get to it via 193. 193 in a food truck that weighs 14,000 pounds isn't exactly the safest thing. And it's not really easy on our truck. And so I said, hey, I really want to kind of keep this to HLP, not Chili Bar. And she said, well, if the county has events that they want you to be at, then you will have to be there. And I said, okay, cool. Well, occasional events, not a problem. But the contract for me, as it was negotiated with Kelly, was that we would be at HLP the majority of the time. And so we kind of moved forward with that. And I wanted to kind of talk about something that the owner of Gorilla Rock Tacos had mentioned, that the roadway isn't safe for pedestrians. Well, if that's the case, it would be beneficial, I believe, to have food on site, because a lot of people, or the majority of the rafters that get there by raft and are bused. So they don't have time to walk from the park up to the business district to get food and then come back to be able to meet the buses to take them back to the whatever river companies that they were there for. Also, my intention the whole time, and I had told the owner of Take a Bite Deli that my intention was to have a full-size bulletin board, which I have. It's a big sandwich board, stands about this high, and have all of those businesses represented on the bulletin board, as long as any sort of events, if there's music at Marco's or Whitewater Pizza or anywhere, River Shack, I wanted to have it there, because the majority of the people that come into that park are coming from the 50 side. So they're coming down Lotus Road, they're coming down Highway 49. They wouldn't necessarily be going through the business district and eating there or anything, but having my bulletin board there to basically advertise for them. Like, hey, when you're done here, go check out the businesses, go check out the community market in Coloma, go up to the Divide, check out the People's Mountain Market. I wanted to do that because I love this community. I love, I've frequented all these businesses, and a lot of them I really consider good friends. So I am just, I'm really hoping that you guys will take another look at this. And we're offering to cut down our days from 4 days a week to either 3 or 2, and take an entire week off. Along with that, having a big sandwich board, and that I mean that. And also, I wanted to touch on one other thing, is a benefit of having us at the park. And again, as you know, alcohol is consumed in mass at the river. It might not be legal, but we all know that it is. And they get in their cars and they drive either, up 49 or up Lotus Road, canyon roads. And it's not safe. We're kind of giving people opportunity to eat something, maybe we'll sober up a little. Here's some Gatorade, get people to where it's a little safer, not to mention people who are in the river, and they just don't have time to go anywhere, especially if they're heading from Chili Bar all the way to Salmon Falls. That's a long river trip. You might be hungry. They might not have planned well. Having food that they can just run up, grab something and go, I really believe would be beneficial to everybody. And our goal is not to take away business from people, but rather to help them. We want to be part of this community. We're just asking for that shot. And I guess that's all I need to say.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Are there any questions at this point for,
Yeah,
yes.
actually,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
So, so Kelly, I think I really appreciate that you're showing up today and you're trying to come up with a compromise, because I really think that that's where we're going to end up somewhere. And I hope you understand this was just a big miscommunication since last year. And it was the business community actually came out last year and asked us not to do this. So I didn't want you to think that this was like they were very surprised. And so it's just a shame that we had this lack of communication, and that, you with your food dealings and stuff, you guys didn't somehow have a conversation along the way last year. It would have maybe resolved all of this and it wouldn't have happened. So I'm so sorry that we got to this point. I do appreciate the board willing to have a conversation to do some kind of compromise. I will say too, another issue that came up, unfortunately, and it's just another piece of our puzzle, is that little general store next to HOP is going to be opening as a little restaurant. And so,
Right. And I believe you got a letter from Justin Boyd.
right. And you've talked to Justin, is my understanding correct?
We've talked via text, but
Okay.
he's a friend. And again, we're in mutual, we
Right.
want to be there for Justin.
So, exactly. So I'm trying to figure out does the board navigate coming up with some kind of a compromise, with the food truck, other locations. I understand Justin offered you a spot at the Coloma Community Market, which is happening now, which is they're building that. So that was, I thought, really
It was
thoughtful.
like one day a month, and which is great, but I just want to,
Right.
again, this is a lot more than that. And I didn't want to just take that and just say, oh, heck with this, because again,
Right.
this is the meat and potatoes of my business, would have been this contract.
Right. So I don't know how to navigate this though from here, and we need to do it quickly. Because all our beautiful weather, it's time to get going on this. So I don't know, CEO, if you have some thoughts on how we could do
I was just
something
going
like
to
this?
help maybe frame the discussion for the board to remind you what the terms of the contract
That would be
was.
great.
Yes. So it was for the HLP and Chili Bar. I think we understand that. Days of operation were Thursday through Sunday. It was 10 a.m. to dusk, and the term was April through October. And that was from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. So essentially 2 seasons.
Great,
So
thank
you
you,
have
that's helpful.
Yeah. So yeah, we're willing to cut that down basically by half by taking away 2 of our days, actually more in an entire week if need be. I mean, obviously we'd rather have 3 days and take a week off. But that's something, we're very willing to help. We don't want everything. We just want to slice.
This is a really challenging,
is.
discussion, and really appreciate how everyone is showing up with, looking at solutions. Can you give us an idea of perhaps how much you have already spent in preparing for this contract? And that's not including the loss of business that you've had to turn away.
Right. Yeah. Because that I couldn't even
Right.
imagine what that would be. There's a lot of weddings and they, they're thousands of dollars at a time.
Right.
So basically we've bought some equipment, probably about $2,000, just kind of beefing up our equipment, making sure everything was good. We've bought a lot of paper goods. That's probably $500. Not to say we wouldn't use them at a different time, but we were, stocking up. And the insurance is really the big thing. So our insurance premiums went from just having to have our general liability to having E&O insurance and our auto insurance. They had us boost to the maximum, which anybody who has auto, especially commercial auto, knows how expensive that can be. So we're out. We've been out since the finalization of the contract, which I believe was in October. About, let's see, for insurance, like $450 a month for just insurance. Again, that's our total policy. We would be paying a portion of that, no problem, but it was like with all of the extra, it was just super, super expensive. That, and then again, any paper goods and equipment that we bought, like salamander, things for the truck that we were going to need.
But the loss of business for the rest of the year is really the most significant
that's
portion.
Really thing. I mean, like I say, we'd be paying for insurance regardless,
Okay.
but not at these levels.
Right. Okay, does the board have any other questions at this point?
Yeah,
for,
so
Mike
let's
to
just
speak?
say hypothetically that you do 3 days a week, so that'll boost that you can actually go to these weddings and things like that too, correct?
Well, the problem is with weddings, especially in the summer season, is that they've already booked
Oh, I
food.
see.
They were calling us beginning, and we usually get called in the fall
Very seasonal.
for the next summer.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Right.
yeah, there's really no way of quantifying and getting that back. I don't know, how that would work.
Okay. All right.
Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, I am sympathetic to your situation. I think this ended up being just a very bad series of conversations and lack of communication. Because I think if I personally had recognized you had invested this much, you were looking forward to it and had turned down the work, my comments would have been a little different. But unfortunately, we didn't get that. So we're at a point now we need to figure out how we can do the best we can to make this as right to you as we can, not compromise the local businesses out there, which are trying to grow their business. And so we are in that treacherous situation of how do you find the compromise that's going to work for everybody and still fulfill the obligations. But I have another question of staff is, having basically canceled the contract, is that what we did? What do we do if we wanted to bring that back? Are we talking about a whole new start through the cycle?
Good question.
Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office. No, we have not canceled the contract.
Okay,
So
good.
the direction was to amend the contract. So when I spoke with Ms. Roscoe, I said, at this point, we're just going to put negotiations on hold until
Okay.
the board has the opportunity to have this discussion. And so whatever, comes out of this discussion today, we have the opportunity to leave the contract as is, amend, cancel. You have all those options available to you today.
Great. That's good to know because I wasn't clear where we were with it. So thank you.
Good question.
So with that, I am in favor of trying to make sure we do the best we can to make you whole for what your commitment was, because you made a commitment to the county. We had a contract. We thought we were moving forward with it, changed due to circumstances. But it's where do we make the adjustments? Is the 2 or 3 days? And I would opt to the 3 days if that's really the better answer as opposed to 2. Because I don't want to put you in a marginal situation where you're not making the money back to pay for your added insurance. I mean, that's not right.
And I really appreciate that. And that would be ideal. And again, I have all intentions of repping the businesses in Lotus. And I can't say that enough. I want to make sure that they have equal footing. I don't want to take away from them. I want to make sure these people that are coming to the park even know that they exist, whether it's the salon or the boutique that's over there. I want them to know.
Appreciate that. And your idea of your billboard is a nice one. Any other questions for?
No,
Ms.
I
Roscoe?
think that's
Okay.
completely appropriate. If there was the kind of the billboard and directions or something, rather, here's your alternative sources for food.
Right.
Should you choose to do it, right? That's
Yes.
fair to everybody, in my opinion, but
Great. Now, before we move on to public comment, I'd like to see if there's any local businesses here from the Coloma area that would like to speak on this item. I know they've presented before. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here. And I know that from all of our conversations that we recognize that our small businesses are the lifeblood of our communities. And I think what I didn't recognize earlier on is you are also a small business, a local El Dorado County small business. And so, as my colleagues have said, the trick is how do we make this right, recognizing that there were some challenges along the way with how this rolled out, and appreciate everyone coming to the table in good faith to support the broader community. And we'll just have to figure out what that best compromise is. So it's a win-win for the people that are visiting our parks, the community, and our businesses. And the other factor that I didn't understand when this first came before the board was the viability of Chili Bar, and that really the agreement was just for special events only. I did not understand that I thought it was, for a food truck, a Chili Bar. So that also changes my mind on some things. So with that, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 23, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
This time I'm Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I happened to watch
everything. I saw from Zoom the first action that you took and the recommendations that you had made without the concessionaire being present. And I know the discussion went in more in favor of those businesses that were going to be impacted by this. And I heard the gentleman, the taco stand gentleman, speak very eloquently. I had his little child with him, and I thought it was a very effective way. Chair, I also heard you speak to, let's bring this back, looking to the CAO's office. Was there any way we might bring this back, because we didn't, in the contracts and procurement perspective, be able to contact the concessionaire? And having this today now is really, brought the full breadth of the issue in hand. Okay. I do margin notes, and I've done this for a long time. And under this, I said reconsideration of prior action. In my heart, I think the best way to approach it is go with what you had. With all of the things that she has said that she'll do, I'm talking about listing all of the businesses and maybe their what they do, like tacos, business, tacos, have them a list, have that board right there by the food truck in sight of everybody. She's willing to compromise. I don't know that she was originally intended to do that, but I would accept that. Also, the idea that Lotus Store is going to open up, and in the process of it, and my housekeeper lives right next door to the right in that house. And in the past, there's been a question of parking and people going on to their property. And so there's some issues related to opening up the store, but I think everybody wants the store to open up. They want it to be like it was in the past. And hopefully from a historical perspective, keep that history there and viable. Having her, I see no real problem, because we don't have the pathway in yet. The pathway that's going to get us from the park over to the general community, but it's going to be a project that's being proposed, and we're going to get that taken care of. That'll change the whole circulation there. But certainly people drinking and having food right there and not having to drive to get food is an important factor in this. So back to what I said, I think you should reconsider, give her the 1 year, first year, find out how it works, and then take the conditions or things that she'll do to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else? Are you Mikey? Sorry.
How did you
Mickey.
guess? My name is Chef Michael Seymour. Thank you for taking this under advisement again or whatever. This would, if we don't get to do this, it would be a death blow for us. We've had a rough couple of years. The motor blew up on the food truck. That was $25,000. Then our generator got stolen right outside the police station, no less. Then I had to have brain surgery. So I haven't been able to work for a couple of months. So we have been counting on this. And we are very much in tune with the community. We feed homeless. We fed people during the Calder fire evacuations for months without any pay. We also hire at-risk students and other people that might not be able to get a job somewhere else, like, people who have gotten out of prison and stuff like that. We just love this community and we want to do anything to help them. Justin is a friend of ours. He didn't get any pushback opening a place because it's brick and mortar. We're a food truck. And I don't think even the other businesses realized that we were local. I think they thought we were just coming up from Sacramento, like there are a lot of food trucks that come up just from Sacramento. But we want to help everybody. And not only were we going to have the billboard originally anyway, but we also go and visit these other businesses on our days off and our times out. We will be, Justin will be having music. We go see music all the time there. So we support the community. Also, we are paying a fee, whereas a lot of times we get paid to go somewhere, or there's a minimum amount that we are expected to make. And if we don't make that, whoever, like the brewery, maybe will pay the difference if we don't make our quota. We always do, but that's the way it usually works. Whereas here we're paying 10%. And we are willing to work with the days and week off a month, just so everybody else can get their pieces too. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for hearing us out. And I look forward to hearing what your decision is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Welcome back.
Paul Gilchrist. I wasn't going to comment on this, but I feel compelled to do so. I'm a person that believes in free commerce and the ability that everyone should be able to compete for business based on the services that they offer the community. And hearing what was just said, this family-owned business goes above and beyond to serve this community and did so without asking for anything. And I think it would be a travesty if they had to compromise to just do business and equally compete. I think they should have every opportunity to commence and compete for commerce in that area. And if they have a better product and they do well, good for them because they serve the community. And then also good for them, they volunteered and served the community. Have those other businesses been that active in the community? I don't know that that's a reason why or why not, but by God, our country was founded on free commerce and allowing people to do that. So I would encourage the board to not compromise. I think that would be a disgrace to them for what they've given to the community. So go forward, let them do commerce, let them be competitive, offer a product that the community values, and let them, give them the opportunity to be successful. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, thank you. So I will bring this back to the board and turn this back over to Supervisor Parlin since this is in your district.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm thinking that since, Kelly, I appreciate, Mikey, you guys are willing to look at some kind of a compromise on this. I'm going to discount almost everything you said, Paul, because you haven't been engaged in this conversation all along. And so you made some comments that were really off. So just letting you know that, so you don't think we're ignoring you. I heard you, but your comments don't fit what we've been talking about all along. So that to me was concerning, quite honestly. I'm thinking that it would be best if the board didn't try to give any specific direction today, because if we're truly going to make a compromise, we need the business owners here. And I did not rally anyone and bring anyone. I didn't know if anyone was going to show up today. I didn't know if Kelly was going to show up today. This was supposed to be a board conversation. And if we really want to look at a compromise, I'd like to have the opportunity to sit down with Kelly, perhaps Tim from the Gorilla Rock Tacos, maybe Justin, because you know Justin. I know you know a lot of the business owners. Have an opportunity to sit down this week sometime, because this is a timely issue, and see what we can work out amongst ourselves and bring something back next week. It truly is going to be a compromise. Everybody's going to have to give something if we want to try and make this right for you. That's, I think, the best thing to do. If we try to do something without hearing again from the business owners, because then they could counter some things that were said, I don't think that's a good way to do things on the dais.
We should want to move forward productively.
Yeah.
Is there, I know there's room on next week's agenda. It's not a full agenda. Any challenge with having the board make a decision next week?
The only challenge I see is as the contract stands, they are essentially eligible to start work on Thursday of this week.
Okay. All right. So would you like to make a motion, Supervisor Parlin, then?
Well, I wanted to hear if the board, because I don't see any faces going on here. So it's like, help me out, guys. I watch faces.
I think that's a solid course of action, because like you say, if the board were to make a decision today, that could also set off the other side, but it seems like both sides are willing to come to the table. I think you've heard that the board, is looking at 2 to 3 days a week for the contract, that we understand that you're a local business, that all the information was not presented to us, and that we want to amend this contract at the very least. So rather than us trying to hash out the details, and I don't, just narrowing down and defining whether it's the billboard and what's valuable to everyone, how we can make this work and bring us back a plan for the board to approve. I'm okay with that.
Can we delay the start date then a week then? Is that something that's doable, or how do we what can we do? Laura?
Like I said, I'm sorry to put county council on the spot.
I mean, the contract allows them to commence operations. They're authorized to use the property commencing this Thursday. So perhaps they're willing to defer that, but contractually they have, as it stands today, they have every right to commence their business starting this Thursday.
And actually, I don't see any problem for them, commencing this weekend and being out there in Hennessing Lotus Park. And while you have that community conversation, allow us to, test it for the weekend, and then bring us back a plan that has the local community's buy-in. So there's not pitting one small business against the other.
Okay, it's just that's counter to what our direction was the last time, was to amend the contract to not start. So
we can either amend it today,
right,
or if you want to have a conversation.
That's all. I'm just saying, we already gave direction, so I'm a little concerned about that.
Supervisor Heidel, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm betwixt and between
I know,
on this.
I know.
I do want to do what's right. I kind of agree. I don't think it's going to be harmful if they started this Thursday and we collect some data and stuff, but it's unfortunate that we didn't have the discussion community-wide before we got to this point. And I think that the lesson learned here is we faced with these kind of situations, we need to try to encourage some kind of discussion at the local level to determine if there is a reasonable compromise, and then we can incorporate that by direction into the contract. So you can't anticipate all these things when they happen, and they kind of are incremental the way that they build up, but I'm in favor at this point of letting them go ahead and get started. Let's see how all that works out. I'm not even sure they have plans, given Thursday probably doesn't have a lot of people out there.
I was going to say that actually Kelly had some input on. Here, come on up to the
actually,
microphone.
Please add to the conversation. Yes.
We need to hear you on the record. So
yeah,
I knew you had some input on what we were saying.
Okay.
I appreciate the ability to honor the contract to start on Thursday, which would be awesome. But because we thought this was at a standstill, that we were just kind of in limbo, we haven't prepped. So there's still a trip to Restaurant Depot and get all of our employees back, which might take some doing. So we're okay with setting aside this week.
Okay.
Great.
Just
Excellent.
voluntarily, because we do want to give everybody equal footing, but more than that, that's a very short span of time to get everything ready to be completely ready to go.
Well, thank you for that. And that gives us time to have the conversation when the board will make a decision on the 9th.
And then
Perfect.
while you're
Okay, great.
standing here, are you okay with having a conversation this week with Justin and everybody?
Of course.
Okay.
And
Okay,
if
great.
you just want to call me, we can do it via Zoom, or if you want.
We'll
me to
have her
come
office
in.
reach out to you for those details.
We'll
Yeah.
figure it out. I just want to make sure you're open to it, because giving direction that you're not open to would be awkward too.
No, we'd be fine as long as my boss is okay with it being gone.
Okay. Thank
All
you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All
All
right.
right. So with that, Supervisor Parlin, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, what did we talk about? Make a motion that my office will work with the CO's office to set up a meeting this week, discuss a compromise, and bring back an item next week for the board's approval.
Excellent.
Is that a good enough motion that works?
Does that work,
County
Laura?
Council?
Yeah. Perfect. Is there a second?
Does this get continued then, or is it
Is that the easiest?
a new agenda item?
Yeah, I think you could continue.
Just
it.
continue
what
it.
I
That's a
think.
good
That's-
idea.
yeah, I think if we continue it,
Continue this till
Right.
April 9th.
then it's full.
Can we take action though, the way it's written though? If we continue this doesn't have action in it, so.
It was to provide direction to
Oh, that's
staff. Again,
true.
remember, this was an agreement that was executed initially by the purchasing agent. So I think it was envisioned that even as presented today, you could provide direction to staff to make certain amendments and to execute an amendment as in accordance with the board direction.
But if it's not, this isn't agendized to do that. So if we just
Again,
continue
this
this.
was to provide the direction to staff to make those amendments
Okay.
because this agreement was in fact executed. by
I just
the
don't want
first
anybody
meeting.
showing up saying that wasn't in your action item. That's all I want. I want to make sure I can take action, whatever we bring back next week. Okay.
It sounds like we
Okay.
can.
So I will second with the amendments to be a continuation of this particular item to next week
For the
with
board
all the other
Okay.
requirements that were specified by Supervisor Parlin in terms of the meeting and her office coordination with the CAO's office, et cetera.
Very good.
Was that clear, Kim?
As mud.
From what I understand, the District 4 office will work with the Chief Administrative Office to set up a meeting, and they'll return with an item for next week.
Will be continued to next week.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We'll look forward to you having a productive discussion this week and look forward to making a decision next week. So thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's good thought and goodwill as we work to all love and serve our community. So appreciate it. All right. So with that, it is 10:30 and we will now move on to item number 29 from planning and building.
24.
I need to put my glasses on. 24.
Oh, you do. Where are they?
29 would be in.
Sorry about that.
Item number 24 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Current Planning Unit, recommending the board receive and file the demonstration of the Engagement HQ map-based program.
Well, this sounds exciting. Welcome, Karen.
Good morning. Yes, this is exciting. I am really pleased to present this to you. This is our official kickoff of this great tool that we've been talking about for a long time. And I have Andrew Lemley here from IT who's going to he's going to get into the system and be able to show exactly what we're talking about. But I just want to start off with a little bit of background. As I've said, this is something we've heard from the community for a long time, right? That's in the public that, it's hard to get project information and our tool has been to look at track it. That is not easy. To get into the details, you need to create an account and people don't want to spend the time doing that. And then you kind of have to know what you're looking for even once you're in there. So this is a totally different way of finding project information that we hope will be the go-to for the public when even if they're just driving by a site and see something is going on, that they can go and look at this and find out information. So when I first started on this and put together a project request with IT, I assumed we'd probably have to go through our surveyor, use their GIS.net system. And Andrew, at the same time, was starting to work on Granicus with Granicus for our new website update. And he saw that they had this tool that was available that he thought he could manipulate into what my vision was. And I am so thankful for Andrew and the time he spent on this and understanding the vision and being able to make this into what we think is a great tool for the community. So it's called Engagement HQ is the tool, and as that is part of Granicus, but it really, again, is customized for our needs, and I'll have him pull that up and we can start walking through it and show you. I also want to point out as he's doing that this fulfills one of our strategic plan items. So under Thriving Economy, one of the items was to develop an online map-based tool for the public to easily access information about development projects of public interest. And so we had that planned for this spring. So we're right on target with getting that accomplished.
That's the patient demo.
So we'll invite you up here, if possible, up to the podium.
Sure thing.
All right, wonderful. And Andrew, we'll just.
No.
Okay, Kim will get you a panelist invite. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm new here, so.
And we're new to IT, so yeah. It's not our bailiwick.
So while they're getting that set up, I'll also say, so the intent of this is to show with this tool current projects that are of interest.
Right.
From the time that we get an application in, we can put it up on there and it can stay on this site through the public hearing process, even through construction. So again, if someone's driving by, sees something under construction and they're wondering what the heck is that, they'd be able to use this site to go and look at that. And then eventually, after it's done with construction, we can pull it off. I've already had some feedback from folks saying, hey, can we put public works projects on here? And I believe Public Works is going to use the same tool and do that with public works projects. We can also use it for long range planning projects. There's a variety of ways, and I know even HHSA has seen a little demo of this, and they're using it for their purpose. So it's just very exciting to have these at our disposal, kind of taking us years ahead from where we've been.
You ready?
Sounds like the invite's on its way now. So
okay.
Well, Andrew, we just can't, we're so excited to see this, and we can't thank you enough for your really creative solution to helping us solve a problem. Some of the lessons we've learned these past few years is, how important it is to have project information accessible and transparent to the public, so they understand what's going on, they can track it, they could be engaged, and we just haven't had that tool. And so, we can't wait to see what you've come up with to solve that real need in our community. So that's very
Can I ask
exciting.
the question about the naming of it, because that doesn't resonate real well with me in terms of what it really does.
I agree.
Like engagement, and then HQ, which I don't understand what those acronyms, I guess, stand for, but can you help me understand that part of it?
That's just the tool or the name that Granicus uses. We can call it whatever we want.
Okay.
We haven't,
Okay,
nothing's
Granicus is engagement HQ.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to
Nothing's
rename
quite
it.
stuck yet. So if I'm willing to take thoughts and ideas, and I figure once people kind of get into it, there's probably going to be a name that rises up, to the top. So
okay, good.
I had the same.
The tool itself, the published tool we've been calling it projects in your area. So
I like that. Yeah.
Projects in your area.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Yep.
And while I await the invitation for the panelists, just wanted to speak to the direction that we took with this from IT, working alongside planning. One of the initiatives that we've taken within the project management office under Tanya's leadership is looking at tools that we already have access to. So when a project request comes in, we try to prioritize things that don't have an additional financial impact to the county. So we look for tools that we can leverage, even in creative ways, to not have to reinvent the wheel or go out to contract for every little thing. So this was a tool that's meant to be used for community engagement, and we'll have future opportunities to do so where you can invite public comment. We have forum tools, different ways to kind of open up a two-sided discussion where our main site is a lot of information. This sub-product is a lot of back and forth engagement with the community. So to that end, this map tool will provide an interactive format for the public to view information, and then also have tools to contact the planning division for follow-up questions. So it looks like I did get that panelist invite. I'll go ahead and join.
So this would be something that lives in building and planning as far as
Yes,
the
so
engagement portion.
We already have a link on our planning services page as of, I think, late yesterday. So it's officially live now.
Okay,
good.
Yeah. Exciting.
And we're working with Carla to get the word out, and we'll also get the word out to all of our community groups that we regularly engage with.
And send it to all of us so
Yes.
we can put it in our newsletters and get the word out as
Exactly.
well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
So will this change the current information that you've put on your website when you go and find project names? Is that going to somewhat disappear or diminish, or how do you see the interaction there?
Yeah,
It's a new tool.
I anticipate that will go away.
Okay.
That's, kind of a cumbersome format where you have to scroll through and just is not very appealing. So this will take the place. So instead, we'll just have a link straight to this tool.
Excellent. Okay.
Good.
All right, and it looks like I do have access. If I can go ahead and share my screen.
Please do. Can't wait.
Perfect. All right. So I'll try to steer from here and make it zoomed in enough to where everyone can see. So let me zoom in a few times. All right, so the way this tool's been developed, we've got a main landing page that contains a map for all active projects of all types, projects of interest, that is.
We've got a nice map legend here that tells you exactly what the icons mean. This tool includes specific plans, mixed-use projects, residential, commercial, gas stations, campgrounds, and other research and development and event projects. So this is meant to be a living tool in which the information is updated routinely by planning staff who have access to the system. Any customizations beyond the scope of planning maintenance will go through information technology for new page customizations as required. So the main landing page here, we've got links to each individual project in the side panel, sorted by project type. And then the primary map, I'll go ahead and demonstrate what this does. So on the left, you'll get a legend on project type. You can pinch and zoom the map to view a broad or narrow area in the county. As you zoom in and out, the pins will pop up on the map.
Oh, let's go to that gas station one right there.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Let's see which project that is.
What's going on there? Because actually people have been pinging my office.
Yeah. So
This will be helpful tool for us.
I'm right. Isn't this
Great for us.
Awesome.
What are you talking about?
And I do have, there's a layer, it looks like it's having some trouble loading on the spot here, but we have a boundary layer from the surveyor office that breaks everything out by district. So you can see which district the projects are in. It has the district supervisor information and the district number. And then the secondary layer is the parcel boundaries for each project. So if a project has a single APN, you'll see the boundary here in yellow of where that project has been proposed. On each project, we have project images, any relevant information, and then each project has its own web page to house all of the details surrounding that project. So the Higginbotham Pool, you zoom in, you see the pin on the main map, and then once you click on it, we get a table here of details that include the square footage, the region, what type of zoning it is, APNs, and a project narrative. And then as well as that, we've got documents that have been selected for public display here and a status on the project. So it looks like it's going a little slow. I'm going to scroll down. So you can see for the Higginbotham Pool Commercial Center that we're currently in the technical advisory committee stage. Our plan for CEQA is to house a centralized table. When a project hits the CEQA document preparation stage, there will be a hyperlink here to view CEQA data on our main site. And then once you're on a site, a specific project, you'll see in the right-hand panel, related documentation, related projects, other commercial projects happening in the county, and you can click those sidebar panels to jump to an additional project. And then if I can get it to scroll all the way to the bottom here, every project has a contact us option that will open a mail app to the exact project address that you need to reach out to for comment on a project. Okay. So this will take what we've been doing on the planning site and make it into a much more visual format. You can get a sense of what's going on in your district at a glance. It'll be useful hopefully for the board of supervisors as well as the public.
Right.
And yeah, everything's ready to go. We've got, I think, about maybe 20 projects for launch. So that'll continue to grow as we have more projects come in. So
Andrew, this is amazing.
Awesome.
I mean,
It is.
I can't tell you how amazing this is going to be for all of us, for our constituents, for the community. It will, I mean, both my assistant and I are constantly reaching out to Karen saying, oh, now where is this project, or our staff, you know, where is this? What process is this in? You know, as we answer constituents' questions, and just having such an attractive, well-designed, well-organized tool where we can see the contact information, what the process is going to be on that project, where we're at, with applicable links. This is just a game changer.
We're going for an all-in-one,
Yes.
one-stop shop. So
you hit it out of the park. This is
Thank you.
amazing.
This is great. The maintenance of it's going to take some commitment though, right? Because outdated material or information is going to be the issue, I think. Because things change all the time. Yeah, and yes, exactly.
Well, right. And along those lines, this is a really good example. Actually, I'm glad you just happened to go here because this project has been for lack of a better word, kind of sitting, but my understanding is it's still active. So is there a way to kind of tell if, where it is in between, like why is there no action or what's next? Or because the public's asking me and I've resisted pinging you guys and bugging you again. But this is a perfect example of when projects sit, sometimes projects sit honestly for decades. This one won't. I know this one won't, but will the public be able to click here and actually see if things are taking a long time? Why is it taking a long time or what's next?
You can create sub statuses. So within the category on the right, so let's say it's been stuck at the TAC review for 6 months.
Right.
I can include text underneath, as can the planning employees who have access to the tool, to create a narrative underneath. So including dates of start, proposed end date for that status, and a description. And another tool we have access to that we haven't seeded yet with questions is there's an FAQ tool that can be project specific. So if there's constant community requests related to a project, we can build in an FAQ that visitors can expand to see the answers to those common questions.
Well, that's going to be really helpful because I think that way with the contact us button, and then you'll get the questions in planning, you'll see a pattern of repeated questions, and then you can build that, and then that way we can direct people to that instead of constantly, pointing people to staff, because you guys, every time you want to respond or it's an interruption of your thought process on project. So this should be really helpful.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but where the folks can ask questions, if we respond, we can choose to just publish that question and answer or not. So, if it's kind of a one-off question or very specific,
So it
that's
becomes a
not
blog?
interesting to the general public, we would publish it. But if it's a question, like you said, that we think a lot of people are going to have that same question, we can publish it.
I think our PRA system does the same thing. If there's a PRA that they think is for a lot of people are going to ask the same one, you can just go there and look at ones that are frequent and stuff to save from asking the same question over. So this has been really cool.
Well, in the status chart, if you added the date at which each of those events got checked off, that also kind of tells you the timeline. How long has it been stuck in TAC, for instance? That seems like an easy process to get through. And yet if it's been hung there for several months, there's an indicator that there isn't enough information yet or something. It's premature or whatever. So whatever the case may be, but being able to look at that timing, I think is very important to people, because they think if I forget about it, it's going to come back. Next thing I know, it's going to be built, but I want to comment on it. So when is that going to happen?
Yeah. And one thing good about this, I like this. This is going to be very, very, very helpful, especially when I had a particular client, or actually constituent had a problem because he didn't know who the planning person was to contact. Now it's there. So now they can contact this person, especially when they didn't know who to contact or who to even talk to.
We know who to contact too.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's got
not us.
It's got the contact us button. All you have to do is press it, right? So convenient.
Yeah, easy.
Well, you hear the board's enthusiasm for this.
I'm excited to hear
this is a breakthrough.
And,
It really is.
It really
It is
is.
tremendous.
It's going to take a lot of stress off us, trust me.
And I love the collaboration between IT and building and planning and
Surveyor's office as
and
well.
the surveyor's office.
The GIS type of aspect of it.
This
Yeah.
cross department collaboration to solve a problem and meet a community need. And that is just wonderful and speaks to kind of the heart of what we were wanting to really move forward in our strategic plan, is this deep level coordination.
Operating as one organization.
Exactly.
Strategic
Exactly.
innovation.
Yes. We have our strategic plan in action today, and just kudos to all of you for this. This is
Coming into the
wonderful.
21st century, maybe, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to just take a quick look at one more project just to show you a different one. We'll look at Dorado Oaks, which we know we get a
let's do
lot
that.
of comments on.
And that's a project that has been stalled for a while.
Yes. And so I believe on this one,
Yeah,
it
let's look
actually
at that.
says on hold, so people know, like, it's kind of stuck in this phase.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's perfect. This is a
Yeah.
perfect
Oh,
example, because that's exactly where my mind was going when a developer, has it on hold, and we're not waiting for the county to do something, at this point, that it's going through the process, but it's on hold. So it's not actively moving forward yet.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's
And you'll
really
see on
helpful.
this one, longer description because they're asking for more entitlements. And so it kind of walks through all those, more attachments, again, because it's a larger project. It's great. We can, as studies or the environmental document get completed, we can upload those and
they're
add
all
to the
right
record.
there.
And it's all very customizable. So if we do need to have more explanation, we can put it right at the top at the beginning of the project description to say, hey, this project is stalled for this reason, if that's what we need to do to make it clear. So
I love that it's a very fluid and interactive tool that's easily adapted to the public's questions as projects are
Right there.
fluid.
There you go. Public's
Exactly.
questions, exactly. They can click
Exactly.
on this and find out what's
That's
going on with that
wonderful.
project.
This is great.
I think-
And I'll remind you that CSAC has an annual event that's called Challenge Awards.
That's true.
And this is significant enough that I think you should seriously consider submitting this. I think there'd be a lot of counties.
Maybe you
that
can
look
work
at
with them
this.
to do that since
Yes,
you're the CSAC
it's a
rep.
separate discussion because I think recognition of this and the great work we're doing here will bring, support in many different ways. So
That's a great idea.
Great.
Yeah. I think my only just question and concern is that how much time the answering questions that come up online will take, because we all know that can be
consuming. Yeah.
consuming. And do we
Mhm.
have dedicated staff for that? Or like you said, is it something that you internally look at all the questions and monitor, and then if you see a theme or a common question, you can add it to this site, or are all the questions public? And I just worry about the amount of staff time it would take to
Yeah.
really engage at that level.
So we can review and monitor the questions and, group those that are essentially the same question. And so right now, as it is, we're putting together FAQ sheets, which, takes some time for
Right.
projects. So this will, again, replace that, we're already spending that time. So it's not new time we'll be spending. And then we have, the project planner will be responsible for answering those questions. But Andy Flower, our planning manager, he's managing this project on the planning side. He'll be reviewing it and making sure everything's done on a timely basis and helping to, again, kind of monitor those questions and answers and make sure that we are answering what needs to be answered. And, there may be where somebody say they happen to be next door to a project, they have something very specific in their questions. That's probably the time you just pick up the phone and talk to that person and answer their questions.
Wow, that's incredible. Well done, Andrew.
Thank you.
and,
Thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate. And one final comment I think everyone can be excited about is you do not need to make an account to use this software. So
Fabulous.
There it
you can
is.
interact with the map and everything. If you submit a question through a question module, all you need to provide is an email for a response if you would like a private response for that question, but no login account, anything of that nature. So
excellent.
That's
Amazing.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
again, I
Amazing.
can't thank Andrew enough for spending the time on this and his creative mind to get this tool to do what we need it to do. And thank you, Tanya, for allowing him to spend that time. So very grateful.
awesome.
One final comment. Security of this type of a tool obviously is very important. And I know we work a lot on security and people don't recognize the cost of ongoing security because that's huge. If somebody was to get in here and start corrupting this data, it would totally change the perspective of how government's operating, right? So we have to make sure we don't lose track of that part. We need to have very secure systems or we're going to be compromised at some point. We're always a target, as is every county and every public agency. So
That's
It's-
Tanya's
keep
life
always that in
story.
mind, right?
It's been CISO reviewed and approved. So
Excellent.
Yeah,
we're on it. Yeah.
Super,
Okay,
super.
great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well done. Can't wait to get the word out and have our constituents start using it. They're going to love it. It's amazing.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So let's go ahead and take public comment on this item. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when you're called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, former planning commissioner for District 2. Couple of things that I picked up on during the discussion. Some of it you touched on it a bit, but I wanted to make sure everybody understood. The Legistar says not every project under review by the department will be shown on the map. However, those projects with wide public interest will be added to the project development map tool within a couple of weeks after the application is received and updated as needed until the project has been approved or denied. I mean, that's, yeah. The new tool will eliminate the need for public to use TrackIt to find out general project information on many projects. The applicants with an application in process will still want to use TrackIt to monitor their own permit. Okay, to monitor their permit. So essentially we got two tools now. We have this, that's great. And we have TrackIt, which we're working on to make it better. Bandwidth, I just noticed based on the way this took a while to make the picture, I'm sure people are not going to be able to drive this at their house, meaning that it's got too much need, bandwidth need. And so I'm worried about what kind of signal are we going to have at our house to be able to make this thing work effectively. Some people may not be able to do it. I already know that. Data, you touched on it, security, but it's also data in terms of data that's going to run this has to be the same data that's running TrackIt so that it's consistent. If it's not consistent, or if there's not a check to make sure it's consistent, then you could have data here that doesn't agree with the data here because they're both running at the same time. I just want to make sure that the load, that data load is the same data no matter what. John, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chris.
No, I appreciate
We
the
have to have
time.
consistency all the way through.
All the way
Right.
through.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob Williams. This will be my last official report from APAC. We want to, as an individual who has struggled on behalf of APAC, trying to use ATRAC and trying to address those issues with the customer, with our El Dorado Hills residents. Congratulations. This is going to make APAC's role and involvement with the community much more straightforward. Now, as your latest and newest commissioner, planning commissioner, again, thank you for making my future a little easier to manage. So thank you again, and look forward to, well, I guess the last comment too, as a technologist, having worked in that field for decades, and particularly IT security. This is just a first attempt and the first cut of a program. These things evolve, and they evolve very rapidly. And with the right kind of commitment, I'm convinced that this, what you see today, will a year from now will look like a Model T in comparison with what we're going to see in the future. So the issues of bandwidth and everything else need to be considered. Obviously, security is absolutely critical, but I'm convinced that you're on the right track. So Karen, thank you. IT staff, thank you. And thank you, supervisors.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Is there anyone else in the room? All right, so let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wow, this is exciting. I just want to echo what Bob said. This is going to help community groups so much be able to advocate for ourselves. And I would have to imagine at some extent when you talk about the time invested, I understand it's, you know, keeping live data is going to be quite a commitment, but hopefully on the other side, with the people being able to advocate for themselves once they know about the software, that will decrease some of the everyday phone calls that I'm sure the planning department are receiving on a regular basis of whether it's projects in process or like was said earlier, hey, I noticed a grading truck around the corner from me. I wonder what's going on. So hopefully there'll be a little bit of balance there, where it will justify what I think is a very valuable and important feature of keeping it live updated for the projects. I guess I was confused also. It sounded like, was this suggesting these were just major projects in the area or major developments, or is it even as small as lot 222 and Serrano has applied for a permit to build a home? Is it going to be every project literally in El Dorado County? I'm sure that's ghastly a lot. Or is it just going to be focusing on the larger commercial developments? I heard the comment on public. I wish as a public works contractor, they would include public works, because the track system is a nightmare for me, who's not tech savvy, to be following when I need to know when permits for lien purposes. Subcontractors need to know where permits stand, because our lien rights are contingent on when the final permit has been signed off. So I often struggle being able to look up that information on projects in all the counties and cities. It's not just El Dorado County. But again, congratulations for getting up to the modern age, and I look forward to playing with it. I'm sure it'll be fun just to see everything going on and seeing how it works. So good job.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll get some clarity in a minute.
There's no additional public comment.
Excellent. So Karen, how will we decide what projects get included in this fabulous tool?
It's really going to be based on a little bit size, but then public interest, because sometimes even small projects will get a lot of public interest. And so if we do start getting inquiries, I guess, doing this long enough, you get a sense of which ones are going to generate phone calls. So, we'll use our judgment, but if there's one we didn't expect and we start getting phone calls, we'll add it on the list.
Sounds good. Like it's a fluid tool, which is wonderful. And as Kelly mentioned, we can't possibly put every project in El Dorado County on this. But I love that if there's more public interest in a certain project, then we can certainly add it. So.
And I do want to address the bandwidth issue. I think that was more as a result of going through Zoom, that it's slow. I've tried it on my home computer, work computer, and even on my mobile phone, and it works even on mobile devices really well. So, and I haven't had any issue with it taking too long to load.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. So
I do have an extended question. The building department, as opposed to planning. We get calls because, hey, they're grading something out here. What the heck is happening, right? And it can be a rough grading. They don't have to have a permit for it versus a permitted grading process. Do you see an application for the building part, not just the planning part, with things like grading for a gateway project, those kinds of things when they get to that point of being released?
Well, even if they are doing a grading permit, they would have likely had some sort of review and permit through planning. Okay. And so, we would add that as well. Another project that came to mind, the Deer Valley project, even though that's, it's got a lot of interest. It's just going through our building department, but that's probably worthy of putting on this map because there's a lot of public interest, even though there wasn't an entitlement from planning. Now, making that separation from actual public works projects, I mentioned previously that they're probably creating a whole separate not platform, but site that's set up similar to this, but for public works projects. So someone could go on and look at Mosquito Bridge and what's the status and all those types of things. So if it's grading related to a public works project, then they would use this other map.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
All right. Well, there's no action before the board today. It was just purely receive and file the demonstration. But I think you've heard the board's enthusiasm and gratitude to everyone involved. So well done, Andrew. Well done to all of our staff in the surveyor's office and our planning and building department that were involved in this. And we can't wait to use it. So
yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
It's great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Look at that. We are at 10:59, 1 minute before our 11 a.m. time allocation.
Can we take a break?
You bet. Let's take just a quick break and then we will move into our next item. Great. All right. The board is back and we are now moving on to item number 25, which is our 11 a.m. time allocation. Kim, can you open this item?
Item number 25 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board receive and approve the El Dorado Countywide Housing and Employment Projections 2023 to 2045 memorandum.
All right. Thank you. Well, good morning, DOT. Nice to see you in the house.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. It's good to be with you again. We're back to talk about the major update to our traffic impact fee program. Once more, we were here in early December and then again in January to discuss the adopted growth rates for both residential and non-residential uses. And since then, our consultant, BAE, Matt Cota is here today, they've gone back and they've updated the baseline numbers from the 2018 numbers that we'd shown previously and were used during the previous major update. They've updated those to 2023 baseline numbers, projected out based on the growth rates, and allocated that projected growth to the different community regions and the remainder of the unincorporated areas of the county. So, Kim, if I could ask you to pull up our presentation. Go to our next slide there. That would be great. Very good. So this is something that hopefully is starting to look a little more familiar, but a bit of a summary of the major 5-year update that we do to the fee program. And thus far, we've been working and focusing solely on step 1, which is updating the baseline information and the 20-year growth forecast. So with the item that we have before you today and that we previously discussed with the Planning Commission on March 14th, we are looking at finalizing that step 1 of the process, getting the board's authorization approval to move forward with the allocation of the growth to the different areas of the county before we move into step 2, which will actually be updating the travel demand model, running that analysis to determine what sort of projects are going to be necessary to handle the growth that we're talking about today. So next slide, please, Kim. So as I mentioned, BAE has prepared updated housing and employment growth projections. And as I said, they'll be used to inform the update to our travel demand model. And I think at this point, I'll hand it over to Matt Cota with BAE. He's going to run through a presentation and he and I will be happy to answer any questions that might come up.
Thank you. And welcome back, Mr. Cota.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm just going to give you a few more details on the overview that Zach just gave you. So we'll run through this and then we'll be able to answer any questions you have. Next slide, please. So in terms of the process, you heard the kind of the proposed development projections for the whole West Slope on January 9th. Gave your approval on those overall West Slope rates. Since then, we have refined the projections. As Zach mentioned, we updated our baseline conditions from 2018 to 2023 so we could project forward. We reviewed this with the Planning Commission, including our preliminary sub-county growth allocations last month. And now we're here to present those results to you. And after your review and hopefully approval, then that'll allow us to finalize our phase and then feed that into the next steps of the TIF update. Next slide, please.
Matt, can we ask questions along the way? Are you guys okay with that? 'Cause
Sure, of
this
course.
is a really big item. You all know that. And I think it's really
I think it's
complex.
easier
And honestly, on this first slide here, review draft study with the Planning Commission. So I was looking for something in all the documents that we got that reflected what the Planning Commission said. I did not have time to actually go back and watch the meeting myself. I just ran out of time this weekend. But I did reach out to my Planning Commissioner and was told that they had a lot of concerns with it, a lot. And I don't know did any of my fellow board members have time to go back and watch their conversation? So
I did not.
I feel like we're not looking at this with the benefit of what that was for. I mean, why do we have these workshops if that information isn't shared with us? So Can you guys summarize what was said, or did you make any changes to the data based on their conversation? Anything?
We haven't made any changes to the data, and I think when we get a little further into the presentation and some of the tables that show that data, be happy to summarize some of the comments and those discussions that we had with the planning.
So you'll do that as we go along and say the planning
Sure,
commission.
absolutely.
That would be, okay, that would be really helpful because I think there was a lot of conversation is my understanding.
It was a very productive discussion.
Okay,
And
good.
we'll be happy to touch on those as we go.
Thank
through.
you. I appreciate that.
Great.
Okay, thank you. So next slide. Again, just an overview of the process of actually developing these projections. So we start out with looking at what the available estimates are for the amount of development in the West Slope and the various projections from different sources that are available, such as SACOG, the State Department of Finance, your own historic growth trends here in the county, Caltrans, and look at what those different growth rates are. So having gone through that process, we came back, we suggested this 0.62% rate for both residential and non-residential going out through 2045. We went ahead and we updated our baseline data as mentioned to 2023. Then we applied the growth rates to that 2023 base to project out to 2045. And that again was for the whole West Slope. And then we went through this process to allocate the growth to the different sub areas, so community regions and outside community regions. And that'll be kind of most of the details of the rest of this presentation. Next slide. We won't dwell on this one too much. I think you've seen this before, and this is just the historical residential building permit pattern. And so you can see that the trend has really changed from the early 2000s when you're very high up there in the numbers of permits being issued. Then there was the housing crash around 2007, 2008, and then a slow recovery that's happened. But of course, not a recovery to anywhere near those sort of gangbuster years of the early 2000s. So we're kind of that 0.62% growth rate is reflecting more of this trend from the latter part of this graph here.
Matt, can you remind me why we don't have 2023 on here? It seems like those numbers would be known.
Yeah.
I'm just looking if it went up or down. That's all.
Right. Yeah. That's a good question. I'd have to look that one up for you. I want to say that number is kind of similar to what you saw for 2022.
Okay.
Not a drastic increase as I recall.
Is it increase or decrease? Can you?
I don't want to give you the wrong
answer.
Okay.
Fair enough. Right, fair enough.
Same order of magnitude.
Okay.
We'll say that at this point. Okay, next slide, please. When we did that updating of the 2018 base to the 2023 base, using the permit data, what development has been permitted since 2018, what we came up with was the estimate of about 57,100 housing units in the West Slope and about 37,700 existing jobs. So that was our starting point for projecting forward. Next slide, please. Again, with the approved growth rates, and when we applied those to the 2023 base, we get about 8,300 additional housing units through 2045, and a total of around 65,000 total West Slope housing units. And then for employment, we would have an increase of about 5,500 new jobs and total jobs in the West Slope of around 43,000. So that's the guess as to where we would be about 22 years from now. Next slide, please. This one is just illustrating the concept of an average annual growth rate. So we talk about an average annual growth rate of around 0.62%, but we acknowledge that that is not going to be the same rate every year, but rather there are going to be a series of ups and downs over the 20+ year projection period. And so this graph is purely illustrative. It's not predictive of what's going to happen, but it just shows how you can have some years of relatively high growth. You can have some years with no growth at all or very little growth, but over time you end up with an average that is something like this 0.62%.
Next slide, please. So when we start to look at the sub-county allocations of growth, we are looking at the capacity of the different community regions to accommodate growth. And that's a constraint in terms of accommodating the projected demand for residential growth or non-residential growth. So when we updated to our 2023 baseline, we also were updating the capacity of land available within the different sub areas of the county that we have to work with. And again, that's based on the permitted development from 2019 through 2023. And then the principle here is that if a sub area doesn't have sufficient capacity to fully accommodate its growth, that its projected growth or the projected demand. So where the market would go if there was an unlimited supply of demand, if it's constrained, then that demand will shift over to other areas that do have capacity. And I'll talk a little bit more about exactly how that happened in a moment. So next slide. As mentioned, we start with estimating the future housing employment demand based on those approved growth rates. We also consider the historical growth pattern. So which areas are growing faster or slower and so forth. What's the existing base of development in an area and how much can that grow and that land capacity. And so for housing demand, we considered both the historical growth rate and the size of the existing base as a way to make an initial allocation of demand to the different community regions. For the employment demand, in addition to considering the historical growth and the existing jobs base in the different community regions, we also looked to how much residential growth we were projecting for those regions. The idea being that commercial growth tends to follow the rooftops in many cases. So where there's people, that's what creates demand for retail and services. Where there's a growing population, there's also a growing workforce availability. So businesses that are looking to be able to hire employees to staff their growth and so forth are also looking for where that labor force is growing. So we have that factor added in on the employment growth projections. So with those methods, we allocated the initial demand to the 5 community regions and the balance of the West Slope area. And then we compared that demand to the capacity, and then we started doing those reallocations of excess demand to other nearby areas that did have capacity. So we'll go to the next slide. There's a lot of data on this one. I apologize that the type isn't larger, but if you look in kind of the middle of the column, there's a column 23 to 2045 demand. And that's the amount of demand that we project without constraining for land supply. Total of about, on the residential, about 8,300 units. And you can see the bulk of that demand would be within the El Dorado Hills community region, consistent with the existing housing base there, consistent with the growth trends that you've seen in recent years. However, when we look at the capacity for growth in all the areas, not just El Dorado Hills, there are some mismatches between the housing unit capacity and that initial demand estimate. So El Dorado Hills and also the balance of the West Slope are 2 areas where that demand needs to be reallocated. And so we'll go to the next slide and see how we actually did that. So up top on that first grouping, you can see how we actually allocated the 8,300 units of growth. 1,800 units of demand went to El Dorado Hills, taking up its capacity. We ended up shifting demand into Cameron Park, shifting demand into Shingle Springs as well. Now, want to say at this point that these
allocations are based on what we have now in terms of approved development capacity. So they do not take into account applications, pending projects that have been put out there but have not been approved. So we're only dealing with what we know today is approved development capacity. We understand that it's possible that in next year, or maybe later this year, who knows when, sometime during this planning period that we're looking at, that additional development capacity could be approved in any of these different community regions. And that would create the ability to sort of reallocate development back to areas where there's strong demand. For example, if there's more housing approved in the El Dorado Hills area, then more demand could go there. But we don't want to speculatively make assumptions in this exercise about where that's going to occur. That will need to be addressed in subsequent updates of the projections in the TIF. So we're looking at a 2045 projection period, but we all know that this will in all likelihood be updated within 5 years at the most, possibly even sooner if needed, to reflect this sort of change in the reality of what's actually approved and available for development on the ground. So it's a bit of an exercise of just having to put the blinders on right now and say, this is the development capacity that exists. And if this were not to change, somehow nothing ever changed again with the general plan and the zoning and so forth, this is how we would guess this could play out. But we acknowledge that there likely will be changes and there'll be need for updates well before we get to the end of this 2045 planning period.
So Matt, the increments you're showing there's 5 boxes. 2025 is the 711, for instance, on the top. And 2045 is the end one. Is that what it is? So it's 2025, 2030, because it isn't labeled on this particular chart. So you have to kind of interpret it, but that would be a clarification.
I apologize, Supervisor Harwell. That's correct. So 711 up there, that is 2023.
2023. Okay.
I'm sorry. That's to 2025.
All right.
You're right the way you stated
2025.
it.
Okay.
And then the next one is to 2030.
All right.
And
a cumulative. So that's why the numbers grow to some maximum and then it's carried over.
Yes.
One of the other attachments to the board item was a memorandum that BAE prepared, and these numbers are taken directly out of table 5 in that memo. So these are just screenshots. So that's why the column headings.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So this is the one that I think is insane.
Yes.
So can you elaborate
Absolutely.
what the planning
So-
commission said? This is a good one.
First of all, I think your first point you made when we first opened the item here, that this is a big decision, is an important point to highlight, because these growth numbers do inform the rest of the process. From here, we're plugging these numbers in to inform the model and and that will determine what sort of projects are going to come out of this. So I think that's an important point to highlight. And when we were at the Planning Commission, I would say the bulk of the discussion kind of revolved around the fact that kind of what Matt was touching on is the assumptions we're making now. There are a lot of assumptions. We're using our crystal ball, but it's a cloudy crystal ball, and we do the best we can with the data that we have available. That being said, we have to be consistent with what the general plan has in it as far as the zoning in general plan land uses. So when we're looking at these numbers, we're looking at the appropriately zoned parcels that are available for development currently. And when we were at the Planning Commission, one of the ideas or points that was discussed was realistically looking forward over the next 20 years, there will most likely be projects approved in the community regions at the west end of the county that will increase that available capacity, thereby relieving some of the demand that is being shown within the Shingle Springs community region or Cameron Park here. Because of the constraints put on by the general plan, we cannot speculate as to how many new units might be approved via a rezone or a general plan amendment, or where those might occur. There are already assumptions being made, and to further speculate on future rezones or general plan amendments that would create additional residential capacity would really go beyond what the general plan would allow us to do. and create potential issues when we go back to have the planning commission make that finding of consistency with the general plan.
Okay, so let me just, I get it that these are just numbers and we're looking at our existing zoning with no changes. I totally get that. And these are the housing, the RENA allocations is right? Or you're just saying that, is that separate? The RENA stuff?
That's
is
separate. This is based
So this
purely
is just
on.
saying, okay, so this is why I hate this so much. There's no reality check on this because the other bit, I mean, you just look at the Shingle Springs one and it goes from 915 to 2180, right? You know, and is that a 10-year span, 5-year? It kind of doesn't matter because when you look at Shingle Springs, just go look at the roads out there. The roads in Shingle Springs are not built to accommodate much. And so I just get concerned when we're saying that this is what we're, I don't want to say aiming for, that's not it, but what we're assuming, I guess we're assuming that this is going to happen just based on data, not reality. This is not based on reality at all. But go for a drive in Shingle Springs, will you please? And tell me, where on earth are you going to put some of this stuff? And I get that it's zoned. Don't get me wrong. I understand that, you know, just because it says something's going to go there doesn't mean that realistically that can go there. And I think that's a part of our problem. Or are you going to raise the TIF program, you know, the fees so high that you're going to build major highways in Shingle Springs? I mean, somewhere the things aren't matching up here. And that's my big concern. Or, you know, we're talking about our general plan 5-year review this afternoon. Should this information here feed into that conversation to say, hey, we need to really look at our county as a whole, where our infrastructure is, where it isn't. Do we want to start looking at changing some zoning and stuff? I don't think what we are presenting with this afternoon, by the way, is going to lend to that conversation, but this data here kind of says we need to start looking at that someday soon. I think everyone knew as the county built out, we're going to have to start having those conversations. Where are we really going to put things? But to me, this is just this is like a placeholder piece of information, quite honestly, because it's not very meaningful. It doesn't match what's on the road. And is that kind of what the planning commission kind of was trying to say too, Zach? Were you there?
Yeah, I believe it was. In that sense, we believe that there will most likely be additional capacity created further west that will reduce the demand that we're showing in the Shingle Springs area here. But until that happens, we can't assume that that those additional units will be created, I guess is.
But our general plan says we can't approve projects, even if it's zoned for it, if our road can't handle it. So again, it's kind of this thing.
And so the next step of the process is to take the numbers that the board approves and insert those into the travel demand model, like I mentioned. And when we do that and we run the model, it'll identify the roadway segments that have level of service or that will be projected to have levels of service that are not consistent with what the general plan requires. And for those segments, that's how we identify the projects that go into the fee program, into the CIP, that we base the fee schedule off of. So when we run that model and we see this increased housing demand in Shingle Springs, there will, and I can't say for certainty until we go through the exercise and run the model, but in all likelihood, there will be some new projects identified in that area to handle this increased.
New road projects is what you're saying,
yes,
right? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Can I piggyback on your
Yeah,
question?
please do.
In our travel demand model that will be based on the growth allocations that we approve, how does that take into account, you know, I'm not talking about everyday traffic, but the further east you go, the more impacts and considerations need to be given toward wildfire and evacuation preparedness, recognizing that those are not, you know, everyday occurrences, but that should another Caldor fire appear. And as you get further east, you're more in that urban wildland interface where those residents are likely to be impacted. How do we take that into consideration? And I'm thinking Highway 49 Pleasant Valley Road, that while a lot of zoning land is zoned multifamily for housing, recognizing that that has a lot of constraints, if a wildfire should occur, with evacuating South County and all of those residents. So how do we take that kind of seasonal emergency factor into consideration on our travel demand model when we're anticipating the constraints on housing in a certain location?
Sure. So yeah, unfortunately, the travel demand model doesn't get into the emergency wildfire preparedness. It is strictly focused on circulation, daily level of service.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Yeah.
I know.
Which makes it very challenging, doesn't it?
It
Yeah.
does.
Okay.
And then just to follow what that train of thought though, is that, and I get that this particular exercise is being done for road projects and the TIF fees, right?
Mhm.
But at the same time, it relates to our general plan. And I feel like this conversation was not at all carried over into our general plan review conversation. They feel like they're so separate right now. And I think that we're doing ourselves a disservice by not connecting this, because roads are everything. I mean, roads and water, I should say, roads and water. Without the two of them, you can't build a darn thing. So somehow we got to get this more related to our conversation about the general plan is all I'm trying to say.
One thing I would like to say about that is that the discussion we're having now for the fee program is looking forward to the next 20 years with the understanding that we'll be back in at least 5 years, if not sooner, to take another look at projections as things develop. And the discussion that the long range planning folks will be having with you this afternoon is looking to the past, to the 2015, 16 to the 2020.
That ship has sailed.
They are very
Yeah.
related, but they are also two separate discussions.
Right. But when we review it, we're supposed to look forward to,
Right.
the next
Yep.
and what's
This-
coming. So, reviewing the past to inform what's coming, I think is important. And this is a lot of information here that I just feel like we're not addressing it. And I don't know, I'm not happy with any of this.
Supervisor Turnbull.
We had a similar conversation with the planning commission about, these same kinds of concerns. And I think one of the other things that at least one of the members brought up as a concern of, well, if the traffic model says that, say, Shingle Springs needs all this infrastructure, but we think that what's really going to happen is that there'll be more capacity created somewhere else, then are we sort of going off on the wrong track with the infrastructure? And I think one of the things we didn't have a chance to say at that time was that the CIP that drives the TIF, or it drives the TIF. That's a long range plan as well. And within the plans for building infrastructure, there's going to be prioritization. And I think the prioritization would tend to go to, well, we're not looking at what we need in 2045. We're looking at our needs, especially in the next 5 to 10
Right.
years,
That's the
where
focus.
we know we're going to be continuing to build in El Dorado Hills, for example. This idea of, if nothing ever happened, then development can go over to Shingle Springs. That's not going to be the first projects that are undertaken. So there is a chance to revisit when you do the updates and recalibrate there. So there is an art to kind of taking this information and kind of keeping in mind what these assumptions are and how these things are going to change over time, and then programming the actual investments in the infrastructure to be responsive to those kinds of considerations.
That's really helpful. And recognizing that, once again, these are built on projects that we know today, not theoretical projects that we have no idea, in the future too. So Supervisor Turnbull, do you have a question?
One of the questions is we have a lot of projects going on in El Dorado Hills, especially down around the business park. And one of the concerns that I have, it was based on 1982 traffic studies. How come that hasn't been updated? Because with the traffic that's going on in El Dorado Hills now, I mean, with more building that's going on, they're basing these projects on that particular back in 82. I just don't understand it. And we had a proposal way back when that White Rock Road was supposed to be 6 lanes. And and we still don't have that. We still have 2 lanes, and it's supposed to be 4 lanes. And I think, Raphael, I think you answered my question. I think in 25 projected, they're going to start on that particular project in 25. Is that correct? Yeah, so I'm just curious about this. Why are we having these studies go back to 82, especially when there's more traffic now than there was in 82 in that particular area? So can you answer that?
So maybe staff want to take a stab.
Yeah,
This
yeah, that's fine.
1982.
So the
study.
1982 study I think you're referring to is for the business park environmental
Right,
document that was prepared.
exactly.
So we have gone through several updates to our fee program, to the CIP, that have all taken a look at that. And the numbers in our model have been updated many, many times. Once that project was approved, though, that's not necessarily something that we can go back and have a second bite at the apple, if you will. But as projects do come in that are where some sort of discretionary review and approval is required, we absolutely do take a look at those and make sure that those projects are not going to result in unacceptable traffic and level of service in that area.
Real quick, if I may, also, good morning. I can't tell what morning or afternoon I'm in right now.
How do you think we feel?
Any given Tuesday for you guys, for sure. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. As Zach explained eloquently well, although that analysis was performed back in 1982, it overly estimated the amount of trips that was going to be created for the circulation in that area. We actually have a capacity of an additional 14,000 trips right now for Latrobe, White Rock, and the interchange. Any given project that was to come in would have to be a general plan amendment to surpass that current capacity that we have. And as Zach said, although the CEQA analysis was done in 1982 and allows any applicant that is abiding by the zoning, by the standards, the policy, the requirements set by either local or state government, we can't then revisit their CEQA. But what we do and what planning department does is we evaluate their project and see if it conforms with that, with the analysis, the conclusions that were determined back in 1982. If it checks all the boxes, then an applicant has the right to move forward with their project as it was approved back then. Now, if there are changes, either an increase in traffic, an increase in impacts, something that wasn't evaluated with the analysis, then yes, we do have an opportunity, especially if that applicant is seeking an amendment or a variance, then we definitely have a second bite at the apple to make sure that now we bring them up to our current standards. But as Zach said, we do analyze their traffic impacts and verify whether it does meet the capacity, the level of services, the circulation that we have been updating year after year after year. And once again, and the reason why the analysis back in 2012, I forgot when they did, or 2009 when they did the major update at that point, was that graph that you saw up there that had the 2000s, and it was showing that high-pitched growth rate. That's when they said, oh, we're going to need 12 lanes on Latrobe. We're going to need 20 lanes on White Rock and Bass Lake. It's because that's the growth rate at the time that they were anticipating that was astronomical, even above and beyond that of what the specific plan had for the Latrobe Business Park. But as we went through the subsequent updates, we realized, oh no, look, this is what historical is telling us. This is really where the growth rate is falling out to be. And so this is really more in line. So it's converging. It's solidifying our analysis is correct. And I apologize, I'm answering several questions because I was over there kind of just chomping at the bit to come up here. I did. Supervisor Pauling, you actually bring up a very good point. in that I was actually having a conversation with a commissioner today. Because we are constrained by our general plan in terms of what level of service is. It's, many say, hey, our general plan says open roads, and they are open roads. But what is the barometer for that? How open are they supposed to be? Well, the criteria for that is a highway capacity manual. Now, if we don't want the highway capacity manual to be a barometer, if we as a county want something better, then we need to initiate that. And my staff and I are willing to do that, but that is, it's a separate task of other than that, what we're doing here. Today, we're here to solidify that we are abiding by the general plan, that we are updating our standards per our model and inputting it and then assessing it appropriately to applicants that want to develop and the impacts that they're having. Is it realistic? No, it's not. But then we then need to sit down as a county and between our supervisors and our commissioners and our elected officials and say, okay, what is it that we want? What is that standard that we want? And by all means, the Department of Transportation will gladly look into how can we make that happen so that we can abide by that and give it a different criteria. But the criteria that we have now, the thresholds and the barometers and that we have for our general plan says it's this. Most likely, in another, as Matt mentioned, in 5 years, what we'll be presenting to you will be different numbers than they are here. Because yes, there'll probably be some projects further west in the county that will get approved.
Yeah.
And then Shingles Friend will not have this, and then we'll modify it, and it will still show maybe a growth, but not to this level. And then we'll come back and do it again. But with the policies, the standards that we have now, this is what we can do because we can't make assumptions and handcuff future commissions and future boards on decisions that we have now, saying that we have to now develop there.
Right. And I guess that's my point, is that instead of, I've never, ever, I mean, I've been very consistent. County council always accuses me of being consistent, which I try to be, because I don't like doing one-off rezones for projects. I would rather the county looked at the general plan as a whole and said, this is where it's appropriate to do this. This is where it's appropriate to do this. This is where we have infrastructure. Instead of the battles of project by project by project, wouldn't it be cool if we actually had a big old general plan that met reality? And I think that, years ago, it wasn't such a big deal because there wasn't so much stuff here, but the county has developed to a point now where people are super aware what's going on, nearby. And I think it's time for us to really do a better, bigger look at where do we want things, where don't we? We talk about our business parks all the time, and that's a touchy subject, but there's opportunity. The Shingle Springs or Cameron Park Business Park, whatever you want to call it, actually has some affordable multifamily in it, and if you're trying to create a job center, supposedly you want to put that kind of stuff there. So I really honestly think that this is showing, maybe that's it. This data shows we need to have that bigger talk.
Bingo.
I think that's what it is.
Yes. That's what it is.
Instead of relying on applicants to come up with projects that might fit, it's like, hey, let's, as a county, take a look at what we really truly have and do it that way. This data shows we need to have that talk now. And it wasn't a big deal years ago. It just wasn't, but things have developed quite a bit. You can tell by the data, and it's time to have that conversation. So
the more we grow, those conversations will be
they're more
harder.
critical.
Yeah.
They really are. And back to the point about just picking on Shingle Springs, because what I don't want to see is us trying to fit some multifamily thing. And it's not that there's not a road there. It's not a really great standard road. I mean, we have a lot of roads that are little windy, they're narrow, no, white lines the edge. I certainly hope we don't start trying to stick multifamily housing in a lot of development in those, just because there's a road there that has the LOS perhaps. I don't know if that's a good enough standard anymore for safety. You know what I mean? I think we need to look at that too, because there has been that talk in the past about, are our roads adequate safety standard wide for evacuation? Even the Board of Forestry, remember they were trying to do that thing where the roads had to be a certain standard just to build one house. So I really think we need to start looking at this bigger, more important, bigger issue stuff as a county.
100%. When my senior engineer told me 2,600 or 2,100 in Shingle Springs, I go, prove it to me. Where is that? Where are you going to put 2,600 units in Shingle Springs? And sure enough, there was a zoning for multifamily, high density in several locations. And then I looked at the capacity of Shingle Springs, Duroc, and they do have the capacity, but now you're looking at level of capacity, level of service E on Shingle Springs. You're like, really? This is a rural road. How could you do that?
Exactly.
So you're right. We do need to now say, well, wait a minute. It would make more sense on investment on Latrobe, on White Rock, on locations, maybe where this growth is already anticipated, where it's already kind of thought out. And so then, yes, we do need to start having that conversation and start planting the seed on our staff to say, hey, maybe we do need to relook at where is it that now that we've grown a bit, where is it really it needs to be allocated?
I'm going to cut to the chase. What would that process look like?
Yeah. That's for this afternoon's discussion.
I'm glad Karen's here.
This is a major
She hasn't
deal.
fainted. It's something that I would have to speak with the planning director and maybe between her and I come back to the board and say, okay, this is what we're looking at, and realistically give you something that is tenable.
I think the board would need to know what that process
exactly,
is.
because I don't know right now. I
What
couldn't
the
tell you.
opportunity cost is what we'd be putting aside to do that.
Yes.
Because I mean, at some point, like we all recognize that conversation needs to be had, and it's always hard to pull the trigger. There's never enough time or resources to do it, but we would need to fully understand, recognizing the constrained budget that we're in, our staff time. The board needs to understand what the realities of this are, but don't expect a full answer now, but just wanted
absolutely. It's just
for us all to be aware of how
we need to go there someday, because otherwise we're just doing these one-offs, battle mode with the communities. Quite honestly, I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we actually had a plan that we could implement and everybody was on board and understood what we're doing instead of battle mode all the time? Because quite honestly, that takes a lot of resources too.
That's true. Yeah, Supervisor Heidel has a question.
Yeah, there's really two separate processes here as I see it. One is the TIF fees and the CIP, which you have to do consistent with what's in today's general plan.
Yes.
You can't speculate on new developments, new authorizations, general plan amendments, zoning changes, or anything else. You have to live within the boundaries of the general plan. So this process has to go forward the way it is. But it's a feeder to the other process, which is general plan review and determination when we have to get to the point that we make major revisions to the general plan. And that's this afternoon's discussion. So I've held back my comment. I'm gonna have a lot to say this afternoon about where we are with the general plan. But this is an influencer to that, but they really are separate processes. This process has to happen independently of the general plan, but it's a feeder to it. It's a recognition, it's an awareness of, if we don't get changes, where the growth would be determined to be most appropriate, consistent with the current general plan. That's what it comes down to, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So a lot to happen, a lot of discussion to happen this afternoon. I got pages and pages of notes here. So, but I'm trying to stay out of that discussion as much as I can.
Are we ordering dinner tonight?
Well, and that was a helpful foundation, recognizing that this is going to be a fluid process, that while we need to approve, we probably need to approve these growth projections and allocations today. I have confidence in the fact that we do have a 5-year review, which then, recognizing this is going to be a fluid process, can make those adjustments based on reality. But we have to work within the framework of our current general plan. So thank you all for indulging us in this discussion. I think it's been helpful. So I'll turn this back to you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Sure.
I appreciate
My
that.
pleasure.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Great discussion. And we've spoken a lot really about the residential allocation. So I'll just take a minute to talk about the employment allocation, and then I'll turn it back over to Zach. So if we go to the next slide over there, the good news with the employment allocations is that, unlike for the residential, we did not see any issue where we had this mismatch between demand and supply of land to accommodate demand. So we didn't have to do any reallocation. We had our demand. We saw that there was capacity within each of the community regions and so forth to accommodate that demand. So we're able to just allocate it out and call it good without a reallocation process. So in the slide, you can see the total growth allocation. You can see the vacant residential acres and then the jobs per available non-residential acre is our metric where we're evaluating, well, is there really enough capacity here? And at these numbers ranging between 1.6 and 4.8 jobs per acre, those are very low employment densities, which is telling us there's plenty of demand, there's plenty of land to spread out that employment growth within these community regions. So we're good there. I think in terms of this idea of overall average growth rate, again, 0.62%, but you can see in the lower part of the table how that really varies by community region. So some areas would go faster than 0.62%, others less than that, but that all blends together to give you that West Slope wide 0.62%. So that's the extent of my comments for you. Happy to answer questions on the employment if there are any.
Any questions on the employment?
Just really quick, my recollection, and I didn't go verify it, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the general plan actually has a statement right in it that we over allocated commercial. And so that kind of makes sense that that's not an issue. And again, I think that's one of the things that we might want to talk about with the general plan at some point is reallocating some of, if we truly did do that, and that's off the top of my head, that we overdid the commercial zoning land uses, whatever, that maybe it's time to really look at them as more job centers, you know, and mix some housing in there better, which would help with our infrastructure. So again, I'm just, you know, trying to think bigger picture and where we're going with this. And this information, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys looking and breaking it down the way we asked for. It's really helpful to see this data. And the fact that you picked up on the fact that the casino is a big employer, yet not truly technically in one of our community regions. So it was throwing off some numbers. That was an interesting revelation. Thank you for that. And somehow I think on the next time we do this, maybe I had a thought, Raphael or Matt, if you guys are going to stay on doing this, the next one of how we could allocate, because I do think that employer is so big, it needs to be somehow reflected in there, but differently and pulled out. So I have some thoughts on that too for next time. I have lots of thoughts.
Supervisor Heidel is one more.
So the thing that the general plan defines is jobs to housing ratio.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that this afternoon
Yes.
because we've accomplished about half of what the goal was. But again, I think it's time to get realistic and look at what is there a way to take this data and basically come up with a jobs to housing ratio so that we can compare the same metric when we get into the general plan discussion? I don't know how to personally take and work the numbers when it's jobs per available non-residential acre and convert that to jobs to housing ratios. But we have housing, we have jobs. It'd be nice if we could somehow correlate the two.
So the final table in the BAE memo that's attached to the Legistar item, there's we did add a column. Supervisor Parliament
Thank you,
requested that in one
Okay.
of our previous meetings, and it does show the jobs to housing ratio,
Excellent.
including the new 2023 baseline numbers.
Okay,
so that
I'll
data
refer
is-
to that then. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you so much, Matt. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. All right, next slide there, Tim. I think we're just kind of getting into wrapping things up here, but as that says, we're here with you today to go over the numbers, seeking the board's direction to move forward with finalizing the projections and updating the travel demand model and moving into step 2, if you will, of the major update process involving the travel demand model and going from there.
Wow. Well, today represents an inordinate amount of work to get us to this point, no doubt. And just like I'm going to echo Supervisor Parlin's comments that, you know, thank you for all your work to present this in such a organized fashion that we could really, you know, dig in and understand this. I appreciate the robust discussion that we've had. Are there any other questions before we move to public comment?
I have one. We're going to again talk this afternoon a little bit about the El Dorado County Active Transportation Plan that was put together back in 2020. It was primarily done by the Transportation Commission. But do you see any aspects of this analysis that would impact that overall? Is it consistent? Is it totally different? How do we relate the two?
I don't know that there's a ton of overlap between the fee program and the active transportation
Okay.
plan, as the fee program is focused primarily on traffic level of service,
right?
Whereas the active transportation plan is looking at pedestrians, bicycles, and those types of things. So recreation. They are separate.
And different funding sources.
Completely different funding sources.
But we need capacity. And we need funding for capacity, and that's not the way SACOG and the transportation plans and everything are going.
It's the state of California that doesn't
I
fund
agree with
capacity.
that. It's a flow down, but at some point that discussion has to come up probably this afternoon.
Yeah.
So that's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, let's take public comment on this item. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds. And when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, former Planning Commission, District 2. I was there. We had a long discussion. It was fun. We had a good time talking about things, talking about what the future might hold. Highlights today. The growth rate that we saw in the 20-year, that's screen 6, that graph was unsustainable. Not 2004, 2005, 2006. We were lucky we had the Great Recession because otherwise, who knows where we'd be ended up today. And I think everybody recognizes.
We'd be a build out and be done with this.
Oh yeah, I know. We would have been a long ago build out, right? But just they've got it in their report. It's in there. Everything's available for us to look at. Screen 13 is the one that Zach talked about. It's the one that comes from table 5. It's the one that shows what the projections will be 2024 related to where it's going to be. And we had a long discussion about El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs. What does it mean to Diamond Springs, El Dorado? I mean, everybody gets touched by this. And this question about what happens in the future, which they can't answer. I mean, there's no ability to forecast that way. We got to give data to the travel demand model. That's what we're here for. I was suspect. I thought 0.62 was really suspect until this presentation, which I think is enough should satisfy everybody here. But there are discussions that you have to have, maybe this afternoon, maybe in the future, as Supervisor Parlin has talked about, a bigger, broader perspective. The last thing I want to remind you is okay. First of all, I wanted to say Legistar is very complete. Go to the discussion in Legistar today, and you'll see that explanation. A lot of that came from the Planning Commission, even though we didn't get credit for it. It was changed. I mean, what we got originally and what you got today is completely different. Not completely different, but just different, more thorough, I guess I say. And then finally, what does vehicle miles travel versus level of service? Vehicle miles travel is that one question mark. What does that mean for future development? Vehicle miles travel, for those that you don't know, is the ability to take a look at a project, whether it be a commercial or whatever.
We do know, actually.
Yeah,
but
and
okay,
vehicle
thank
miles.
you.
Go ahead and finish your comments, Chris.
25 seconds. Okay. I think vehicle miles travel is an important thing that you have to bring into the mix. And that's what they told us at the Planning Commission. I've still got 11 seconds. Thank you for the moment to be up here and express myself. Now, would anybody have any questions from me?
Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board. So the action before us today is to receive and approve the El Dorado countywide housing and employment projections 2023 to 45 memorandum pertaining to the major update of the traffic impact fee program, the TIF, and the capital improvement program CIP.
I have one last question.
Oh, one more
I
question.
do, and it's a big one. Is taking this action today, is this doing everything possible that we can do right now to make sure that our TIF program is not underfunded? Is there anything we can do different?
I think what you just said is accurate. This is doing everything we can with the most accurate, most recent data that we have available to update the fee program, to address parcels that have not been developed yet, and to best forecast where that growth is going to occur. That's one of the main goals of the major update, is to identify where growth can occur, to identify the appropriate projects needed to handle that future growth. So yes, I think that's the goal of this process.
Can I piggyback on that?
Please do.
With the understanding that we also have safety projects, which is a separately identified need that's going into for specific projects, which is going into the TIF, right? So that's the one difference that I see between what this analysis is. There is another element of it related to safety projects that we're trying to bring in. And so that will increase ultimately what those TIF fees are as a result of defining those.
Yes.
So, yep.
Okay, those are helpful qualifiers.
Well, I was hoping you were going to ask
Go ahead,
Supervisor Heidel,
ask.
I thought you were going to ask are we still looking at an effort to see if we can find a nexus to bring back those 2016 items that were taken out? Or I thought we were looking at that.
That's definitely something that's included as part of this process.
related.
Now that we have updated baseline numbers along for example, the Bass Lake Road corridor, we know what sort of development has occurred, how many permits have been issued along that corridor. We'll definitely be taking a look at that, the Latrobe, the entire countywide area will be looked at when we run the travel demand model with the updated baseline numbers to identify those roadway segments that.
Yeah.
That's
will
the
be
key. The
deficient.
travel demand model has
Okay.
to include all those things, which you're saying it will.
Yep.
So
Okay, so with that, Supervisor Turnbull?
Move and approve.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Okay, motion carries 3-1, but a lot more discussion
Thank
ahead.
you
And
for the
thank
great
you all.
discussion,
Appreciate
yeah.
all the work
And
on
Matt,
this.
thanks for all your hard work on this. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, with that, it is 12 o'clock almost, so it's a little after 12. So we will break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock for our open forum portion. Thank you all for being with us. All right. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. It's nice to see everyone here in this house, and we are here and we'll move into our open forum portion. Kim, can you open that up?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Mark Ulmer, Grizzly Flats. Supervisor Turnbull has publicly stated several times in the Mountain Democrat on February 14th of 24, March 8th of 2024, and the post office grand opening ceremony on February 23rd that they were planning and we are going to have a biomass facility in Grizzly Flats. An informational meeting was held in Supervisor Turnbull's office on March 14th of 24, where we were informed of the plans to have a biomass facility, a small sawmill, a fire resiliency building, and a nursery on the U.S. Forest Service property located at 4400 String Canyon Road in Grizzly Flats. His office has been working on this for almost a year without any community engagement or involvement. The proposed development would be located on 17 acres on the northern half of the Forest Service property, immediately adjacent to the proposed Walt Tyler School location to the east and the proposed community center to the north. There are inherent health hazards associated with biomass facilities, regardless of how clean they burn the product. Besides the potential health hazards, there will also be noise pollution, light pollution, dust, and truck traffic that would also further deteriorate our already stressed roads associated with this proposed facility. The county's proposed location for the biomass facility is in the very heart of a residential neighborhood, adjacent to small residential lots, and it is not appropriate for our community. This facility should be located in an area that is already zoned for industrial use and away from residential neighborhoods. The negative aspects far outweigh any potential benefits. As signers of the petition that we have submitted to the board and the Chief Administrative Officer, we are respectfully asking that you immediately abandon the planning and implementation of any biomass facility in Grizzly Flats. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Ernie Laurie, a landowner in the Grizzly Flat area. I have several concerns that I'd like to present to you. Number one is that the school role as a community focal point reinforces the community life and identity. I would wish you to look into Title V, California Code of Regulations, Division 1, Chapter 13, Subchapter School Facilities Construction. This makes a need to evaluate the condition of the surrounding area around a school. And this is conversely associated with any industrial activity next to a school and land. There's traffic problems that had already been potentially mentioned. At the site, there's a requirement for school area pedestrian safety as required by the law. There's also concerns associated with this. If you look into the educational code, section 17213 and the government code, section 65402, concerning schools and the potential health and safety of the students attending that school as well as staff. I would caution you to be aware of those and to be concerned about them. The other aspects of this is that 24-hour heavy equipment operations, noise, odor, as you can well imagine, the traffic that's already been mentioned. There's a one-lane road, there's a one-lane bridge that connects Grizzly Flat with the E16. Are heavy trucks going to be using this one-lane road? We have all experienced during the recovery of the Grizzly Flat area, the amount of logging trucks and debris trucks in which they had to have human traffic control across that bridge. It's that tight, you cannot drive across it. The other aspect I want to bring to your attention is that there's one 24/7 staff fire station. It's Pioneer Fire District Station 28. It's 30 miles away, 16 miles away, 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name is Eileen Strangfeld. I am also a resident of Grizzly Flats. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of statistics. All I have are my feelings. In about approximately 6 years before the fire, my late husband and I bought a residence up in Grizzly Flats to retire. One of the reasons that we considered living up there was because of the clean air and the clean water. Unfortunately, if you put a biomass facility in the heart of our community, you will have to change the zoning because it was zoned and is zoned currently as a residential area. But that is going to all go away if you put in this biomass facility. In addition to that, I live less than a mile from the area that would be used for the facility. The ongoing light and air pollution that would be relevant to me would be difficult for me to live with my asthma, which again is another reason why we moved up here. Also, we decided to move up to the mountains, even though I had a heart condition, because I was assured that this was a residential area that was quiet. I would get to know my neighbors and I would not have to worry about interference from an industrial or retail outlet. The only buildings that would be used for the purpose of community meetings would be the church or the school. That is not going to be available to us if this biomass facility goes in. I strongly urge you to listen to the residents. The biggest part of this issue, in my opinion, was the fact that none of the residents were informed. In fact, every resident that I spoke to during the process of protesting this biomass facility, every resident I talked to was unaware that there was anything going in. This was put in without our input, and I feel that our input is vital. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Sherry McKillop. I live in Grizzly Flat. I also served as the board chair and board member for the Community Services District. So first of all, I just want to say thank you all for the work that you do in advocacy of your constituents. I know it's hard work. You spend countless hours and you hardly ever get thanked. And what you do here is when people have a beef. And so that's what I'm here today as well. I'm sorry. So I am here to speak against the proposal for locating the sawmill and the biomass facility in a residential section in Grizzly Flat. It is located, its proposed location is the U.S. Forest Service property between String Canyon Road and Tyler Drive. And I do want to be clear that I'm not opposed to a biomass facility or a sawmill in the county. I just think that there are much better locations for it to occur. For those of you who are not aware, which has already been mentioned, it is bordered, the location is bordered on two sides by 1/4 acre lots or smaller on those two sides. And there are other lots that would have a view and would also be affected by any noise or lights emanating from that location. So we all understand the need to clean up the disastrous mess created by the Caldor fire. But for those of us who are directly impacted by the fire, the burn scar, and the subsequent logging, the construction of a biomass facility and the sawmill is an example to me of it's a classic example of a day late and a dollar short. You know, wouldn't it have been great if this could have been done years before? So I think anyone who would be thoughtful enough to consider the impact of this proposal to the residents of Grizzly Flat will completely understand that this is the location is completely inappropriate for this type of industrial use. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thanks. My name is Susan Kim Ulmer. I'm a resident of Grizzly Flats. The biomass facility in our community could pose increased health hazards such as particulates and other toxic residue emissions like carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, nitrogen dioxide, and other carcinogenic substances in the air we breathe. Biomass energy affects climate because of the potential negative effects of air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, as well as noise pollution. Please do not endorse the future proposal for a biomass facility in the middle of our Grizzly Flats community. It is not an appropriate location for this industrial facility within the residential community.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak during open forum? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Supervisors, good afternoon. My name's Diana Eady, and my husband and I have completed our rebuild and moved back to Grizzly Flats. We live off of
Congratulations.
Camp Crossing. It's good to see the feeling of community is still there, and there's still beauty. It's different. You have to look a little harder, but it's still there. I understand the community center couldn't be built on the U.S. forestry site on String Canyon because the forestry wouldn't give us more than a 20-year lease. Okay, but the reasons that site was right for our community center are the reasons why it's not appropriate for an industrial complex. But I want to talk about choice. For as long as we've lived in Grizzly Flats, whenever a project impacted the whole community, whenever something like that was proposed, there was a lot of open discussion and dissemination of information. A lot of effort would have gone into keeping residents informed. That didn't happen in this case. We would not have rebuilt when we did had we known about this biomass facility. We would have waited. For health reasons, I have no business living anywhere near an industrial site that burns anything. But we had no choice. We weren't given the opportunity for choice. This has been in the works for a year, and so few of us knew about it. So far, we've had no say. There's a young couple we just met this weekend who bought property across from us. They are so excited about the Grizzly they see now. They see what it's going to be. They're excited to build, to start their family. Hopefully the school will be rebuilt by the time their child is ready to go. They have no choice either. Their child could go to a school right next to a biomass facility. They will live between the one in the forest and the one in Grizzly Flats. They have no choice either. Residents of Grizzly are perfectly capable of deciding what is appropriate for our community. I expect transparency. I expect opportunities to give input and to be listened to. And I expect the choice to be ours. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else?
Can I speak on this?
Let's go online and finish the public comment, and then we'll bring it back in. Absolutely. So let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you. We just want to echo a lot of the comments that were made by the residents of Grizzly Flats. Kevin McCarty, resident of District 2 in Somerset. I am somebody who's actually a strong supporter of biomass energy. At an earlier stage of life, I actually was raising capital for a project just like this for an area up in Forest Hill. But to tell the truth, if I had tried to site the facility right next to an elementary school, I would expect torches and pitchforks and a uproar of community opposition, such as you're seeing in the room in front of you. I just think it's something that we all want good jobs in the county. We want to deal with the biomass left over from the fire in a responsible way. But I think that we need to consider the impacts to the community. You know, we've had several projects come up recently involving cannabis cultivation and a lot of community opposition based on, you know, potential impacts, noise, odor, various different aspects. And, you know, many of those are valid concerns. But I think it's interesting in light of that to put a de facto industrial processing facility right next to an elementary school, one that still hasn't unfortunately been rebuilt. And I realize those two things aren't necessarily connected, but it kind of shows the community where the priorities are if the school hasn't been finished at this point and an industrial facility is being situated right next to it. So I realize this is federal land, but also there's an entire, you know, federal forest. I would imagine there's plenty of sites that are suitable where these types of jobs could be located, so we'd reap the benefits without having to have all these potential impacts on an already heavily impacted community. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Well, hi there. This is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction, but reporting live from Heavenly Valley. Yeah, you know I was going to call, and that would be WTF. But it's kind of this surprise with this project out in Grizzly. That's a real WTF. And, you know, they already have their cell sites out there. But anyway, it doesn't sound like the right place or the right time for this project. And I had no idea about it either. So I will be looking into it and expect some more comments later on. Very specific. But back to WTF facilities, if you will. Not sure what the progress is because I haven't heard from planning department lately as to the ordinance, and perhaps an update of some sort would be really appropriate, and maybe a report back to the board. But in the meantime, if it's still a year away, which it sounds like, perhaps we should be doing a fallover setback urgency ordinance. That would, again, resolve so many of the problems. There's enough problems as it is. And we, you know, with this revision, we can do things like 1 mile radius noticing, realistic alternative analysis that isn't driven by junk mail letters to people who might have a suitable site. No, knock on their door. Let them know that, you know, you have this opportunity to make $3,000 a year or a month off of this WTF. So anyway, there's so many things to work with on this. Let's get the process going. And again, if this is not going to happen, and it looks like it's not going to happen real soon, let's get some emergency ordinance in there so that we can deal with it on a daily basis. Back to Grizzly Flat. I am very curious as to how far we are in the process. Is this a federal project or is this a private project on federal land? Does the county have actual jurisdiction, et cetera, et cetera? Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you later.
Happy skiing.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Boy, I wasn't going to weigh in, but my heart goes out to all of us when projects come. Project Amazon, disguised as Frontier, certainly arose a lot of it on health and environmental implications. And I'm kind of wondering in my head, because I get it, when people start Googling biomass facilities, for example, it can get really scary, or it can get very positive. It really depends on who's providing the information and the studies, and either the discouragement or the encouragement. I was wondering, going back to sometimes in the old days, when I was working with the Carmichael Incorporated and things came up, is there a potential for a good old-fashioned field trip? Maybe there is somewhere that has this particular system in function, and people could actually go. Maybe a third-party air quality person could demonstrate to people so they could see for themselves. I think sometimes we get away from the kinesthetic learning about things, and then it gets scary because we start going on Google and WebMD, and I'm not discrediting that. Perhaps some of the information that's out there that is a little concerning, I would be concerned for sure, may be the truth, and we learn more. And in terms of location, I would just remind all of you that, a recent aha moment came on the navigation center when it was realized that maybe it wasn't in the best location, and that there was a location that suited the community while still offering the service to help our homeless in need at the same time. So I don't know how these projects get to where we're talking about them, so deeply into the process. Again, I'm not necessarily following Grizzly Flats, but I can understand and sympathize. We're back to El Dorado Hills and Gateway, and talking about diesel trucks and what does that do? And really, I think what we all want, and I'm sure you want too, is when we put our footprint on this earth, and what God calls us to do on this earth is, did we leave the place better than when we got there? And I know that's all of your goals, is to be able to say, I left my term as Board of Supervisors and my communities and the people entrusted to me in a better place than when we got there. So I hope that people are able to be sympathized with and talked to with dignity and respect on these fears. And I also hope that maybe there's a way that we can become more educated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, at this point, I will close the public comment portion, and Supervisor Trimber, you wanted to
The
address
thing
us?
is you guys think it was all concrete and everything's done. It was a vision that I had, a vision to help your community. The problem is, in 2 years, you will not be able to burn out there in Grizzly Flat. So what are you going to do with your green waste? And what are you going to do with all the waste impacted by that fire? The problem is the Sherry Institute has done a great thing in Plumas County, which they had the Dixie Fire for over 1 million acres was burned in that particular area. They put a biomass in there with 0 emissions. You can't even hear it run in a building that's 30 by 50. And it heats the HHSA building that's there, 55,000 square feet with steam is what it is. And it also produces electricity. The only thing that I was thinking of Grizzly Flat, especially with the Title 25, is a portable mill, not a huge mill, a portable mill that goes on a trailer to be able to mill lumber, to be able to build the houses that were impacted, the people that had no insurance. That's what that was about. The thing is the Sierra Institute has done a great job. They really have. And the problem is with California Air Resources Board is the ones that approve these biomass facilities, because they have to inspect all those emissions anyway that comes out of it. There's 0 emissions and 0 noise. And the things, I put a lot of this stuff out there, but you didn't do the research. All it was a vision. There is nothing concrete, period. And Mark, you're the problem, because you're the one that started, I'm sorry, but you're the one that started all this stuff with these rumors instead of doing the proper research. So that's all, pretty much all I have to say right now. It was a vision. There is nothing happening. Okay.
Let's get, there was a question, how far are we along in the process, and is this a federal project? I, for one, knew nothing about this project, and I don't believe this has come before our board at all.
No, it hasn't.
So can we, is there any further clarification on this proposed vision project?
There is
There's
nothing proposed.
There's nothing proposed.
Nothing
Okay.
proposed,
Okay.
period. All it was a vision to try to help the community in Grizzly Flat, especially what's going to happen in a few years when they can't do any burning, especially when the piles
Okay.
of burning out there that puts out more pollution than a lot of the vehicles going in there because of the particular matter.
Okay, all right.
So anyway,
All right. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thank you all for engaging in open forum, and our deep sympathies for all that you've been through with your community. You are a inspiring group of residents who's been through an awful lot, and we applaud you for your resiliency. All right, with that, we will move into our 1:15 time allocation.
Item number 26 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, and Department of Transportation, recommending the board, one, receive and file the general plan 2016 to 2020 5-year review. Two, find that the basic general plan assumptions and findings are still valid or have not changed so drastically that the county would need to consider amending them at this time. Three, direct Long Range Planning Unit to return to the board in 2026 with the 21-25 5-year review. And four, direct the Department of Transportation to prepare an environmental document and return to the board for certification of the environmental document and adoption of the active transportation plan.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us
Good
today.
afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Thea Graybill. I'm with the county's Department of Planning and Building and the Long Range Planning Division. I'm here today along with our consultant, Matt, a familiar face with BAE. He was with us this morning as well, to provide a comprehensive update to the county's general plan, which is known as the 5-year review. The county's 2004 general plan calls for staff to monitor and check in on the progress that the county and county staff has made to implement general plan goals, policies, and measures every 5 years. This is a self-imposed requirement. This is not a state mandate. It is required by our general plan. As part of this review process, staff are to conclude whether the basic general plan assumptions and findings are still valid and have not changed to the extent that the county would need to consider amending the general plan. I want to acknowledge upfront that this 5-year review is delayed by a couple of years. So, this morning we were sort of looking forward. Now we're sort of time traveling back. So this delay is due to some previous staffing changes, as well as the identified need of hiring BAE to take a closer look at the population and growth, the current and projected population and growth data gathering and analysis. So generally, staff bring the 5-year review to the board the year after the monitoring period. So for example, the staff plans to present the next 5-year report in 2026, which is really only a year and a half away, for the 2021 to 2025 5-year. So staff also, as a friendly reminder, reports out on the general plan on an annual basis. We actually just submitted our APRs, our annual progress reports, per HCD and OPR's deadline, which was just yesterday, I believe. So those were in front of the board as well a few weeks ago. And so we are up to date and current on those annual progress reports. I also want to note that the Planning and Building Department did not draft this 5-year report alone. This is by no means my report. And so many divisions and departments were involved with providing updates in the report and are either present today or are online and available if you have any, project or program specific questions. They're certainly the subject matter experts, not me. And so we might loop them into the conversation if there are any specific questions. I also want to note that Zach Oates is going to be back in front of you this afternoon to present a slide at the end of the presentation on El Dorado County Transportation Commission's adopted Active Transportation Plan, or the ATP. He will be seeking direction from the board to move forward with the preparation of an environmental document that would analyze the potential impacts of adopting the ATP. We decided to include the ATP in this afternoon's discussion and with this item because the ATP updates the 2010 El Dorado County Bicycle Master Plan, which must be consistent and comply with the county's general plan. So any impacts, the ATP obviously would impact the general plan, and that's why we decided to pair these items. Next slide. During this presentation, I'll be touching on each of the listed 5 major sections of the 2016 to 2020 5-year review as listed here. Next slide. The first section of the 5-year review discusses the basic framework of and background information on the county's general plan. The section summarizes general plan law relied upon, discusses the county's 2004 general plan adoption along with its assumptions and objectives, and explains the general plan annual and 5-year reporting, monitoring, and review process. Next slide.
So can I ask a question to you at this point?
Sure.
The front end of the general plan talks about purpose and vision, and I have a lot of comments on that. What you're telling me is we're not going to get to discuss that, because I think those things have changed substantially in the 20 plus years since this general plan was approved. So are we going to be able to discuss, because I have some high level concerns with accepting this general plan as our go forward without some dialogue. So I don't know if
Sure,
we're
of
going to get to
course.
that or not.
Now would be the time
Okay.
to probably do that, considering this is the, yeah.
All right, well,
We're in that
okay,
section
so-
now.
So let me start with the biggest issue I have with it then. The cover of this general plan is stated to be a plan for managed growth and open roads, a plan for quality neighborhoods and traffic relief. I look for definitions within the general plan as to what those mean. They're not in a glossary. So I guess I'm supposed to interpret that managed growth is really what's related to the vision and the implementation and those kinds of things. That's what constitutes managed growth, because we keep having the residents come forward and say, hey, this is what you said, open roads, traffic relief. Well, what does that mean? They're not defined in this general plan. My history with following this general plan in the early days from 1999 all the way through the 2004 was that this was a marketing attempt, if you will, to basically convince the voters that this general plan was the best thing they could come up with that would offer managed growth, open roads, quality neighborhoods, and traffic relief. And yet it fails to address many of those things in terms of what does that mean? So that's where I start with, how do we move forward with this without at least defining what those terms mean? Because everybody's going to interpret it differently. And particularly the term managed growth. Because there's all kinds of things in here about clustering of housing and stuff. Well, is that managed growth? Trying to maximize open space by having developments where you have clusters. Those are the things that I read in this general plan. But most people wouldn't interpret that as managed growth. They're gonna draw their own assumption as to what that means, right? So that's some of the basic issues I have with just the high level interpretation of what this general plan is. And those were discussed pretty extensively in years past, but it was put on there as a label. Even our auditor controller comes forward and tells us this is what it's supposed to be, right? There's something as simple as traffic relief. Within the general plan, it identifies roadways and paths that are never having an intention of improving from level of service F. How is that traffic relief if we're not going to improve the existing level of service F roadways that existed in 2004? So it's an oxymoron in terms of calling it this and then defining it differently within the body of the general plan. So that's the biggest issue I have just starting out. There's any number of things on the statement of vision, the overall objectives, all of those things. Some of them need to be really called out, and particularly you get into things like timber. And the forecast is the timber growth is going to be the same. Well, the timber industry went away in 2009. The Board of Supervisors in 2004, when they approved this, couldn't have anticipated that, but it's dramatically changed the economics in El Dorado County. So we have to, at some point, update this general plan to be consistent with our view forward, knowing that a lot of things have changed. And I don't see that reflected in all of the amendments we've made. I think we have a lot more work to do here. So that's kind of my overriding consideration. I don't want to take the time to go through all of these, but I would really encourage us to somehow define an opportunity to talk more about some of the specifics, because I know Supervisor Parlin was involved with reviewing the general plan as I was in the early days. And we tracked those things, and it was, I think, an attempt to try to get something approved. It was marginally approved, even with all the promotions. I think it was 51% or 52%.
It's close.
Really, really close vote. So when we say a voter approved general plan, marginally approved, and that's with some of these things that aren't defined as part of the label. So I have a lot of things to discuss. I don't want to belabor it here, but somehow I think we need to have a more detailed discussion before we really get into making this final decision, but I'll leave it at that.
And so let me piggyback on that, because this is prefaced by our conversation earlier this morning. The action before us today is to receive and file the 5-year review, which is before us, and recognizing that we're looking backwards. And that I think the part that all of us are probably going to have our angst is find that the basic general plan assumptions and findings are still valid. So as probably we have all identified places where we don't think that those assumptions and findings are still valid, how do we have that conversation today productively, or because we could be here all night.
We don't want to do
and this is not a general plan overhaul. So what is your recommendation, and maybe the CAO's office as well, for how we have these conversations based on the board item today?
I think there's a couple of ways that we could handle this, because certainly those are very good comments, and we've been hearing this, building up to this meeting of a possible comprehensive general plan update or a targeted general plan update. There's a couple of ways we could handle this. I am planning, or the long range planning team is planning on coming back with this year's long range planning work plan. We plan on doing that after, or just after, we get our safety element adopted. And so we're under a very tight timeline right now with the Board of Forestry and our safety element. And so we could use that as a jumping off point for the work plan sometime in June, early July, to discuss putting it on the work plan. And then staff would go and put some proposals together and come back to the board. We could also, right after the putting it on the work plan, we could then have a public workshop. We could go to the Planning Commission first and then come back to the board after that. Obviously, the work plan is the work plan. However, if the board so chooses to direct us to, hey, just go ahead and schedule a workshop, we'd be happy to do so. But maybe that the work plan discussion would give the board a better sense of the overall work effort that we have in long range planning. There's going to be some big asks coming your way as far as budgetary asks. There's some large projects like the design standard project a contract is going to be coming back your way. That is a very, very significant project. However, we could discuss it a little bit today. We could go back and schedule a public workshop, or we could discuss it in depth during the work plan review and then take steps from there. But it's really the board's pleasure on what you want to see.
Ed, do you have something to add?
Yeah, just the other thing briefly, as you probably recall, just last year, we developed the general plan implementation fee as well. And so with the understanding and acknowledgement that we were getting to a place where we would potentially need to find funding to comprehensively update our general plan or pay for a more targeted update. Of course, say we wanted to do the targeted update. As you know, once you open up the general plan and start tinkering and updating one element, it sort of trickles to all of the other elements. You can't look at, like Supervisor Parlin mentioned maybe this morning, you can't quite look at one element or one project without looking at the whole. And so I just wanted to make that point, that we have been financially kind of planning for some sort of update in the future.
That's good. So if the board were to have, as we go through the assumptions in this review, if the board were to have changes, or we were to amend perhaps recommend that we amend some of the objectives, what would that entail to make any, I mean, I'm kind of feeling as today like an all or nothing. We either approve this as is, or we open the kimono, or is there opportunity for us to amend some low hanging fruits, or is that in an onerous process as far as making any amendments to the general plan?
They would really fall into the category whether they're minor or significant.
Okay.
You would be looking at general plan amendment, any changes that you want to see. So therefore, there are CEQA implications to that. We would have to look at the original EIR and what, if any, impact differences that there would be from the amendments.
Depending on what they are, if they're minor or significant.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I just
So-
wanted to have this understanding of where we're going today, because
I know.
Yeah, and it's item 2 that I think is the real crux of it. It is
Yes,
fine
yes,
that the
it is.
basic general plan assumptions and findings are
Still
still
valid.
valid.
Yeah.
And I personally don't feel that they are, or have not changed drastically. I think they have changed drastically. The county would need to consider amending them at this time. So that's the tough one for me to get past without more dialogue.
So Karen, can you come up, because you and I have had this conversation before, and I really want, this general plan is 20 years old and a lot has changed in 20 years. At what point is it time to look at a new general plan? What does that take? When is it appropriate? Because this piecemealing, fixing, patching is not going to last much longer. And I just don't know how to approach this.
So yes, I mean, I recognize the complexity of this. It is very complex because, first of all, general, right? It's high level, and things do change. When you have a time frame that's 20, 25 years, every community changes within that time frame. So we're getting at the tail end, and we're having this struggle of, these assumptions just don't sound like they make sense anymore. But as Thea pointed out, you start fiddling, especially with land use and circulation, it really has an impact on the entire general plan. So it's tough to make modifications. I will say this. So as Thea also mentioned, we'll be back in 1.5 to 2 years with another update. And, at that point, we maybe have more information if you're directing us as staff to look at what would different options look like in terms of updates, if it's targeted or if it's wholesale update. What are the implications as far as, environmental, and we'd want to do community outreach, and, the cost, and have we collected enough, or will we collect enough in our fees to offset that? All those things we need to look at. Yeah, there's no easy answer to say, hey, go down this path and we'll be golden. It's just not that simple. I guess one of the reminders, again, we're kind of looking backwards. So,
Right.
in the past, and were these assumptions valid for part of that time? We all kind of had a chuckle about, it's talking about Auburn Dam, and that's long gone. And, but we're still having to talk about it because it's in there.
Right.
But I don't think what we're going through is unusual either. Other communities, it's the same thing. The last jurisdiction I was in, we had just adopted a new general plan, and same thing, that old one had stuff in there that just no longer made sense, that honestly, they were just kind of ignoring towards the end because it was no longer valid. So you kind of have to suspend your belief a little bit in what some of the things say, and in order to at least, do things like this 5-year update, if you will. Understand the concerns. We have those conversations internally all the time. One of the things that that Theo will go over is, the big one that was a question mark was just population. Are we hitting the upper end of that? Turns out we're not really hitting that. That's not one of the things I'm pushing it, but
Yes, that's good. I know. It's like
I know, but there, other stuff has surfaced, that the jobs, and, we're not nearly where we thought we'd be with jobs. And then again, just some of these broad statements no longer really seem to fit. So, we'll take thoughts and direction. It's going to take us some time, to look at all those options and timing for those options, costs of those options, but we can add that to our long range work plan and bring that back.
So to kind of piggyback on that, you haven't looked enough to determine what the trigger point would be for a comprehensive general plan update? Because I think we're there personally, but I could be argued out of that if we found targeted places to make the changes, to bring it up into at least reasonable compliance with today's world. And then, basically established a comprehensive general plan update timeframe somewhere in the future. But I don't want to just ignore it at this point, because I think there's so many different conflicts from what we're hearing from our residents, from what projects mean, things in the business park that were defined in 1982 and people don't understand them today. I mean, all of those kinds of things. And not that the general plan is generally going to fix all of that, but I think it's really time to really look hard at when do we do the comprehensive update. I think it's time personally, but that doesn't mean we do it tomorrow. But I'm just asking, is there any trigger point that you've looked at in terms of compatibility or consistency with the general plan with where today's world is? Is there any way to measure that?
Yeah, there's no hard and fast rule. For me, the population was a big one. And so I actually felt a little relief that we weren't as close to that as we thought, because that's where you could really get into some predicament if the state, as they're all about pushing more and more housing, and things like having a cap on population, even if it's just a general statement in your general plan. I think we would start butting heads with the state, if we said, hey, that we're drawing a line in the sand on population. I think the state would probably turn around and tell us, you might want to reconsider that. So I didn't want to get into that situation. So that is why, that was a big one for me. Yeah. So again, I think it's an analysis we have to do to look at what are those pieces that don't seem to fit, that don't make sense anymore. How much does that affect the county as a whole? Because there's some things, probably not that big of a deal. We can still go a few years without, even though it doesn't make sense anymore, it really doesn't come up that often, or it just doesn't have that big of an impact. Other stuff is going to have a bigger impact. Certainly anything with, circulation and traffic is, one that comes to mind. So,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. Well, this is helpful.
That's
I think
helpful. Yeah, very
setting
helpful.
us up for today.
Rob, did
No
you wanna
easy
add
answers.
anything?
If I could.
Please, Rob.
Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I wanted to add just one piece of information, which was during the targeted general plan amendment zoning ordinance update, a 5-year review was conducted at that time.
Mhm.
And so it's sort of buried in that very long Legistar and all the information that the board at that time considered. But certainly, I think one of the core reasons we're here to meet the intent of the board's 5-year review requirement, but also to try to get a sense of how you guys are feeling about the policies and the objectives and the underlying philosophy of the general plan, so that as we're moving forward, we can try to start looking at those pieces and see. I mean, we're looking at from a very data rich sort of lens, but maybe not, from the less than 50% that voted against the general plan, and all of those pieces. And I think over time, different board members have different philosophies on all of that. But I can say that when we did the last 5-year review and the targeted general plan amendment, there was a lot of conversations around similar type of topics, and we landed on a spot. And so now we're saying within the 5 years thereafter, did it change so fundamentally that now it's the whole thing's, not right. And it sounds like there's a mix, right? So some places you're saying, I think we're at that level, and maybe some places we're not. And so what we're really trying to do here is to get this 5-year look that we acknowledge that we're behind on, set in stone, get some direction on the policies and the considerations of the general plan, the underlying philosophy that you all think isn't still, or that needs work. And then we can start putting that into our work plan and moving forward with the general plan implementation fee. It's going to take a couple years to get enough monies into that situation to where we then can kick off an RFP and start working on general plan amendments and updates. But all of these discussions are going to lead us to what is our targeted, update? Is it a full scale general plan update? Because that includes a lot of elements. We're kind of stuck in the transportation land use elements, which are key, huge parts of this, but there are many others. Right. A comprehensive touches all of it. Yep. We have a recently adopted housing element. We're going to be adopting our safety element. But if you change some of those underlying fundamental sort of visions and statements of that nature, what impacts does it have to the work that we're already doing on those? So there's a lot, once you kind of, crack it open, I think as Thea said, that comes to play there. But we really are, if there's pieces of this that, you're saying, hey, we want you to explore this and move forward, and we think we're getting to a point where this is fundamentally changing. We want to know that so that we can start, because we don't know all of the interests that you have sitting there, and then certainly bring those to the community and others as we start doing our work plans and doing our next 5-year review, so that we can start really trying to understand where you all are at and trying to understand how that incorporates into our long-range planning work.
That's helpful, Rod.
So what's the mechanism to get there? Do we schedule meetings with you individually to convey to you the details of what we see as the inconsistencies?
Well, I think at the highest
workshop,
level,
or what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, I think Brett was kind of mentioning that it could be at a long range planning. We could do a subsequent workshop, so we can work on those pieces.
Yeah,
I think we want to get the feedback we can from you today, or at least at the highest level, so we can understand where you see challenges and where you see pieces that, hey, while maybe because 2020 already happened, right? And so we're sort of working backwards a little bit, but moving forward into this 2025 look, where we're, I think 2026 we would come back. Yeah, that we can then start to set the stage of, we heard you, we looked into these pieces, and we think this is how we move forward from there. But absolutely, if it's individual meetings with board members, if it's it's really, we work at your pleasure. Okay. And so if there's something where you want to have a subsequent conversation, we can do so. But really, this is really intended to look at how did we do during those 5 years? Yeah. Not so much what are the pieces that we want to change or move. Right. But again, with that fee study update, we did, we understand and we acknowledge that it's coming, right? And so we're trying to put ourselves in a position where we can be successful, where we can, bring some monies to the table, so that we can kick that off and then work through that over that 10-year look that we were bringing on that fee study update. And so we know it's coming, but we're just, again, trying to get an understanding of where the board lands and what the policies and the pieces of the general plan that you think, we need to explore further in this next look, and then come back with, maybe some more information on the look ahead, as opposed to kind of we're working in the rears here a little bit.
CAO, do you have anything else to add?
Just to maybe solidify it a little more for the board, because the previous discussion that you had, and then hearing this, it sounds like we're coming to a precipice here. So I don't know if it would be reasonable for the board to provide direction to long-range planning staff to, when they bring your long-range planning work plan forward in the next couple of months, to actually include maybe a scope, cost, and estimate of what either a targeted or comprehensive general plan may look like, based on maybe some of that high-level feedback, policy feedback that you get from the board today. It's feeling like we're kind of outgrowing our general
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I agree. And I'm just I was really disappointed when I saw what was on today's agenda. I mean, super disappointed, because I felt I've been asking for the opportunity to provide some of these things that I've felt, policies that weren't working, whatever, for a couple of years now. And I've been told over and over, hang on to it, there'll be an opportunity. And it felt like today should have been that opportunity. And yet I don't feel any of us were reached out to. We were all, I think a lot of us were blindsided by today's item, just, and maybe we're having a huge disconnect on when do we ever get to make updates to the general plan versus just looking back? Because if we're always looking backwards and we don't talk about moving forward, which is what we talked about this morning, we're not forward thinking. We're just looking back saying, this is what happened. When are we going to make changes? And I think we all have instances of things that we've seen that we think need to be addressed. And I don't know. I know I've asked on the dais before, when are we going to have that opportunity? I thought you guys are going to be reaching out to us. Didn't happen. Maybe it wasn't clear enough in direction, which I'm learning. So I want in today's item, however this ends up, there needs to be clear direction for staff to reach out to each of us, because we are all building a laundry list. It's getting huge. We have 2 supervisors that won't be here next year. And, if we say, let's do it in 2026, their list is then ignored. And I think that it's time to do it now, build the list, bring that scope back for us so we can start looking ahead. But our general plan just isn't, it's getting very patchy, and things are actually, when it was approved, it was conflicting internally anyway. We all know that too, but that internal conflict is growing, and we've got to take care of some of these things. So this process just didn't feel very good.
Well, and so I apologize, and I'll take some responsibility for that. I think we certainly, the difficulty here is we're late. And if we were having this conversation 2 years ago, we would be talking about the time that, that time in a present tense. And now we're talking about sort of a look back. We're certainly not here to say, we don't want any of your inputs on what to move forward with, right? So we're saying we want to understand what your inputs are, but changing the fundamental openings of the general plan and the goals and the objectives and all of that isn't necessarily what's done. It can be acknowledged that there's concerns related to those topics and those, and we can certainly get feedback from each of you individually on what you see, and we can start rolling that into that next look. But I think a 5-year review is to say where staff thinks we're at, and it's certainly appropriate for you to provide feedback on where you think we're differing in your understanding of it and ours. And so, but that will help us to move forward to the next 5-year review. And again, if it's a direction, like we think there's some fundamental issues here and we want you to come back and explore and work towards maybe expediting that update to the general plan. That's certainly, feedback that you all could provide us. It's a policy level decision, but it's got a lot of, fiscal impacts related to that. And so we were, again, trying to set ourselves up in a place where it's great to go do all this work, but if we don't have, the nest egg we're trying to produce and all of those things, we're not able to do so. So I think providing some information on what we think a couple reasonable alternatives would be on an update could give you some sense of what the costs would be and what pieces, if we're talking about the whole thing and starting over versus we're talking about, we don't like this section and we think this is where we need to spend our time. And those are the types of feedback we're trying to get. I think we're just saying this isn't the document to make that change.
Right.
Well, there's multiple parts of this action, right? And the first part is pretty simple, looking back 5 years and seeing where we are. To me, that's very straightforward. And I think I can certainly agree with that. It's the go forward. Are they still applicable? Do we need to make significant changes? And that's where I think the answer is yes. It can be targeted initially, but ultimately we're going to have to do a comprehensive. And that's why I was asking the question about the trigger point. Where does planning look at that point where, okay, we have enough inconsistencies? Well, what we're hearing from the public, from what the questions are always asked, it's really time to do a comprehensive and look at all the impacts associated with the general plan. Start with a fresh general plan, if you will, not to throw out the good elements of the general plan. I think those can be carried over, and there's several. But there's also some very, very specific inconsistencies between certain sections of what's implied and then how you're supposed to implement it.
Well, and I will say that no matter what long-range planning or the planning division does, you'll almost certainly never come back with a general plan that is entirely internally consistent and doesn't have conflicts between ag and land use and transportation and all those pieces. So, but understood.
Okay. Thank you. So I suggest we go through this presentation and perhaps questions for the board. Do we want to add our feedback at every assumption? Or do we want to just go through the presentation and then each of us board members go through our high level, give feedback on the high level areas that we see that we'd like to change in the future? And then perhaps as was stated, direct staff to come back and give us some more information on what a targeted or a comprehensive general plan amendment would look like in terms of scope, cost, and staff time in concert with our long-range matrix.
Probably each one, otherwise it'll be too much at the end.
I
right?
agree.
Okay,
Do 'em
so,
as we go
so let's
through.
talk
Yeah.
through at each
Assumption.
assumption. So let's do that. Okay, let's begin. Let's
The
dive in.
plan. We have a plan for the
Restart.
plan.
All right.
Okay, well, this is sort of timely. So I want to touch on the reasons why the county reports out every 5 years on its general plan. We want to assess how the general plan is being implemented. Number two, which we've talked at length about right now,
Yeah.
we're going to identify needed course adjustments and modifications. Ensure correlation between land use decisions and general plan goals. And then 4, discuss progress in achieving the county's goals, policies, and implementation measures. Next slide, please. As part of the 5-year review process, the LRP division took the following steps. We hired and worked with BAE to compile data and conduct analysis on growth and population trends and forecasts. We collected new information from various county departments and divisions. We reviewed the general plan MMRP document and determined the 2004 general plan assumptions and findings are still valid. Now I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who will discuss the county's population, housing, and jobs data in terms of growth from the general plan perspective. And then just keeping in mind that this is again from the 2016 to 2020 timeframe.
Welcome back, Matt.
You're so
Thank you.
brave. You came
Yeah.
back.
I had a choice.
I'm impressed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. It is indeed a pleasure to be back. And what I'll do first is talk about these general plan build out assumptions and the high level report on the progress towards build out for population, housing, and employment. And then we'll get into some details behind those conclusions. So to start out, the general plan for 200,000 population by build out. And as of 2020, the county population was at about 159,000, which means there was still about 41,000 population capacity left within the general plan. In terms of the housing units, the general plan for about 32,500 new housing units or additional housing units. And as of 2020, there was about almost 18,000 new housing units had been built since the general plan was adopted. And that left capacity for a little under 15,000 additional housing units. On the non-residential side, the jobs general plan included build out for about 42,200 additional jobs. And what we saw based on the permit data and the employment density factors for non-residential development, the potential there for about 14,400 new jobs to be accommodated within that new space. So that left a little under 28,000 additional jobs that could be accommodated within that general plan capacity. So in terms of some of the details on that, let's go to the next
So Matt,
slide.
before you leave that one, I just want to make this really clear. You're saying 41,000 remaining population to get to the original 200,000 expected build out. Within the report, it says that the average annual increase is now 1,008 persons per year. I didn't misread that and to do the math right. We got about 40 more years at that growth rate before we even get the build out. I personally don't think that's realistic, but I understand what the numbers yield to, right? So that's some of the things that have to enter into this at some point in time. I don't think we're looking at 40 years till we reach 200,000 population for the unincorporated area.
Right.
That's the other thing that needs to be stressed. This does not include the 2 cities within El Dorado County. It's only the unincorporated. So it's just an observation. I don't know how realistic the numbers are. So anyway, please continue.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to the next slide. So this slide maybe speaks a little bit to Supervisor Heidal's point. You see before the dot to the left of the dotted lines, the historical growth trends, and then to the right are the projections. And what you can see there is that the housing growth from say 2010 to 2020 was a little bit more rapid, and then it started to level off and slow down, and it maybe even decline a little bit due to the pandemic and other factors between 2020 and 2023. So that is kind of the historic trend. Looking forward, as mentioned earlier today, we looked at a range of different projection sources, and some of the key ones are the Department of Finance and SACOG, and also we consider the county's historic trend. And so if we follow that historic trend out for housing and population growth, we'd see the county getting close to a build out around 2040 or a little bit before. So actually getting there. But in SACOG, they had a series of projections they did in 2016, and they've since revised them. So I think it's the green line on the graph was the 2016 projection. The purple line, which is below that, is the 2020 projection. And so if we were to look at that 2020 forecast, it would only have the West Slope population reaching about 164,000 by 2040. So you'd be well below build out if that trend were to occur. And then the Department of Finance's projections, and that's a countywide projection, but the trend and the rate is actually, they're calling for a long-term decline in population within the county by 2060. And so if you looked at that one, you'd actually have a slightly lower population than you have right now. Now, I think it's important to recognize that population does not directly equate to housing units. So you could still have this sort of lessening of population, but still have housing unit growth because more people are building second homes, people are filtering into smaller households, so they're spreading out fewer people into more housing units and so forth. But it is indicative of this sort of trend that we're not where we were in the early 2000s when you were at those 1,200, 1,500 permits per year. We're kind of settling down in those lower numbers of the hundreds of units per year.
So let me add a comment on that. With the current trend with homeowners insurance and where the state seems to be going with all that, my expectation is we are going to see declines because people aren't going to be able to afford to continue to live in the rural parts of this county, and even places like El Dorado Hills, which are having non-renewal notices, even though there's fire safe councils and everything else. Is that cost of insurance goes up, people are going to find a different place to live because they can't afford to live in California. So I don't see the growth rates currently in the general plan reflecting any of today's realities. That's the biggest issue I have. We really need to look at what's going on today and ultimately make adjustments towards the future. That'll come, but there's a lot of things that have substantially changed in 20 years.
Yeah, and with the general plan, the capacity is there. It's not necessarily saying, that the county is going to get there by 2040 or 2045. So maybe that timeline gets extended out. And certainly these projections that we talked about in the morning were a reduction in the rate, I think, to reflect this reality that not only El Dorado County, but a lot of other counties in the state overall are really slowing the growth. And it's kind of a mental shift from what we're used to in California, just constant growth. So we are in a different environment for planning than what we were in when the general plan was developed. Okay, so we'll move on to the next slide. And this is really focusing in on the housing. Could I have the next slide, please? Excuse me. The next one here is focusing on the housing production, again, between 2016 and 2020. You can see that long-term trend slide that we looked at this morning. So we won't really dwell on that other than, again, to just note that slowing of the growth rate On the right-hand side, you can see the development patterns from that 2000 to 2020 period. And you can see that most of the residential growth occurred in El Dorado Hills, followed by Cameron Park, and also the rest of the county is where a lot of that housing growth occurred. In the insets, first one on the left-hand side, that's for the whole period of 2000 to 2020. It shows the proportion of housing growth that occurred within the community regions versus the rest of the county. And it shows that about 69% of the housing development occurred in the community regions, which is a little bit below that target or goal of having 75% of the development within the community regions. Looking at that inset on the right, it shows that between 2016 and 2020, you actually did have the higher percentage, 79% of the housing units within the community regions, the balance outside of the community regions. So it suggests that there's some sort of correction and that growth is starting to get more into that pattern. The general plan expected of having more like 3/4 of the development happening within the community regions. So I think the last one is just a closer look at the employment. Next slide, please. And what you can see is the tall blue bar is the total employment capacity, build out capacity for the general plan, the 42,200 number. The orange bar towards the middle is the estimated jobs associated with the new permit activity from 2000 to 2020, about 14,400. And so that left that balance on the gray bar of about 27,800 capacity of jobs remaining that could be accommodated within the West Slope. So again, there's a good amount of capacity left there. And finally, on the right-hand side, the yellow bar is sort of a separate look at the Employment Development Department's job estimates change from 2000 to 2020. It's showing about 10,000 new jobs, actual new jobs within, or net increase in jobs within the county. That number, of course, is not going to be directly comparable to the prior number, the 14,400, because it's a countywide number, not a West Slope number. And I think with that, I can turn it back over to Thea, and I don't know if there are any questions at this point before I sit
think we're
down.
good right now. Thank you so much, Matt. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The 2004 general plan identifies 7 assumptions listed here. These assumptions were developed back in 2004 based on the county's physical, economic, and political conditions at that time. And I'm going to touch on each of these individually and explain why staff feels the assumptions remain valid for this monitoring period. Next slide. And obviously receive your input as well. The first assumption is on population. I'm not going to do a deep dive here because Matt just touched on this. The 2004 general plan assumes a population number of 200,000 in the county. The California DOF estimated the county's population in 2020 to be just under 159,000 people. Pursuant to general plan policy, the county can accommodate an increase of approximately 41,000 people before the current population threshold is reached. Therefore, this assumption remains valid for this monitoring period because the projected growth can be accommodated within the 2016 to 2020 general plan monitoring period.
Do any of my colleagues have a problem with the population projections? I think
It's a
we're-
projection.
Yeah, I
The
think
best
we're
you can
pretty,
do,
I think
probably,
we're pretty
right?
good with this assumption. This was a
Yeah.
good one to start with. Now let's have some fun.
Next slide.
Number 2.
Number 2, yes.
The second
Well,
assumption
Brett.
is on the Auburn Dam. This is included as an assumption because if ever authorized, it would affect the general plan. However, since the adoption of our general plan, Congress deauthorized construction of the Auburn Dam, as many of us know, which means Congress effectively eliminated plans for the construction of this dam. Therefore, this assumption remains valid for this monitoring period.
So question, what would it take to, amend our general plan to remove assumption 2 from the general plan? I mean,
just get rid of it.
Is that low hanging? I mean, because it's like we all said, it's dead. What does that process look like? Just to remove this assumption?
That if it were just that would be a pretty easy process. It'd just be a general plan amendment. However, it'd be how much, we wouldn't be doing public outreach workshops, all of that. It would be a minor general plan amendment. And
right.
I'm finding it hard to see what the environmental implications would be to the general plan EIR. I don't think there would be any. So this is something that probably could be handled fairly easily.
Okay, because that's
but I think we were planning on handling it as part of either a targeted update or a comprehensive update. But this piece, if it were this piece alone, certainly could be handled.
I got a question. Would there be a place for future projects? I mean, would they be added to this? I mean, let's just say the Nashville Dam for existence, if that does ever happen, because I know Congress is looking into it right now, the Natural Resources Board. So our other reservoir projects, would that be added into the general plan for future?
I think if we were looking at this to take out, we would take a look at any approved large infrastructure projects. We certainly wouldn't want to speculate on.
Well, this was a speculation.
Yeah, that's kind of where we,
that's why I was asking.
How we got to where we are as far as having this, in there when the funding was pulled back. But we would take a look at that and provide a recommendation on something else needed to be added that were a fully funded large infrastructure.
Right. But nothing conceptual, right? Yeah. Okay, great. All right.
Okay, moving right along. Number 3, the third assumption is on the jurisdiction of other government agencies. It is assumed in the 2004 general plan that other agencies will exercise jurisdiction over their lands within the county. And this assumption remains valid for this monitoring period.
Any concerns with this assumption?
That's fine.
Yeah.
And I wish we didn't have it, but we do.
Agree. Yeah. All right. So I think we're good on that.
Certainly we'll take that input as well. The fourth assumption is on agriculture and timber industries. For agriculture, production of some crops and products experience declines, for example, Christmas trees, while production of other crops and products remains steady or experience modest increases, such as grapes and cattle. The agriculture industry demonstrated continued economic viability during this review period. I can pause now until I move on to timber.
Okay. Any comments on ag?
I agree with that up until 2020, but things have changed dramatically since then.
Understood.
Yes, I think while we've all acknowledged that this review period is looking back, I think it's important for us to set this next review period up for a productive review. Recognizing that our crop report shows in 2021-22 shows a very different look at ag with, for example, the gross ag value. And I know it's outside the review period, went from 79 million down to 48.7 million. That's in our crop report. So I think going forward, actually, let me back up. In the staff report, you note that, I know we'll get to the timber industry, but you say that the timber industry post-Caldor fire review will be provided in the next update. I think I'd like some kind of comment that there also needs to be a deeper dive on the pressures facing the ag industry, because I think the last couple of years have shown us that there is increasing pressures on ag that definitely impact the viability going forward. And so once again, as we look forward to the next review, that we do perhaps a post-fire freeze review of ag on vineyard and cropland to better understand their viability for the future.
Understood. And yes, we've certainly seen some of those issues come to the forefront under things like ranch marketing ordinance and
exactly. And some of the other pressures, just looking forward, that I think the average age of the farmers in the late 50s, early 60s, and as land values continue to increase in our ag lands, they become more and more valuable and more attractive to perhaps a different generation that sees the ag land as valuable for like event space and venues rather than traditional ag. So as we look forward in the general plan, those are going to be issues going forward that I think are important to look at, recognizing that's not today. So those are my comments on ag.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to timber. The timber industry viability remained generally steady, experiencing a peak in profits in 2018 after experiencing significant declines prior to and during the 2011 to 2015 timeframe. And my conclusion is therefore this assumption remains valid for this monitoring period. I'll take your input on the timber industry.
Well, I think when it goes to the timber industry, a lot of that increase was because of the fires that we had, the removal of the trees. That's why it was the increase. But the problem is a lot of that, like the King Fire, for a good example, is that product was no good because they waited too long to remove it. And that's something we need to get a handle on to make sure that these trees get removed right away, because they're no good after a certain amount of time. I think it's like anywhere from 18 to 24 months. So I think that's one of the reasons why that increased. But like I say, that number was no good, because a lot of the fallers that were out there and stuff, it was very dangerous to fall those trees, especially after the King Fire, because it was just like cutting through balsa wood. It really was very, very dangerous because a lot of the tops and stuff and snags. So like I say, we need to get a handle on that. And we do have a contract with the Forest Service, and we need to go back and look at that again. And because we're supposed to have a meeting, I think every 6 months or something like that. We haven't done that yet. And that was put in by the board. I think Brian Veerkamp brought that up and it was passed. So I think we need to look into that again.
We are looking into that. Actually, we've been trying to schedule that.
It's been hard.
It's been rough, but we have.
All right.
Any other comments on timber?
I have a difficulty saying that the timber industry remains viable, even during this period. Because when the Camino mill closed, there was a lot of attempts to try to get it reopened, repeated attempts. And with the loss of that, there was a lot of revenue lost to El Dorado County, all the fees from the trucking and everything else. I mean, there was a substantial economic benefit from having that timber industry. And as of about 2009, it just started going away rapidly due to the desires to basically have forests that were more natural and basically preserving the longstanding trees, only to find out much later what that does is create fuels on the floor, which just create huge fire hazard. So we've learned a lot from this. But after 2009, I really have to question. And the recent timber harvest, Supervisor Turnbull kind of explained some of that happened in 2018. But to me, that was kind of a blip, because I think if you look at the number of tons of timber harvested in El Dorado County up to 2009, and then what happened after 2009, when that mill closed, it went way downhill very fast, right? So I don't think we recognize that decline in this assumption. I realize it's only a 4-year period. It was after 2009, but to me, there was a big reset compared with what was in the general plan. And they didn't expect it to close down in 2009 when they got it approved in 2004. I mean, you could hear the environmentalists, I guess, making comment, but they had no idea that the state was going to come in and shut it down 5 years later. So I don't know that that's a valid conclusion relative to timber viability. That's just the way I view it, but that's my input.
Well, one of the biggest things is impact it is because the revenue that we got out of it, it helped our roads and especially our rural schools. And we lost a lot. We really did, because right after 94, when the decline of the timber industry, when it started dropping because of the spotted owl, that was one of the biggest issues and stuff. You figure there was 231 billion cut board feet that was taken out of the forest, and was less than 9 million a year the next year. So it's very, very critical. And that's something that I think that we need to make sure that we remain that, because we don't know what the future is going to bring here.
So what I'm hearing is that going forward, we'd like to definitely take a
Take
look
a
at the
close
assumptions
look.
on the timber
Yeah.
industry, recognizing there are a lot of pressures with the emergencies, the climate,
Right.
fires that they've had to withstand, the complexities with coordinating with the, federal and state, all of our local agencies and federal government, the diseases that affected our timber, and then the loss of markets. We have
Yeah.
lost markets for our
Oh, yeah.
timber.
Big one.
Exactly.
So I think, we all have strong concerns that the timber market has changed drastically. And so looking forward, we'll want to take a look at that, what that means.
Agreed.
I agree.
Okay,
Understood.
great.
Next slide. The fifth assumption is on the topic of water supply. Within this section, there are actually 4 sub-findings. So I'll go over each of those now. Sub-finding A is that an adequate supply of water will be available to serve the county's current population. For all 4 major water purveyors, so the El Dorado Irrigation District, Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, the South Tahoe Public Utility District, and the Grizzly Flats Community Services District, those purveyors in the county. So that's what I'll be reporting out on. They all have undertaken comprehensive planning to ensure that adequate water supplies will continue to remain available for existing customers. The purveyors have indicated that there is an adequate water supply to serve the county. Now, keeping obviously in mind that this is pre-Caldor, and this is for the 2016 to 2020 reporting period. Sub-finding B, additional water supplies will be developed to support the projected growth in the county. The purveyors are developing required infrastructure, acquiring additional water rights, and securing funding for expanded storage and delivery options through the year 2030 and beyond. These efforts will ensure water supplies are available to support projected growth. And so for this review period, the purveyors have determined there will be sufficient additional water supplies to support the projected growth in the county.
Okay.
Can you comment on this?
I do. I have comments,
Yeah.
but Supervisor
Where do we wanna
Carlin,
start?
do you, or
Pretty large.
do you want to?
Well, I'll open it up, Wendy, and then you can kind of help
Yeah,
me out
please,
with
go
it.
right
I
ahead.
think that,
Yeah.
and so with water supply for the county as a whole, it's great that the purveyors were contacted and, part of this process, but they only are, responsible for to their customer area, and the county as a whole. We have like 130, I think it is, small water purveyors. We have, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of people on wells. And so for the county as a whole, we look to the El Dorado County Water Agency for that outlook of our future and our water supply. And they were not apparently, based on this report, contacted at all. And so this is not, in my mind, this assumption it cannot be accurate without going back. I really think this section has to be reworked. I do, because the water agency is responsible for our county's water supply as a whole. And therefore, this assumption may or may not be accurate. I honestly don't know. And without doing that research and finding out, I don't think we should, I don't think we should approve it with this information. This could be actually quite troubling if it's not accurate. So I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, and I'm going to piggyback on that. I also think that we have a general plan objective 5.1.2 that talks about our policy of cooperating with the responsible service and utility purveyors to ensure adequate provision of service, and that we will rely on that information from those purveyors for capacity or levels of service. We go on to note that we will not substitute our own judgment on their water predictions, and that we will take that at face value. And as Lori said, the purveyors are just, while I don't doubt their information, they don't have all of the information. As Supervisor Parlin noted, I believe there are 131 small water systems in El Dorado County and over 3,000 people on wells. So those purveyors don't have that information. Also, El Dorado County does not have a groundwater basin. It's fractured rock. And so in terms of future water supply that we also talk about, those purveyors are not looking at the county as a whole. And I know the El Dorado County Water Agency is working on Alder Creek and additional water resources. It's also the agency that is coordinating regionally, because water knows no bounds. And so to have them out of the equation, I think, does our county a disservice in this area, because they are tied into that. So my recommendation as we get to the end of our motion would be to either now or in the future, change our general plan objective 5.1.2 to state that it shall be the policy of the county to cooperate with responsible service and utility providers and the El Dorado County Water Agency in ensuring adequate provision of service and water supply, because the service capacity for today is one thing, but working on additional supply for tomorrow is another, and we need to be actively engaged in both those fronts. So I think just the coordination, because there's nowhere in our general plan is the El Dorado County Water Agency noted. So I think that's going to be an important coordination.
Completely understood. And I do believe that we did coordinate very closely with them on our annual progress report related to the general plan. I think that this analysis is based on, previous methods that we've used when reporting out for our 5-year. That's my understanding.
Okay, so hearing Supervisor Parlin's concerns that that the current way that we have reported the adequacy of our water supply just based on the information from the water purveyors, how would you recommend that we bring a more comprehensive view of water and water supply into our general plan looking forward? I mean, what would you suggest as far as action today?
I think coordinating specifically with the water agency as Supervisor Parlin recommended.
Okay.
And yep.
Just to bring them into that loop. Okay, any other questions on water?
I'm just going to say also, good forest management is one of the biggest issues too, because it impacts our watershed, especially when there's too many trees is what it is, especially when it should be 75 or 85 trees per acre, not 500 trees per acre. So that impacts our watershed, especially when as much water as these trees soak up. But also when it gets caught in the canopy and stuff and evaporates, it doesn't get to the ground. So that also impacts our water supply too, because it can't get out there to be able to, and that snow melt is what we need, especially when it impacts our reservoirs and stuff.
Yeah, and the water agency is certainly working on those
Right,
issues.
exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I see it in two categories. One, there's surface water supply, which is all the purveyors, and there's groundwater supply. And that's the one that we haven't dealt with. And I really believe there should be a separate section that talks about groundwater supply. We have any number of applications for farming operations, cannabis grows, et cetera. And it always comes down to, is there a water supply there? It's fractured rock structure. How do you know what the integrity of that water supply is? And if you start moving water from that aquifer area through the fractured rock to agricultural uses, does it diminish other properties that are out there and their well and their water supply? And there has been no significant monitoring that I'm aware of that groundwater supply situation. If I were looking to buy rural property in El Dorado County and I read this, it makes it sound like there's a plan for water purveyors to provide water to everybody, and there isn't.
It's not going to happen.
So we need to be very clear. If you're buying rural properties that are probably going to be subject to wells, you have to really understand what that area is and what is the likelihood of having a sustainable groundwater supply for your future needs. And particularly when you're talking about agricultural uses. That seems to be totally devoid in this general plan, in my opinion. And I really think it needs to be broken out and addressed separately.
So the thought that we need to be clear in our general plan that that rural properties are not necessarily serviced by water purveyors, and
very few are.
Yeah, very few are, and don't have a identified water source.
This community region is where the water purveyors provide the surface water supply.
Right.
But Rob's got a comment.
Hello again.
All right.
So I just wanted to make one sort of acknowledgement of the long range planning activities in general. We're talking about the general plan, which didn't make these, these connections with the water agency, but I just wanted to acknowledge that our long range planning team, our planning department as a whole was an integral part of the water resources development and management plan that the water agency did. some of the folks in the room have their name on that document, but I
Right.
just want to, during that time period, which was adopted in 2019, we were at the table with them. We have collaborated with them and we continue to do so, including all the way up to the water agency supporting some of our long range planning activities with real dollars. So I just wanted to say that we're not blowing them off by any means. We continue to collaborate with them, but we're responding to general plan policies that don't acknowledge that agency. And so point taken, but I just wanted to make sure that that was.
I think that's
part of
the
discussion.
angst that we're having. This is that the current general plan policy before us, an assumption, does not reflect the reality of the coordination that is going on. And so I think we have a hard time saying, yes, this assumption is still valid because that's not the reality.
Well, and at the time, at the time at which this plan that we're still utilizing was developed, is within this period of time in which we were coordinating very closely with the water agency.
Exactly.
So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah. So we're going to probably want to at least memorialize that. Yeah. Okay.
So did you get your answer though? How hard would it be to update that general plan objective 5.12? Can we do that one and update it to include the water agency?
That's probably much more than a minor text edit.
Really?
Even though there's implications to that of, I think we would probably want some sort of input from the water purveyors and the water agency. And so there would be some coordination efforts on that end.
Just by saying that we're going to
language.
cooperate also with the water agency?
It comes down to if there's conflicting opinions. and
Right.
Conflicting technical professional opinions on water supply. And
Okay.
so in my mind, it is fairly minor and I think
Okay.
it could be handled. I think it would take a little bit of outreach to all those entities, the water purveyors and the water agency
Okay, so
to
it makes-
ensure that everyone's on the same page.
They'll take some coordination and to bring that back. So, okay, so
So not just a text amendment saying, oh, we're just going to dump.
And we're good.
And we're good. But also I don't think we would have to, include a lot of public outreach on that, a lot of, workshops or anything like that. I think it could be handled in a fairly minor way, but I think we would need to coordinate with those entities and ensure that we weren't just dropping in a text edit or a text amendment that people disagreed with.
okay, so my next question is, in our action before us today, does the board have to approve all of the assumptions, or can we move forward with this item as written, recognizing it's looking back and we want to productively move forward? But can the board say that we have concerns, or we no longer find that the assumption 2 and 5 have some amendments that we'd like to consider in the future without saying that that they're still valid?
Yes, I think so. And,
Okay.
and recognizing that as, I believe Tiffany mentioned, bringing back when we come forward with our work plan and we come forward with that, propose like some options, scope options, fiscal impacts and staffing impacts, that we would be collecting taking into account your input from today
Okay, but
in
if
those
we-
options.
If we
and in
state
that scope.
today that we find, 2 and 5 are not valid, or that doesn't invalidate our general plan, does it?
What
Or
we're
do we
trying to
have-
say is we do not want to support this statement, this assumption, the way it's written. We're trying not to support it. So how do we get it edited or changed so that it reflects our concerns that the water agency was left out?
Not just, not just
Yeah.
rubber stamp these
Right.
findings.
Right. Well, I mean,
assumptions.
we were basing our analysis on the existing policies, as Rob said.
Right.
So we were, what you're describing is a proposed general plan amendment that
Yes.
would happen in the future.
Right.
So, but that should be a fairly easy lift to get something like that into the general plan. But for right now, it was not taken into account when the general plan was formed. And so the analysis is based on the water purveyors.
But we don't agree with it. That's my point. We don't agree with this analysis. We feel that it's incomplete. So CAO has an idea.
So the findings are for the period of 2016 through 2020.
Right,
So maybe to
right.
move forward, and you're asking the board to make the finding that the assumptions were valid for that time period. Correct?
Yes.
So, we all, I think, understand that. So perhaps that finding can be made, but then prospectively, there's the desire to make the change.
Yeah, direct us to amend.
So you're saying in order for us to move forward, we have to make these findings. Okay, that's what I just want to cut to the chase. Okay.
I guess the difficulty is that, as Thea noted when we started this discussion, this is a self-imposed requirement. This isn't a function of the planning and zoning law. The county's own general plan establishes that it'll undertake a review every 5 years to ensure that the assumptions, and frankly, the policy in the general plan is really discussing the assumptions concerning growth and distribution of growth, that they remain valid for purposes of, guiding implementation of the general plan and or reflecting the need to make changes to it. So I think it is, obviously you're struggling with the notion of recognizing the validity of assumptions from a point in time that I think we think we've got it's quite some time ago, or at least it feels that way. While also recognizing that a lot of this is just stuff that you want to see going forward. So I think the cleanest solution is to acknowledge it if there's evidence to support it, that the assumptions were valid for that specified period of time, while still acknowledging that there's a likely change in the next reporting period, and that you, even in advance of hearing those, the next monitoring report, you'd like to see some changes. I think that's probably the cleanest approach. But I also don't believe it would be fatal to the general plan if you were to acknowledge that some of these assumptions, even for the reporting period, might not have, remained completely accurate. Again, all it does is inform what you will do to further amend the general plan to now adopt assumptions that align with your expectations.
Okay.
But is it okay to recognize that, we had a drought period in 2020 that severely changed the perspective on groundwater supply in particular? Because I think that's the caveat you put in there. These findings are okay and valid up to that point, but we saw dramatic changes in water supply as a result of that drought period. And I think it was right after this time frame, it really got most severe, most recognized, my recollection, 2019, 2020, but there's an early thing. Is it going to change next year with the normal rainfall? And it didn't. So the compounding of several years of drought is what led us, I think, to a lot of the current conditions, because particularly with groundwater, those water supplies got diminished without replenishment. It takes a long time to replenish a lot of that water supply. Surface water is a little different, but even that, we were having really difficult times with surface water supply. So I think if we just recognize the changes and the timing when the changes, I would be okay with approving this for that period 2016 to 2020, for recognizing right at that end of that period, there was a lot of changes happening in California that are now something we need to deal with as we look forward.
All right, any other comments on water? Okay, let's move on to housing.
The sixth assumption is on the topic of housing. The general plan housing element described the county's strategy for enhancing and preserving the housing stock to expand housing opportunities for various economic segments. California law requires the county prepare and adopt an update to the general plan housing element that includes a review of the county's ability to accommodate its fair share of the region's housing need. And the board did so by adopting the 2021 to 2029 housing element update, along with changes required by HCD in March 2022. HCD certified that update in May 2022. So based on the implementation of the recent housing element update, the housing needs for all economic segments of the county may be achieved. The policies and implementation measures were drafted in a way to minimize financial impacts of the county's affordable housing goals and objectives. Therefore, this assumption remains valid for this reporting year.
Any comments on housing?
I have one, and you've left out the second statement, second sentence under assumption, because I'm reading from the general plan. It goes on to say, after objectives period, the housing needs for all economic segments for the unincorporated portions of the county may be achieved if the housing element is implemented. That's the second part of it. That's the part that I don't, the if implemented, we haven't implemented it well, and we haven't achieved those. So to say we've met the overall assumptions, maybe, but I mean, it's really marginal in my mind whether we really intended to implement a housing element that was going to give us affordable housing. Because I've got history that says we didn't take it real seriously. And I take that collectively. I'm partially responsible for that as well, but we just didn't get there. So I don't know what we missed in the implementation, but we didn't get it from the standpoint of there's a huge need now for affordable housing and has been for some time. And we're just now starting to turn the corner and see some of those affordable housing projects in the near future, right? They're just now starting to come online, some of them. So I'll leave it at that.
Those are very good comments, and I'd just like to give the board some credit, though, for today's action and formally recognizing the Affordable Housing Task Force. And so that hopefully will result in a affordable housing ordinance in short order, and will put some teeth into exactly what you're talking about.
And I hope their focus is more on the implementation than the other stuff, because that's what we've really lacked, is the desire, the dedication to get the implementation. And that's a promotional thing. So I see Housing El Dorado is playing a big role in that. And I think they've done a commendable job of getting us started down that path. But we need to find every way to support that, including additional incentives we probably haven't defined yet. But just my perspective.
All right. Any other questions on housing or comments?
Nope.
All right.
The seventh and last assumption is on traffic level of service. Although LOS is no longer the metric analyzed in CEQA documents, which is now VMT, vehicle miles traveled, to determine significant environmental impacts, the county's general plan still requires that the county's roads meet the LOS thresholds described in general plan policy TC-X by implementing the CIP and TIF program that was brought up earlier today. Therefore, this assumption remains valid for this reporting year. Right.
So I have a similar comment on this one. We've left out some of the things from the general plan in this statement. Right after the word roadways, size of roadways, parentheses, capacity. With today's traffic planning, capacity is something that's not getting funded, with the exception of our TIF fees, right? We're not going to get a lot of grant monies for capacity increases. And it says to those parentheses, capacity improvements. Again, that was left out of this statement, necessary to meet the level of service. And that's the discussion I think we need to have, is where are we allowed to increase capacity with all the constraints that have been given to us and still meet the needs of LOS-F compliance, not getting there, right? For the projects that are there. Because we have very limited resources to do that, as it turns out. It pretty much comes down to the TIF fees and any special other funding we can get from developers. But we're in that precarious situation of, this was the assumption that was made, and yet we've had it constrained so severely going forward, not through 2016 to 2020, but in today's terms, that I just don't see that as a viable way to ever achieve that. So when we talk about traffic relief, I'm not sure that's going to happen if we have growth, if we can't increase capacity. So just the general statement.
Anything else on traffic level of service? I think getting back to the challenge of the conflict between the state having to monitor vehicles miles traveled versus level of service, that's going to be a constant conflict within our general plan. That's not easy to reconcile. It's not easy to reconcile, but we're going to eventually have to do that. So.
Yeah, well, and VMTs, I mean, we had that conversation, don't fit rural
right,
areas
they don't,
well anyway.
they don't.
So again, where the state didn't, ask rural counties to collaborate with us on what would work for us or anything.
Yep.
They just did it, and so we have to deal with it.
That's a challenge for a rural county.
A big
challenge. It is.
But the good news is we have it in our general plan. Measure Y and Measure E to a certain extent forced us to implement that with voter approval. We are in a much better situation than a lot of other rural counties that are faced with this predicament. Because if they're only using VMT, a lot of these projects are either going to be rubber stamped or not, based upon the interpretation of what VMT means in rural regions. And I've yet to see a good definition of it, because it's made for very metropolitan type environments, and we don't have those. So.
All right. Any other comments on level of service? All right.
Now I'm going to turn to section 4.0 in the 5-year review. Here we summarize the major planning activities that were completed in 2016 to 2020. We're only focused on the major planning activities that flow directly from the general plan and were completed. And so obviously there were likely other accomplishments that occurred that were not, will not be in front of you today. But I will hit the major 5 major planning activities that were completed. The board approved the general plan biological resources policy update. The Myers area plan was adopted. The board adopted State Bill 743, vehicle miles traveled, CEQA implementation. Commercial cannabis amendments were approved by the board, and major amendments to the county zoning ordinance were adopted. Staff also continued to implement its stormwater management program on the West Slope and in the Tahoe Basin. And as for community planning, the board held a workshop to discuss community planning efforts. The board directed staff to create design guidelines and standards for Cameron Park, Diamond Springs / El Dorado Hills, and Shingle Springs. And staff began working on the design standards, which is ongoing as the date of this report and this monitoring period.
We get those done.
If we don't do a comprehensive general plan amendment.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah, right. Trade-offs, right?
well, they're so overdue. I don't even, I'm trying to keep my filter on, guys, but it's getting hard. It's getting really hard to keep a nice filter on. Those design standards are becoming embarrassing, quite honestly. They should have been done.
Okay, so I think we all are eagerly awaiting them, and I feel that they're around the corner. So
Yeah, we have a final contract that's being reviewed, so the board will be seeing a contract in front of you shortly.
We'll look
for
forward to
the
that.
design standards. Yes.
We will look forward to that.
And I will be touching pretty in depth on projects that are upcoming as well on like the second to last slide. Overall, the county has made significant progress towards implementing its 2004 general plan. By the calendar year of 2020, out of 229 total implementation measures, about 82% has been implemented, 16% is in progress, and only 2% remain to be initiated and implemented. Next slide. And so here you can visualize basically the same information, just in a different way by element. The county completed every implementation measure of its economic development element. Staff neared completion of each measure in its agriculture and forestry element, safety element, and public services and utilities element. The land use element, parks element, and transportation elements each have about 1 to 3 measures left to implement. And obviously this is, again, looking back, not forward. Next slide. And so here, and understanding that we've been looking back, traveling back in time, now I'm going to spend more time on anticipated work, given that we are currently working on some of these efforts right now and have made significant progress. So section 6.0 of the 5-year report includes a list of work that addressed or amends the general plan's goals, objectives, policies, and implementation measures, which is anticipated in 2021 to 2025. It, of course, does not include all the work and all the efforts that staff are or anticipating to work on. And so I'm going to start with community planning. Staff continues to work on community planning efforts on the West Slope and in Tahoe. West Slope Community Design Standards. This is a community planning effort that will result in comprehensive objective design regulations for commercial, multifamily, and mixed-use residential projects for the county's 4 community regions. The TED area plan, this will consist of a new Tahoe Basin jurisdiction-wide area plan, which is directed by the general plan. It's anticipated changes to TRPA code with respect to affordable housing and addressing inconsistencies between the county's zoning ordinance and TRPA's plan area statements will be considered in the TED area plan. Staff will be launching the TED website and public survey, as well as holding informational and public workshops, starting with the Planning Commission later this month. Moving along to the safety element update. After a joint informational Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission workshop, staff have addressed comments received and brought a revised draft to the Board of Forestry for its review. The Board of Forestry reviewed and approved it with overwhelming support and only had minor editorial recommendations. Staff will be bringing an update to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors next month to meet the June 1st Fire Risk Reduction Communities List, otherwise known as FERCL, that application deadline. The permit-ready ADU plans. These plans will support a streamlined permit process. They'll be free for the public to use and will comply with all applicable laws and standards. The user will still obtain a site plan and may need to modify the plans depending on specific site and design conditions. Staff completed this project in the winter of 2023 and will be providing the plans on the county's website shortly. Of course, as noted prior, the affordable housing initiatives, the county is working on several affordable housing efforts with the assistance and direction of the forthcoming Affordable Housing Task Force. These efforts will include an affordable housing ordinance, Tahoe commodities incentives for affordable and workforce housing projects, and infill incentives ordinances. Moving right along to the Pine Hill Preserve and Ecological Preserve fee update. The county is updating this fee, which includes updating the fee nexus study and rare plant impact analysis and completing an EIR, an environmental impact report. The county is also securing its rare plant properties in Shingle Springs with boulders, signs, and gates. In addition, staff is updating the management plan for the properties to prepare for their enrollment in the Pine Hill Preserve. The Capital Improvement Program and Traffic Impact Fee Program updates, as you heard this morning. The growth portion of the major 5-year TIF program updates were approved and completed this morning. Staff will then move on to update the model and identify necessary TIF and CIP projects to handle traffic from the forecasted growth, as discussed this morning again. The Design Improvement Standards Manual and Land Development Manual. Staff has begun the process of developing a new and/or updated design and improvement standards manual or successor document that will set out development standards to augment those already in zoning and subdivision ordinances. Staff selected a consultant and work on this has begun. Next is the evaluating suitability of land for forest production and grazing uses. Staff plans to develop procedures for evaluating the suitability of land for agricultural use regarding forest production uses. Staff is also considering approaches to preserving grazing land and will work with the Agricultural Commission to do so.
I got a question on that.
Oh, sure.
Is there any grants there for this virtual grazing? Because a lot of them, now with the cows and everything like that, the invisible fencing is what you want to call it. Is there any grants out there? Because there's a lot of the cattle industries, a lot of the ranchers and stuff. It's very, very costly to be able to do this. So, and especially when it impacts, especially these, wildfires. So is there any grant money out there that we could probably get to help them? Or is it a possibility or not? That we could look into, the county could?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that would be a question for Leanne.
Yeah, we could reach
she's
out to
back
the
there,
Ag
so-
Commission for sure to see if there's opportunities, but
We
none.
can
that we're
follow
aware
up later.
Yeah, we'll,
Leanne.
yeah, we'll,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
don't
can do
answer
that
that
later.
now,
We'll follow up
Leanne.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, we got it.
But honestly, on this issue, evaluating suitability, what prompted this and what are we gonna do with the results? Because I don't know if I was familiar with this issue or what are we doing here and why?
Come on up, Leanne, if you have something to share on
this one.
this question.
It's the evaluating suitability of land. And so is that a ag thing that you're taking on?
Leanne Milag, Commissioner. This is something that's in the general plan currently. It's something that we have struggled with. It's something that Rob and I have talked about a little bit. There's a whole, Danny and I have talked about it. I think it's something that we need to look at because it's something that's just year after year after year. There's something that talks about evaluating the suitability of land for these two things, but there's also threshold for loss. And these are things
Right.
that we're going to have to initiate CEQA or something like that. And is grazing and forest production still what we want to look at? Maybe it was way back when, but I think what we're seeing is a transition to different types of crops. And with things that are happening with grapes and some of our climate issues, I'm really seeing growers starting to think out of the box, and those might not be, though there is definitely something we have to look at for the loss of grazing lands and how do we deal with that?
So is that once the Ag Commission comes up with something, will that be like a recommendation for the board to look at, or?
I
what?
think it's whenever we, and planning can probably speak to this more, but I think it's going to be when we look at, because this is in the general plan.
Right.
And so I don't think the Ag Commission just say, hey, we want to do something different. I think it has to go through that whole process of the general plan update.
So once
Okay,
again,
that's
as
what I
we
was thinking, yeah.
Review the ag and the timber.
I think that
section of
there's
the
a
general
whole,
plan.
there's a
Right.
whole, there's things that haven't been done, and Thea can tell you when she reached out to me, I'm like,
Right, okay.
I don't know even how to approach some of the stuff that's there.
That's why I was asking, because I was going, this sounds large. So that's.
I mean,
why-
is
This is where we need to spend our time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you do that?
Right.
You know, I mean, that's really, it's one liner, and one of them is in there about the loss of land and
Mhm.
elevating,
The
or
threshold of-
evaluating the threshold for the loss of land. I'm like, how do I do that?
So to what Chair Thomas just said, though, do we want to spend our time on this? So CAO, how do we approach this then? Is this a good use of our resources? Do we have to? What's going to be the result? I mean, this just sounds so large. So what's the reality of this?
And
particular-
unproductive.
Well, I think-
Well, right.
The staff are trying to demonstrate here all of the things that they are working on that are included in the general plan that are still outstanding.
Right.
So, right, we've gone
Correct.
through
Yes,
80
this is-
82% has been complete. And we have the 16 that we're working on. So I'm assuming this represents some of the 16%, right?
Yes.
So staff, I mean, the general plan is our guiding document, and staff are following that document and, working on those marching orders, whether or not, I mean, there needs to be a prioritization though in that work effort, and that prioritization occurs within the long range planning's priority matrix, right? So, I mean, in a perfect world, staff would be working on every single implementation measure in the general plan concurrently. But to your point, is this our highest priority?
Right.
Sounds like maybe it isn't. So perhaps there's some direction that needs to be given on how you prioritize this work effort, say, over the community planning effort. And right.
Yeah, yeah, and just to add to that, not all of the projects listed here are LRP staff projects. Like a lot of the general plan, directs staff and other departments to follow through on certain policies and implementation measures, and this is one of those. Or two of those, rather.
So the question is, how can our board be helpful to you? And if we were to take off, this measure is AFC, and our, if we were to, do we have the ability to take that out of our general plan? Or since it was a voter approved, does it have to go back to the voters to take a measure out? Or
I believe these are two implementation measures, which are tied to our mitigation monitoring reporting program, which is a CEQA requirement.
develop and
And
implement.
therefore would be slightly more complicated than straightforward, is my understanding.
Okay.
So I'm more interested in cost to complete. If this is almost done, we got to just finish it to the best of our ability, right? Because what I understand, when we come to cultural resources, we were 90% done with the cultural resources document and then abandon it. That makes no sense. I mean, the fact that the board would say this is higher priority, when you're so close to finishing something, you ought to get it over that line before you focus on the next. That's my concern here. I'm not sure how close in hours we are to do this, or time frame. Is it 6 months away? a year away. Doesn't seem that difficult, given the current environment for grazing and timber in El Dorado County. But that's my perspective.
Well, what Leanne just said makes me sound like it's an overwhelmingly huge project. So
Right.
that's why we need to understand, where are you in this and how far are you?
And what are our options?
Right.
I'm gonna be really honest,
Please.
as far as the ag department goes, we are nowhere. And I don't know how we get there with this.
Okay,
There's
so
two,
then Karen
there's
wants
these,
to help
there's
you out
these
with
sentences
this.
in here and they just don't.
Right.
Yeah, we think we agree with you.
What I would propose is that we, even though it's not long-range planning stuff that would necessarily take the lead on that, we can certainly work with ag and get some information when we do bring back the matrix, have that item on there, give a little more context to what that would be, how long it would take, what it all involves. And then since you are directing staff at that point in prior, setting priorities, you can say, based on information you've given us now, we think it's a higher priority, or no, we still think it's at the bottom of the list, and put it at the bottom of the list.
Okay.
And
That's
then
super helpful.
when we at some point, as we've talked about, we'll update the entire general plan, then we can decide whether to take it forward or not to the new general plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate
So
that, because then
when I
we'll have
read-
context,
When I read
right?
major AFC, though, it seems fairly simple. Okay, it says review and update the procedure for evaluating the suitability of land for agricultural use circa 1993. Review and update something from 1993 in 2024. And my answer is not applicable. Let's move on, right? Isn't it that simple?
Well, that's why we asked the question. I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly.
Like, we need some context, and can we low priority it until the next?
Yeah, I
general
think,
plan?
the matrix is kind of our official list. So
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
good place to have that discussion, and you tell us if you say it's bottom of the list priority, and which means it probably wouldn't get done before we're ready to update the entire general plan.
We will build that into our motion. And we are all getting a small look into your world, which is very complex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two more, and then, we can open it up for further discussion. So the scenic corridor ordinance, the board directed staff to establish an ordinance and develop implementation standards and guidelines for the protection of identified scenic roads and state highways. The Board of Supervisors also provided preferred criteria for designated scenic corridors. An ROI, a resolution of intent, was approved by the board in fall 2023, and the next steps of this effort are focused on stakeholder and community engagement. The last project is the Cultural Resources Ordinance and Guidelines Update. The board directed staff to prepare an ordinance, update the 1999 Cultural Resources Guidelines, and explore options that may include amendments to General Plan Policy 7.5.1.5, which calls for the formation of a Cultural Resources Preservation Commission. This project has been deferred until funding is approved. So I'll pause now until I turn it over to Zach for the
I got a
ATP.
question on the scenic corridor. The thing is we have some billboard signs that have gone up. And if I remember right, before, I think there was an ordinance, so weren't allowed. Is that true or not true?
Oh, it's really complicated what happened.
Yeah, the sign ordinance and everything else. We don't want to spend the time going through all that
Okay,
today.
I was just, all right.
But there should never be any new billboards. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That we did kind of
Okay.
take care of in the
No,
2014.
it's just a question I wanted to
sign
ask. but
ordinance, yeah. And we thought we were going to be able to kind of get rid of the existing billboards, but there's laws and things about what you can do. Who knew? Darn those laws.
Okay.
That's better than I could have said it.
You're welcome. I can blurt things out
The
that you can't.
Constitution
read.
and things.
Yes, yes.
But the scenic corridor, that's specifically something that we're looking at, and certainly that we've reached out specifically in the Cameron Park area with the Cameron Park Design Review Committee.
Yeah.
We're starting that outreach with them to get their feedback and their input on the scenic corridor. And the intent is that section of Highway 50 would be included in the ordinance. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. Well, this certainly represents a great deal of work. So thank you for bringing that to us.
You're
All
welcome.
right.
And now I'm just going to briefly turn it over to
I
Zach.
have a couple of other just quick comments.
Oh, sure, of course.
I reflected on the statement of vision within the general plan, which we haven't really dealt with. But there's several things in there that the public does not recognize as what we were trying to accomplish. And I don't know how we evaluate the success of achieving those visions. But in some cases, we've made great strides and others we haven't. But that's one of the things I want to get into a more detailed discussion. Because as we look at updating this, I think we need to be very specific about visions and goals and not establish visions that are basically unachievable within our financial means. That's my concern, right? And sustainable once we achieve them. When we get to some point, is it sustainable beyond that? So I think we need to reel back on some of these visions that are in here. And I've got several, I'll delay that until a later point in time, but I just want to say, I think there's significant things we need to look at in that part of the general plan. Looking forward, not for the current time frame.
Understood. And as always, like I welcome your written feedback on the 5-year report too, if you're willing to provide that.
Okay, thank you.
And then just procedurally, if this is all on the 5-year review, I'm going to turn it over very briefly to Zach to go over the ATP, and then there'll be a recommendation slide at the end.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome back, Zach.
Good afternoon, board. Good to see you again. Zach Oates, Senior Civil Engineer, Department of Transportation. So as Thea mentioned earlier in her presentation, we thought this would be the right time to bring forward the recently completed active transportation plan that was completed and approved by the El Dorado County Transportation Commission in February of 2020. Essentially, the purpose of this new ATP is to update the 2010 bicycle master plan that is referred to in the general plan. And essentially, it includes a list of infrastructure improvements and a strategy to implement the projects in a way that's feasible and manageable. Essentially, what we're asking you for direction today is to provide us the authorization to move forward in preparing an environmental document. I believe the Transportation Commission considered this more of a feasibility study, whereas if we were to ask the board to adopt it, it would be reasonably foreseeable to result in physical direct impacts to the environment if we were to implement any of these projects. And so we would be looking to do some sort of programmatic level environmental document, not down to the project level. That would be considered at a later date as individual projects were actually moving forward. So that's essentially what this item, this portion of the item is for. I've got Woody Deloria from the Transportation Commission is here to help answer any questions that you might have also.
Thank you, Zach. At this point, I'd like to invite Woody up. Do you have anything else you'd like to add to this? You always have good information to share with us. We appreciate you being here.
Board members, Chair Thomas, Woody Deloria, Executive Director of the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Just appreciate the county staff bringing this forward to adopt or consider adoption once the environmental document is complete. We did complete this in 2020, and as Zach said, that is recently in transportation terms, of course. This project went through a robust public engagement process, stakeholder engagement. We had 32 stakeholder members on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and represents all of the active transportation projects across the West Slope. So appreciate the time.
Great, thank you.
Don't go away, Woody. Don't go away. No, come back.
Can I ask Woody a question? Have you got a question
Yeah,
for Woody?
you go first.
Okay.
I make sure he stayed.
So I'm a little troubled by the title, active transportation, and all we're dealing with is non-vehicular pedestrian and bicycles, right? When I hear the word active transportation, it sounds like this bigger circulation transportation plan, and that's not what this is.
No, active transportation is the term that's been used now for, I don't know, a decade probably, but it's it took over non-motorized transportation. It's just the new buzzword for active transportation. The state has an active
confuse the innocent
program, right? Yeah, one could argue that all transportation is active, but this is specifically bicycle pedestrian transportation projects. And again, transportation projects. We are not talking about trails and parks and things of that nature.
Got it. Okay.
So, what do you know? I have angst whenever we adopt one of these plans. This is like the third one or something. And I just, every time, and my angst is growing instead of getting better. So when we approved this, because I was on the commission at the time, 2020, when we approved that, did we know it was going to come to the county to be adopted and ask for a programmatic EIR? We knew that.
Right.
Okay, because Zach indicated it is more of a feasibility study at that point, and then it's coming here. So again, one of the projects that's in here is actually also in the Coloma Lotus Mobility Plan, which was also in the HLP plan. So these plans have things in them, and you don't realize exactly what it's going to be until someone says, hey, let's build one of those. And then it hits the fan, quite honestly, sometimes. So I get it. We're doing a programmatic to say, what is that going to just say? That it won't hurt the environment to do these types of projects. Basically, it's not going to be nitty gritty detail.
Right.
So then.
So let me just add to that. So
Yeah.
All of the planning that the commission does rolls up into the regional transportation plan, which is the 20-year plan that includes all modes, not just active transportation.
All of them.
All modes, bike, ped, transit, automobile, even aviation.
Okay.
That gets rolled into the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan. That ultimately gets rolled into the SACOG, the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. That makes all of the projects eligible for federal and state funding.
Right.
So without being in those larger regional and metropolitan plans, those projects are ineligible for funds that the commission then goes out and seeks funding for. The RTP also has a programmatic EIR assigned to it. But the counties made the determination that they need to look at a programmatic EIR for this ATP, the Active Transportation Plan, because it would have some level of impact on the built environment and natural environment of the county.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So then again, and I'm just going to use the HLP pathway as an example. It's been in plans for decades apparently.
Right.
And it looked so innocent in a plan like this that's had a programmatic EIR. But then when it goes time, when someone plucks up one of those projects and starts to implement it, how can we get the community to know about it sooner and engage in it sooner? Because I get it that we're not required to always do an EIR on projects until they're at some point in design and stuff, but gosh darn it, that just doesn't feel right. And the HLP, I think that pathway is a perfect example. I mean, we had to go out and have a town hall to address the community's concerns. There's still concerns out there, don't get me wrong, about that project, but it was in one of these plans and it had gone through our processes. And now the community's got mixed feelings. They're not feeling good about it. What do we do to not have more of that? Because I looked through the list in here. This is an extensive list of projects, and I could see some of them being potentially controversial when it's go time. So how do we not do this all the time? How do we do it better?
Well, how do we avoid potential conflicts with projects or challenges with projects in the future? Is continue to do as much public engagement and outreach as we can. We will certainly never get to everyone. And these plans are 20 years or longer in the lifespan, right?
Right.
So a project, good example of a project, Placerville, Highway 50 in Placerville. Many years ago, Caltrans came to the community and wanted to build a complete flyover of Highway 50. It was in the tens of millions of dollars at that point. Now, to do that same project, which the community doesn't want now, is in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, right? So that's a good example of a project that was in the plans for decades. When it came time to deliver that project, the community said no, thank you, and we now have 3 signals in Placerville.
Right.
So there will be projects in this plan, in the regional transportation plan, and any of the plans that we all develop for the county, the city of Placerville, that when it comes time to bring those projects forward, they'll be revisited by DOT staff through a robust environmental process, a public engagement process, and we do the best that we can at that time. But again, we won't meet everybody's needs or make everybody happy. But we will do the best that we can to make sure that they're aware and have an opportunity to provide input.
And I mean, honestly, I'll own some of it. I know we approved the funding. I didn't even give it a thought, you guys. Seriously, the funding to do the planning or whatever of the HLP pathway. Didn't even think about it because it's, the documents that the Transportation Commission looks at. You think some of our board meetings are big. Those are huge documents that we're looking at, and I didn't give it a thought. And so sometimes, I guess my point is, as staff, sometimes you're going to have to thunk us against the head, and just say, hey, we're doing a project and you're district or something, can you get the word out so that it doesn't bite us? It doesn't bite you guys later. These documents and things that we look at are overwhelming, and we do water, roads, parks, I mean, air, this board, our heads are full of projects all the time, and we just need, I think, some help perhaps.
Yeah, and I'll take ownership for that. If there's a project in a supervisorial district or a city council, in this, within the city of Placerville, it's on us, it's on me to make sure that commissioner knows that project's moving forward. And we can always do a better job of that.
Yeah, I just think it's something that we all need to be mindful of, because we deal with so many topics, and we rely on staff to help us communicate these things, quite honestly. So thank you for that. Okay.
Woody, are you looking for any direction from the board on this? I take it not, right?
No.
Because I don't see anything in the agenda item that says we're approving anything. This was approved by the Transportation Commission. It's adopted. It's a supporting document, right?
The city of Placerville has already done this.
Okay.
So we're just, the plan is out there. The commission has adopted it. Caltrans has reviewed it. So now it's just kind of officially adopting it by the county.
And we're going to spend money on an EIR though, too, guys. I mean, we are adopting it. It is a thing. And I was thinking of voting no on it, quite honestly, because these plans keep getting me, or I don't know what to say.
But I also know that active transportation plan funds have blessed our community in so many ways and delivered projects that we never would have had the funding for. I believe the Missouri Flat crossing that connects the El Dorado Trail is one of the most recent examples. And then in the city of Placerville, the Placerville Drive pedestrian project. So I have great gratitude for the ATP plan that it gives us the ability to give options to our community that we would not have resources for, recognizing it's not a perfect
Right.
process.
And I appreciate the options. It's just, I think we need to be more mindful of when something sits dormant for 10 years or 20 years, and then we pick it up off the shelf and start doing it, need to poke somebody.
And we will update this within the next 10 years, certainly. There are a lot of projects listed. So, there's no need to update it every, 4 or 5 years, like a full-blown regional transportation plan. But we will certainly revisit it within the next 10 years.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Woody. Appreciate you being with us.
And just to remind the board, there is a specific action on this.
Yes,
And
there is.
Kim, if you could go to the next slide. It is the last one on this slide, but I'll go through all four now, and understanding that things might shift a little bit. And so just to review, we're recommending the following actions for the Board of Supervisors to consider today. The first one is to receive and file the general plan 2016 to 2025 year review. The second is to find that the basic general plan assumptions and findings are still valid for this monitoring period. The third is to direct long-range planning staff to return to the Board of Supervisors in 2026 with the 2021 to 2025 5-year review. And the last and fourth is to direct the Department of Transportation to conduct environmental analysis pursuant to CEQA and return to the Board of Supervisors for certification of the environmental document and adoption of the active transportation plan.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us and walking through this complex issue. I think it's been a really good discussion. So before we come back to the board for further consideration, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds and when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone that would like to offer their thoughts on this process? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
What does that tell you?
That's amazing.
Right.
This is overwhelming.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Very good.
All right, well,
Thank you.
I will bring this back to the board. I do have a recommendation on a motion that we can if I maybe read it and then we'll flush it out to see if it meets the needs.
Kim, can you bring up a typing place?
Actually, I gave it to her. I just gave it to her.
Oh, good.
I wrote it out and gave it to her. So for the board's consideration, and then we can have further discussion. And I would also like staff's input to make sure that it's the way to go. So the potential motion would be to number one and I'm following along with our board agenda. Leave
Right.
number one the same. Receive and file the general plan review. Have a number two that reads, let's see. Actually, Kim, I gave you my clean copy. Okay. I gave you a better copy than the one I have. Sorry.
That's funny.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate it.
I thought it was awful.
Yeah, okay. Let me try this again. Okay. So number one stays the same. Receive and file the general plan 2016-20 5-year review. Number two, find that while the basic general plan assumptions and findings for the 2016-2020 5-year review are still valid,
Yep.
the Board of Supervisors has concerns on the general plan assumptions on the Auburn Dam, agriculture and timber, water supply, and traffic levels of service, as well as the visions and purpose of the general plan. And number three, direct staff to bring back information in concert with a long-range matrix on recommendations for either a targeted or comprehensive general plan amendment, including scope, cost, and how it would impact the budget and long-range work plan. And then 3 and 4 are on our agenda would stay the same. So did I capture the overall board's
You got a
issues?
lot of it. You got a
Okay,
lot of
and we
it.
can add to this or amend it. I
Correct.
just wanted to give a framework to start from.
Because I think that the changes you made to number 2 were good.
Mhm.
I think number 3 is where the current, on the agenda, direct
Okay.
long range planning units return to the board in 2026. No, we need to start working on that now because we all have inputs that weren't heard today. And if we're going to be always looking backwards at the review and you're never coming before that end of that period to get our thoughts on what needs to be changed, we're never going to get there. So I would like that somehow number 3 is changed so that the unit reaches out to each board member in 2024, sometime this year, before we lose 2 of our board members that have a lot of institutional knowledge.
But I think that's an added element. I think 3 is fine the way it is, but we need to add what you're.
So
talking
just
about.
add to it instead.
Add a, subset between 2 and 3.
Direct staff, on my proposed 3, direct staff to reach out to all board members for input and bring back information in concert with the long-range matrix.
You could do that, just lump it all
That's-
in
that would
there.
be- Yeah, add it on to
I think
2,
that-
right? That's what you're gonna add it? Or
It
is
would be,
part of 3.
That's why we need to see see it in writing. Sorry,
Right.
Tim.
I think
You
3 is
okay?
okay by as a standalone, but
Sorry. Sure. It's fine. Yeah. We can just wait a moment because
sorry about that.
okay.
it's fine.
Perfect.
I just don't want to do this one wrong. It's too important.
So at this point, I'd like
Especially when it
love
comes to
staff's
this.
input or CAO's input. Are we missing something? Do you have any recommendations for how this motion could be more clear?
No, I think you're headed down the right path. I just think you need to be really clear,
Right.
especially with the coming turnover in the board.
Exactly. Yeah,
Right.
that's a good point,
That's-
because there will be
right.
one board member that will be brand new, that will have no,
Right.
reference for this discussion.
And you've got your full term, Supervisor Heidel has 2 terms.
terms,
and
right.
Was there during the general plan update and
I
all
agree.
that stuff. So we each have really long lists.
So to Supervisor Parlin's point, the current number 3 on the agenda says that you will return to the board in 2026 with a 5-year review.
Right.
If we're directing staff to come back with recommendations on a targeted or comprehensive general plan amendment, do we need number 3? Yes, Rob says yes. Okay.
I think so because
Just to
it's
stay on
currently
target.
directed by our
Right.
current 2004 general plan.
Okay.
And so
That keeps us
that
on
would be
target.
my understanding.
Okay.
Like their independent actions. but
All right. Just wanted to make sure. Go ahead, Rob, if you
Yeah, I
have
was
something
just
else
going
to
to
add.
jump in. Certainly, I don't think we take any exception to having feedback and having in 2024 getting those thoughts out of your minds for moving forward. But certainly to be consistent with the general plan as it exists today, we would need to come back in 5 years from the date of this one, which would be the 2026.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And then when we do have that conversation with the long range planning matrix and the scope and everything, if we find that should change or something, we can address it then. Or, well, like when we did the TGPA ZOU, there was a 5-year review that kind of got done at the same time, you reminded us, right? So
Yeah,
no matter what.
You could imagine us having conversations about updating a new general plan and not having that done in advance of 2026, right? So we still have to come back and
Right.
tell you where we're at on that document,
It's a
even if we're
5-year
under
review,
board direction to, start working on a
A
new
new
one, right?
one.
So there might be some overlap there.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you can decide if you want to put 5-year reviews in the next general plan.
That's
or
a good
not,
idea.
right? Or at a different frequency or whatever,
Yeah.
right?
And also just to keep in mind too, we do this on an annual basis, which is directed
True.
by the state HCD. We do
Okay.
one specific to our housing element. And we also do one specific to our just the general plan as a whole for OPR and HCD. And so we do that on an annual basis.
Great. And so, part of my motion includes, for you to bring back your recommendations to us. So it's, while you have heard our conversation today, I think, you understand the areas that we're interested in looking at. And as you reach out to each of us and we have deeper conversations, we're also going to be looking to your expertise because we don't live this world. This is your world. And when this comes back, we're going to want to know what you recommend.
Well, and as Thea mentioned earlier in the meeting, it also takes long range planning unit and planning and building department to be working with all of the county agencies,
Right.
because all of us are under the wing of the general plan. Although you see us and we're
True.
the face of the general plan update and amendment, activity. Many of those other amendments for the general plan, are sort of in other people's speciality. And so we need to get them involved as well. And to see, when we're talking ag, we're speaking with the Ag Commission, we're talking parks, we're speaking with them, and,
Right.
safety and all those types of things. So there's lots of other departments that are rolled up into that, although we're often the face of sort of the update.
True. And, we know how busy you all are, and we know what this what this maybe means for the staff workload, but at some point you do have to draw a line in the sand and say, hey, these assumptions are no longer valid. We've got to tackle this either in a targeted fashion, or we've got to look at this. So
Yeah, and there's no
thanks.
general plan update, whether it be targeted or wholesale, holistic, that's going to take less than a couple of years.
Right.
Correct.
Right. And at some point you just got to jump in those waters.
And
So
you guys are keeping a laundry list of things too that you're finding need to be tweaks.
Correct.
So, and we didn't even talk about those today. So I'm guessing there's quite a bit.
And it passes down to our zoning ordinance as well. So when you make modifications to the
Yes.
general plan, we then have to make subsequent modifications to the zoning ordinance to implement those policies. So it all, it's a high level of work. So you don't just do the general plan on an island. We then have to look at all the implementation measures and how those feed into, our plans and programs within planning
Okay.
and other departments.
okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Kim, for typing this up. So do you want me to read it or for the general public?
It looks like we're still missing
What are we missing?
former 3. Direct long range planning unit to return to the board in 2026. Where am I seeing that?
Oh, yeah, we need.
Yeah, that does need to be inserted in there. So there's really going to be 5 parts to this motion.
3 actually should be 4, and I think pull the original 3 in. Is that what you're saying?
No, leave 3 there.
And then just make the new 4, I think, is the old 3.
What? Yeah, the 4 you have here make 5.
Right.
And then insert the other one.
Exactly,
yep.
as 4.
As
Yeah.
written in the.
The
staff
old 3
report.
is the new 4.
Right.
Thank you all for bearing with us.
The only other comment I have is on number 2. Do we want to say were valid as in past tense or are still valid? Because they were valid in 2020. I don't know that they're valid today.
Or
So
valid.
I would rather say were valid and the board has concerns,
Yeah.
that's the caveat.
Is that a problem? That word? Okay, let's say we're valid.
I like that.
Sounds good.
Because I know when we were reading it too,
Previous
the
review period,
tenses
yeah.
were, you know, we were
Sounds
talking
good.
about the future when it's in the past and stuff.
Good
Right.
catch.
And then
Number 2, where we say find that the basic general plan assumptions and findings for the general plan 2016-25 review were valid.
Instead of are still.
Right.
And
If that doesn't violate anything.
And take out still. Yeah, perfect.
Right.
We're valid.
And I believe you might have had the word although the board has concerns.
Yes. I think
Is it
adding the
fine?
word although in front of the, right after the comma, I think.
Yeah,
is-
although.
is-
Thank
Is
you,
the
Theo.
caveat, yeah, that makes it read a little better.
Although the board has concerns. Great.
Right.
And I just want to have those documented that document our conversation today.
So then I think on number 3, how I wanted to make sure that each of the board members are reached out to sometime this year.
Okay.
So, but then when are we doing the long range planning matrix? You don't need to reach out to us prior to that, do you? No.
It would be my want to reach out to you prior to the work plan
Yeah, I would
coming
think
back.
so.
That would inform
Okay.
the options that we present to you
Mhm.
and the level of effort. So I think that your input is critical prior to the work plan coming back.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Now we're putting the
Right.
words in there. That's great. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Kim, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you. Okay. So number 3 reads, for those who can't see that up there, direct staff to reach out to all board members prior to the work plan returning to the board and bring back information in concert with a long-range planning matrix on recommendations for either a targeted or comprehensive general plan amendment, including scope and cost, and how it would impact the budget and long-range planning work plan. Okay.
Oh, well done, guys. I think that's
With
good.
the exception of some commas in there. I think
Oh,
that's
it's, yes,
exactly
it's
right.
a big sentence. I recognize that.
Yeah, a lot of
We're not going to do
That's
that
okay.
today.
No. The
CAO, does that work for you?
important part's in there.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Okay,
I think this is good.
All right, so with that, that's my motion.
I'll second.
perfect.
Any other discussion?
Nope.
Oh, that was.
Good. All right.
And it
All
was good to
those in-
get through it in this time frame, and much appreciation to staff
Yes.
for bearing with us and stuff. We all get different inputs from the public. And that's what we have to try to have our messages from the public conveyed to you so that we can all work together to come up with the best possible plan as we move forward. But a lot of things have changed hugely in the last 20 years. So
We knew this was going to be a hard discussion, and thank you for making it as productive as possible. We appreciate it. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. And so now all of us have homework
yes.
to dig
Yeah.
into the general plan and get all of our recommendations and our concerns
Right.
documented prior to staff reaching out to each of us. So we have homework. So, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. And thank you, Kim. Well done. All right, let's take a deep breath. All right, with that, we have, we have 4 closed session items.
So you want to do twos and froms now, get it over with, and then go to closed session?
Is that the will of the board? Are we expecting any report out?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am expecting a report out.
Okay,
So we can do to and froms now, or we can do them later.
or do we do them later? Do we
Actually,
move
actually,
to
board
next
member
week?
updates. Board member updates now.
Remember
Or maybe
updates.
do we want
I
to,
can do them either way.
Let's do them now.
Okay.
Just be
I'm
done.
over with.
who wants to start?
I'll go ahead and start if you want.
Okay.
On Thursday, the 21st of March, CSAC had a presentation, a webinar, if you will, on small scale camping on private lands.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I've
Yeah,
shared
I
that
couldn't
with you.
make it.
Because I think there's really good information in there, and the recommendation that came both from Santa Cruz County and from, trying to think what the other county, Mendocino County, what is, if you're interested in doing this, get ahead of the state legislation that's being proposed right now. So get your ordinance in place. I don't know that there's a large interest in this. I've heard of some interest, but
There it
it's going to
is.
be more in the rural portions of the
We
county.
already
So
have it out there without any rules, so, I wonder if we need to do an urgency ordinance or something, just to, until we can get
well, we can
around
It's
to
a
carry
it.
that.
complex issue.
Yeah, we're not going to
Yeah.
decide it now, but that information I sent to all of you, so you have a chance to
Thank you.
review it and decide where we go in the future. I also attended the Pioneer Community Energy Board Meeting, and the message there is we have expanded programs that are being offered for not only the solar microgrids,
Oh, yeah.
but we now have a program that if you have existing solar installations and just want to add batteries and get behind the meter type of grid work, that those are also going to be offered by Pioneer. Because I know I've heard that from a lot of people who installed solar but weren't provided an option to get batteries, who want to be able to have the resiliency in a power outage, a PSPS or whatever, to run for a couple of days before, they drain that battery and have to resort to some other form of energy. So I think that's huge for a lot of people for short period outages.
Yeah.
So Pioneer is going to offer that. On Monday, the 25th, I attended the Marshall Medical demolition party at the former Blue Shield facility on the far west side of the El Dorado Hills campus. Very, very intensive work that's going to be going on for a number of months, but they're on their way, and that's
Exciting.
a round of applause to see that get going. March 27th, we had the LAFCO meeting. I'm not going to add a whole lot from that. Thursday, the 28th, I supported or attended the Little Hoover Commission webinar on homeowners fire insurance challenges and the stress that's on the California FAIR Plan at this point. And a lot of the comments that were made by the commissioners, I thought were very apropos, that we're in a situation of dire straits. And if something isn't done real quick, and it's primarily by the legislature, I mean, the insurance commissioner can only do so much. We're going to start seeing significant collapses in insurance coverage where the FAIR Plan is just going to say no more. We can't do it because that's not a state plan, which is what a lot of people thinks. It's an insurance conglomerate, insurance agency's plan that was put together. And I don't know how long they can continue with the added risk they're taking on, even with the high premium. So we're at a critical point in terms of making decisions. So I think you all have information on that. And then lastly, last night we had the El Dorado Hills Community Council monthly meeting. Our guest speaker was Dr. Matt Minson, our public health officer. I thought he did a great job of sharing with the community what he brings to the table, his breadth of experience, how he can help advise us on things. And I think if we were ever to experience another pandemic like we recently did, that will be probably much better prepared, having been through the former one, with his kind of knowledge and advanced proactive treatment of these things and issuing information on how people can, what actions that people can take to protect themselves from exposure to that extent, and try to understand the specific severity of the pandemic that's there. So he did a great presentation. It's all recorded on, was recorded as a Zoom meeting. And so there is a YouTube version of that that's out. If anybody wants to listen to his specific comments, you can certainly do that. So that's mine.
He is quite impressive. And
Yes.
He did a
I
great job.
appreciate that he's working to build relationships with the community outside of any health crisis, which that's, you don't want to get to know your community in the middle of a crisis.
Absolutely
And
not.
really
Yeah.
appreciate his approach to that.
Yes.
Yes. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that we attended the Community Hub Day at Pioneer Park. It went very well. There was a lot of representatives from the county and some of the good work they were doing. So that was good. Also, we had John forgot, we did attend the El Dorado Hills APAC meeting.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
You forgot that. But anyway, that was good. Concerns about some of the projects going in El Dorado Hills. Also attended the Leadership for Tomorrow conference in El Dorado Hills, which was really good, about our youth. High school, 2 high schools were involved. I think was Ponta Rosa and then Oak Ridge, I think it was. So that was really good. Listen to what their plans are and what they are, their plans and what they want to be for the future. So it was really, really good. And then interviewed with the RCD and spoke on good forest management, met up in Grizzly Flat and talked about that. And we did a video on it, and we're working on to be able to get more grant. The RCD is to help the county with some of the issues there. Also rode along with DOT to investigate a lot of the road concerns and stuff that's in the county and stuff. So that was good. And then attended the El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. Also, I want to bring up also funding for homeowners in eligible counties. Federal grants are available up to $500,000 on housing rehabilitation or reconstruction for low and moderate income homeowners whose homes were affected by eligible disasters, including the 2020 fires in Butte, Shasta, Siskiyou counties, and the 2021 Dixie Fire in Plumas County. Additional federal grant money is available, $50,000 per household for low income and moderate income homeowners for mitigation and home hardening efforts. The problem is Caldor Fire was not, El Dorado County was not put on that list. So it excludes the people in Grizzly Flat, which they didn't get the individual assistance. These people are the ones that got the individual assistance. That's why they qualified. It seems like it's kind of should have been reversed, but anyway, it's kind of sad what's going on.
Thank you.
On the 20th, we had our last cemetery advisory committee. So thank you for allowing us to do that. I think it was a great way to wrap things up and assure everyone that we were going to be there as a county to support the volunteers. So it was really nice to have that. And then that evening I went up to Garden Valley. We had the Georgetown Divide Fire Safe Council had a meeting to get a pulse of the residents on what next big vegetation management project they want to do in the community. And it was really well attended. We had a Whopper staff there, fabulous meeting. That's a great example of how to do community outreach. It was so well done. I was impressed by that. And I didn't even have to speak. I just had to watch. So it was great. And then we did have a broadband ad hoc meeting, just to let everybody know things are still on track. We're doing it. So it's amazing. And that money so far hasn't been pulled back by, the state or the Fed. So things are moving forward on that effort, and just cross your fingers it keeps going. Because a lot of people will benefit from that in our county. On Friday, the 22nd, I attended the Cap to Cat Water Resources team meeting. We're getting ready to go. I can't believe it's around the corner. And then let's see what else was there. I did have, just to follow up, I just had a virtual meeting with Heidi Sanborn. She's the executive director of the National Stewardship Action Council, and they're really excited and interested in supporting our efforts to ban the vape pens. Apparently those vape pens I did not realize what a huge litter problem they are. And so there's just a lot of momentum, but you have to remember we're working against big lobbyists. So, but the impact of that hazardous waste with the vape pens it's gonna get us someday if we don't put a stop to it. So she just wanted to touch base and offer any assistance if we need it as we move forward with our potential ban. And then on the 27th, we had a Golden Sierra Job Training Agency meeting, and we approved our annual audit. That was down in Roseville. And I think everything else is... Oh, and I had a really good conversation, a virtual meeting with Frank Porter, Housing El Dorado, I think on last Friday. And we're looking at, they're looking at putting together some type of program to do emergency repairs on mobile homes and stuff. And I'm really excited about that because there's such a need. So I was really happy to get that update. So that was good. That's it.
Excellent. And just very briefly, had a Youth and Families Commission meeting, and just I know the board has put resources into that commission, and wanted to thank the board for that. It's moving along nicely. We adopted our strategic plan, which was a long process. They had started on the strategic plan prior to the pandemic, and then those efforts got thwarted. And so we've spent this last year revisiting it. And now with a robust public engagement, we've now approved it at our last meeting, making sure once again that for children and families that need services in El Dorado County, that there is no wrong door to enter. And that's a pretty monumental task, to make sure there are warm handoffs and that there's coordinated services. And I have to just give a shout out to this whole commission. We now have staff that is making just a huge difference. We have very active committees that are working on communications and coordinations and data. And once again, this is a partnership with probation and EDCO in the county, and it's moving forward very nicely. So I'm pleased with the progress we're making. And then at the last SACOG meeting, we are doing off-site meetings to get to know our large SACOG region, which has really been helpful. That as we have these difficult discussions regionally regarding transportation, having been to each other's jurisdictions, we have a better understanding of the issues as we bring them up. And so we were in Woodland and spent half a day there, did a tour of their ag industry, and looked at a lot of the innovations that they're doing with the ag, which is really fascinating. And Woodland has also done a fabulous job in historic preservation of their downtown and It's economic lovely development. there. It's gorgeous, Yes. as well as some really innovative options on housing. So it was a very robust day, and it was really pleased to know that SACOG will be coming to El Dorado County in September. We moved the board meeting to September. They wanted to come to Apple Hill in the middle of October, and we suggested that they move it to September. So our tour of Woodland really helped us with the planning efforts that we're currently going on. We're planning SACOG's visit here. So it was a great day. So lots more meetings, but those are all of countywide concern. CAO's office.
Just quickly, next week, there are two board meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday's our regularly scheduled meeting, and then Wednesday will be our special budget meeting for the recommended budget. So staff have been working very hard, so have your departments. So we'll be bringing forward some recommendations. So come with a fresh mind.
Look forward to it, Nye.
Okay. Madam Chair, I want to remind you that I would like to adjourn the meeting with a tribute to retired Fire Captain Randy Gross. So I have that when we get to that.
Sounds
If we're
good.
going to come back, we can do it later, or we could do it before we go to closed session. I don't know what your pleasure is. Sounds like we got to come back, right? But Jeanette's here.
Do it now.
Okay, all right. So retired Sacramento Metro Fire Captain Randy Gross was a longtime El Dorado Hills resident, and he served our country and community. He coached women's lacrosse at Oak Ridge High School and was instrumental in bringing girls lacrosse to El Dorado County in early 2000s. Randy Gross started his career as a volunteer with the El Dorado Fire Department, then worked for the Sacramento County Fire Protection District before finishing his career as a member of Captain of Sacramento Fire after 27 years. He was one of 3 founding members of the Urban Search and Rescue Team that deployed to New York after 9/11. Hours after the Twin Towers fell, September 11th, 2001, Gross, along with members of FEMA's Urban Search and Rescue Team Task Force 7, flew from Sacramento to New York City to help. He and his canine partner, Dusty, went right to work on Ground Zero searching for survivors. He was later diagnosed with job-related cancer 20 years later, and doctors said it was because of what he was exposed to at the Ground Zero during the rescue efforts. Randy Gross became one of hundreds of first responders who died from 9/11 related illnesses. So we're still seeing the long-term effects of 9/11. Captain Gross will be laid to rest tomorrow. And with that, I just wanted to make sure we gave a tribute to himself and his family for their long-time dedication to El Dorado County and the service of the entire region in terms of first responder and search and rescue activities. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Heidel. Most appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 27 through 30 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide public comments on those items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 27 through 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you at 30 seconds, and when your time has expired, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right. Well, at this point, the board will recess to closed session and we will be back with a report out when we're done. So thank you for being with us today, El Dorado County. We are now back from closed session, and County Council, did we have any reportable action?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So starting with item number 28, the performance evaluation of the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer of Weights and Measures. On a 4-0 vote, Supervisor Lane being absent, the Board of Supervisors approved a step increase from step 2 to step 3 of the salary schedule effective the first full pay period following today's date. Also then on item number 30, the matter of California Department of Public Health versus El Dorado County. On a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Lane being absent, the Board of Supervisors authorized the defense of the action with outside counsel to be retained through the county's third-party claims administrator for services commencing on March 19, 2024. That concludes my report.
So with that, we are adjourned. Good night, El Dorado County.